Well, good morning, ladies and gentlemen. Welcome into Sydney Dragway. It is the Garrett Advancing Motion Jamboree for 2026. My name's Rusty Gregory. Going to be one of your commentators talking you through the action today. We'll also have Janie up here and Mr. Chris Diggles, who has performed a Herculean effort to get here today. We'll touch on that a little bit later on. But right now, just putting the final touches on the racetrack. It is looking absolutely spectacular out there. Absolutely on point. Fortunately, all that nasty weather that we've had around Sydney over the last week or so has cleared right up, and today is looking absolutely perfect in terms of weather conditions, in terms of rain, which is 0, in terms of pretty much everything. So we're really looking forward to it. It's going to be a huge day of racing. We were scheduled to kick off at 8:30 this morning. We're just pushing that back a little bit, but we're not too far away because, as you can see, we do have cars in the staging lanes at the moment. So we'll be kicking things off this morning with Radial Extreme J275 and Modified 10.5 as well. It's going to be a big, big day of racing. If you're in Sydney and you haven't already got your tickets, make sure you jump on and get them because this is going to be a massive day of racing. It's always huge here in Sydney. It's always huge everywhere we go with the Jambo. And this year, of course, we are doing it 3 times here in Sydney, up in Queensland, and also down in Adelaide as well. So really looking forward to that. In the meantime, guys, while we're putting the final touches on this, we'll finish off a few things up here in the commentary box. But right now, we're not too far away from jumping right into the action.
Racing has always been about pushing limits, but the future isn't just horsepower. It's intelligence. Vision FT isn't just software. It's a platform, a new way to see, a new way to control, the future at your fingertips. Built for today's racers, everything that comes next. This is Vision FT. This is Fueltech.
Hey, true, bet that up for the track. We'll take it to the top, and that's the true first. If you're ballin' by your motto's insane. Oh yeah, my man. If you're pimpin' your skirts and your ass is fat and say. Oh yeah, papi. If you're willing to fight, then you're fucking the night and say. Oh yeah, oh yeah, oh yeah, oh yeah, oh yeah, oh yeah.
What does it mean to be built with Summit? It means you're hitting the autocross, drag strip, road course, trail, dirt, or open road with confidence. Because built with Summit means you're using parts from the top names in performance, priced to make your project affordable. And it's all backed by trusted tech expertise and blazing fast shipping. Summit Racing Equipment. Let's build it together. SummitRacing.com.
Buying for your business? Get trade pricing on the Super Jeep Auto range. Register online or in store today and make your trade super with Super Jeep Auto Trade.
We've always had a few cars. They're all special. The T-Bird,
Oh, that's mine.
the Combi for when we want to get away, the XR8.
It's going to be a classic.
They're all insured with Shannon's,
We've also got Shannon's Home and Contents cover.
which helps protect our automotive collectibles, tools and memorabilia in the home and garage. If you're motoring enthusiasts like us, it's got to be.
Shannon's.
Shannon's, insurance for motoring enthusiasts. Call 13 46 46 for a quote.
Well, good morning and welcome to the Garrett Advancing Motion Sydney Jamboree, presented by the Tuff Streeters and Fueltech. My name is Janie Smith. In beside me is Rusty Gregory. We are going to kick off this morning while Chris Diggles has a bit of a nano nap.
Yeah, so for anybody who doesn't follow Diggles on Facebook, which I would suggest give him a follow because he's very entertaining. Gordito Tuesdays are worth every dollar and they're free. So he was on 2 flights. He got booked on 1 flight. That one got cancelled out of Brisbane yesterday because of obviously the weather that was going on in Sydney. Was on another flight out of Brisbane last night. That one got cancelled and he went, I've had enough. I'm going to hire a car. And he drove through the night, got here at about 5 o'clock this morning. He's had about 2.5 hours sleep, I think, something like that. And we will see him out here for hopefully our usual Diggles performance because he turns it on for Jambo.
Yes.
There's no question about that.
And you've got to love his dedication to Jamboree and to the sport. you know?
Absolutely, absolutely. First up this morning, though, we are going racing with Radial Extreme. And this is going to be a good one. Andrew Coles and Ryan Holtz, the Mustang up against the Tirana.
Spot on, taking on Spot On here to kick us off. How good is Andy Coles' car? If you've been following Spot On their Facebook page, you can see this car's had a bit of work done to it over the recent weeks. Sorry, I'm still getting through my coffee. Ryan Holes, he's had so much success after debuting this car last year at our Kenda rounds up at Willowbank Raceway. Great to have Spot On here this weekend. Andy Coles in the Fox Body Mustang, Holes in the Tirana.
All right, so Andrew Coles, the Spot On Performance Mustang, such a tough-looking car, this thing. Ryan Holtz, the Tirana, should be a good one. So this is for cars that's obviously running a radial tyre, Radial Extreme being the name of the category, presented by BRP Race Transmission Coolers. So this is kind of for the cars that don't necessarily fit into the HSM class. But playing Jambo, Ryan Holtz gets way out of shape. It got to about 330 feet and the thing just made a move to the half-track cones down there. 696 for Andrew Coles, 150 miles per hour, 940 for Ryan Holtz after a very, very early shut-off. That thing was just tracking. I think it might have had the front wheels in the air. And when it came down, they weren't quite pointed in the right direction. And that was the end result. Chris Valesky now taking on Danny Lansdowne. So, nothing like kicking things off with a little bit of wheel standing action, a little bit out of shape. Action in the first pass. Chris Valesky with the Nissan Patrol, yes. Your eyes are not deceiving you. This is a Nissan Patrol taking on the VL wagon. I'm 99.9% sure we could say categorically that this is not a race that we've seen at Jambo before. I don't recall ever really even seeing a race Nissan Patrol with twin chutes on it before.
No, definitely not at a Sydney Jamboree, that's for sure. So we welcome all kinds.
If you're going to try and build something that's got worse aerodynamics than a block of flats, this is probably the car for you. This thing it's short for a Nissan Patrol, but it's still pretty tall in comparison to everything else. I guess headroom's not an issue, but that'd be a fairly fun ride in there. Very, very nicely built car. When you have a look at how neat the cage is in there, you can see the fire bottles in the back all plumbed into the car as well. It's a very, very well-presented car, this one, for Chris Valesky, but just not something that we see too much of. Danny Lansdowne, on the other hand, the VL with the Barra in it, from memory. It's been a while since I did a Jambo. It was August last year, so it's all got to come back to me. Give me just a full round of qualifying and we'll be good, I promise.
What you were saying about the Patrol, we're actually finding up in Queensland that these four-wheel drive type drag cars are actually making a bit of an impact at the moment.
It's kind of cool. I guess diesel's been such a big thing over the last sort of 3 or 4 years. The diesel drags are such a massive part of the sport now.
We actually have a dedicated four-wheel drive event but they bring out all these race-specific cars, and they are all four-wheel drives.
That's wild.
It's insane.
That is absolutely wild. All right, so both these guys really taking their time coming up to the start line. All
right.
course, we saw the Tirana get a little bit loose earlier on, and a little bit of a pop out of the Nissan Patrol of Valesky, 854, 122 miles per hour, 785 for Danny Lansdowne, only 127 miles per hour. It was almost exactly the same spot. The thing sort of got to about half track and then just made a big move out of the groove, which is less than ideal. And I mean, this time of the day and this early in the morning, there's not really a groove to speak of because there's plenty of glue down on the racetrack. Obviously, we've run the rotators over it, but there's not really a defined groove yet. For these Radial cars, though, they tend to prefer the glue over the rubber. You still got to have a base there, but that's why we put them out first. And with that, we are going to move now into J275. And always a very cool lineup of J275 cars. Ahan Centenay in the Aeroflot lane, the 2001 Supra. This thing is one of the absolute guns of J275, and he's going to take on Paul Spatino in the Tirana, a little bit more of your traditional style drag car, but obviously with the Radial on the back, 434 cubic inch jet, as opposed to the 2J underneath the hood for Ahan Centenay. Also running for Kebab House at Wetherell Park. Can personally vouch for those kebabs. Great kebabs. If you need a kebab, it's not far from the track. It's only about 15 minutes away. So if you need a kebab, go down and get one. Fantastic kebabs. Maurizio Civil, Elite Race Parts and Enviro Waste Services as well. Probably cooler conditions than what we expected here, given what we've had in Sydney over the last couple of weeks. It has been very warm, very stormy, very mixed conditions, I think it would be safe to say. But I reckon it's pretty safe to say that this is the first day that we've had, at least this week, where it's forecast to be clear and blue skies and relatively normal in terms of the weather, which is nice, you know. For once, the gods are shining down on Jambo in Sydney, because I know we've had quite a history of weather-affected events here in Sydney, so it's nice to get one in. So Ahan Centenay pulling up to the start line now, also racing for Amazon Power and Asai House. Big hello to everybody watching on the official Jamboree YouTube channel as well. We hope you guys are enjoying the
We saw a flash of the brake lights there from Ahan as he started to walk out towards the centre line. However, Paul Spatino goes on through an 8:39, 158 miles an hour. Centenay got the boot back in and went on through for an 8:82, 120 miles.
That Tirana of Spatino's, it sounded so lazy. Yeah. I didn't think that was going to be an 8:39. Maybe I don't have my eye in yet, but it didn't look like an 8:39 to me. For Centenay, had a couple of stabs at it off the start line, and yeah, as you said, the brake lights came on at about half track, so coast on through. Next up, though, it is Michael El Khoury in the 98 Nissan Silvia with, I would guess, knowing Mick El Khoury, it's probably got a 2J in it. With Steve Farrelly from Bigger Waters in Queensland, the VL Holden. So I'm assuming that this is the same Mick El Khoury that used to have LOL 13B. Would it be?
Possibly. I'm going to say I'll agree with you.
Yeah, I'm just, I don't know for sure. I'll have to go down and do a little bit of a wander through the pits later on and try and get a little bit more info once Mr. Diggles awakes from his beauty sleep. He's probably watching on YouTube, you know. He's probably sitting at home at the hotel trying to sleep, but he can't help himself.
Yes.
So he puts on YouTube. So Diggles, if you're watching, we miss you, bro. Steve Farrelly, the BL. Mick El Khoury, the Nissan Silvia. Oh, timed out. Oh, did he roll the B?
Yeah, he actually accidentally bumped through, I would say, watching the VL.
Man, that thing is quick. That Silvia is seriously quick for a J275 car. He was off at just past half track, but went 467 to the 8th mile, 115 to the 60. That thing is going to be an absolute weapon when he sends it to the finish line. That is seriously quick. It coasts across the line for a 780 at 136 miles per hour, which I think is enough to go to the #1 spot at the moment after 2 pairs of cars. So still got a pretty big list of entrants in J275 though.
Yes, they really did come out in force here at the Sydney Jamboree. Our next pairing is going to be Anthony Mescos in the Falcon Ute, and beside him will be Alex Whitehead in the Silver Falcon Ute.
2 Falcon Utes.
Yes.
Falcon Hell.
Fal-
Alex Whitehead, the Ford Falcon from Munta in South Australia, up against Anthony Meskos in Werribee South. See, it's starting early because I've already had a Red Bull.
Yeah,
This is the problem. I'm already going off the rails. We're 15 minutes in and I'm already going off the rails. And you know what the best thing is? I've got 3 more of them in the fridge. plus any monsters that Diggles doesn't drink that I bought for him. So it could be.
You'll be buzzing like
could be a little bit
13B.
loose. Yeah. Once we get to about 4 or 5 o'clock this afternoon, things could get a little bit loose, that's for sure. So Anthony Meskos with the Barra power plant. In fact, Barra's on both sides. And looks like they're staging up Whitehead's car, but really taking his time coming up to the start line is Anthony Meskos. FPT Racing on the back window, so...
Unfortunately for Whitehead, he's actually being pushed back. They're having a good look at that car, actually. Perhaps he may be dropping some fluid.
Don't let the wet stuff out. You can't let the wet and slippery stuff out because it's hard to get it back in.
You never know. It may just be his air conditioner.
Could be. And that's actually...
Although it's freezing outside, so...
that is actually a good note. If it does warm up later on, make sure that everyone, particularly the street-style cars, turn off all your air conditioners. We don't need any condensation dropping on the racing surface. I know it could be hot. I know you're all very precious, but we need to make sure that we have the air cons off. The racing surface is the most important thing. So looks like he's got the thumbs up down there. He's going to stage it and send it. A lot of work around the rear guards of that car. Very worked over to fit the J275 or the 275 tyre underneath it. Whitehead buzzes the tyres. In fact, Meskos was doing the same thing. The thing was just smoking the tyre the whole way down there. 5:05 to half track and an 8:37 at the other end of the racetrack with a big let off at the other end, 118 miles per hour. And for Alex Whitehead, he's going to cross the centre line down there to take exit stage right. So that run will be disqualified. Not that it was anything to write home about anyway. And he will not record a time on that run. So it just absolutely bombed the tyres right from the hit.
And you're better off doing that in Q1 than Q2 and Q3. So he's got it out of his system now. So he will be back a bit later today in the second qualifying round of J275.
100%. I wish we had the button up here. Next up, it is Cameron Riley, the VK Commodore, taking on Shreve to off in the VZ Senator. Now, if it wasn't for the little bullhorns in front of the tyres, this thing would be an absolute sleeper. Like, when you look at it, it's basically a stock-appearing VZ Senator. Not a lot of outward modifications to this thing, but, man, it hauls. It seriously goes quick. Cameron Riley, similar sort of deal. Got the twin chutes on the back for the big VK. Racing for Warspeed Industries, Wollongong Automotive Services. I'll get there eventually.
Get there.
Just let me warm up, all right? Don't judge me too soon. Fraser Race Fabrications as well. You got to remember, it's still early in the morning and it's very cold. It's the coldest morning of the year that we've had in Sydney so far. So, happy Jambo. Apparently, it's like 15 degrees at the moment, but it feels like 12 outside.
It's freezing outside.
Yeah, well, coming down from Queensland, it would be.
Do you know it's actually colder in Queensland this morning than what it is here? It's about 7 degrees.
Is it really?
Yes.
It feels like Winter
Crazy.
Nationals.
I know.
And the Winter Nationals not far away.
No.
I'm sure you're happy about that, Janie.
Absolutely.
All right, so Cameron Riley, final trim excavations from Louth Park in New South Wales. From the tyres. I haven't seen a car hit the tyres that hard from move forward. Whoa, loose at the top end for Cameron Riley, but he pulls out a 723 to the top, 166.15 on the speed, but he was out of it probably at about 1,000 feet because the thing made a big move towards the centre line. And he goes to the number 1 qualifying spot in this very, very tough J275 qualifying. Bailey Simpson and Andrew Matrevsky now.
Matrevsky in the Tirana in the Rocket Industries lane. Simpson in the Tirana in the Aeroflow lane. 434 cubes of Chev on board for Simpson. 416 for Matrevsky. And J275 always providing entertaining racing.
It's always fun.
Yes.
J275 is one of those categories that's really come into its own over the last couple of years with all the advancements in technology in terms of power delivery and everything else. J275 has just gotten quicker and quicker and quicker.
Yep.
And you look at the calibre of cars that we've got in it now, like 723 rolling out of the throttle to 1,000 feet.
Yep.
You know, 5 years ago, if I said to you we're going to see a 723 in J275, you'd laugh at me.
You laugh. Yep. And of course, the 275 tyre is the equaliser between all of these vehicles. Like, you can have pretty much any engine combination you like, providing you've got that 275 stamp on your tyres. Waiting on Simpson to bump in. The wheels there for Simpson. It was good for Matrevsky.
Yeah. That left lane seems to be a little bit challenging for some of these guys to get a hold of early on in the piece. 8.36 for Bailey Simpson. We'll put him, I think, about 4th in the qualifying list. 10.45 for Andrew Matrevsky. But again, bombed the tyres right at the hit. In fact, he goes to the number 3 spot just in front of Anthony Meskis. So right now we've got Cameron Riley first, Daylight second. With a 7.80. 8.36 for Bailey Simpson. Anthony Meskis in the number 4 spot as well. So we've got a bunch of cars in that low 8-second zone, but we've also got a bunch of cars that can run a lot quicker than what we've seen so far.
Speaking one of the quicker the cars, this one here of Chris Lumanis, this Falcon, it was sensational yesterday. Certainly caught me by surprise. I hadn't seen this vehicle before. Comes out of the Performance Diff Centre workshop. Peter Finianos in the RX-8, in beside him in the Aeroflow lane. Peter yesterday, I can't remember. I know he definitely had a pass yesterday. I don't think he had much love, though, from the track.
Yeah, it was... From what I saw in testing, I didn't see a lot of it, but it was a bit of a mixed bag, which, I mean, is generally what you get when you go testing anyway.
Yep.
Of course, Thursday testing was lost due to the weather,
yep.
So it's kind of condensed the whole program down into one. And then, of course, we had the wild weather again on Thursday night and on last night as well. So I guess the great news is, if we look above us right now, it is blue skies. Doesn't look super blue on the stream. But I can tell you it's a little bit of patchy cloud cover, but I think it's going to burn off pretty quickly and we should have perfect racing conditions. So Chris Lumanis in this absolutely gorgeous two-door Ford Falcon. Again, not the kind of car that we used to see in Jambo,
But hey, it's J275 and anything works.
Exactly.
Finianos way out to the centre line there, clicks the chutes at half track. Watch the Falcon as it goes on through. He too was off the throttle before 1,000 foot and just cruised on through for a 10.85, 106 miles an hour. Finianos 860, 104.
I need to go and look at that Falcon because has that got turbos on it?
It's tough, eh? I have no idea. I haven't seen the car until yesterday's. But
all we've got is 363 cubic inch on the screen.
Yeah.
And I'm just looking at the way that thing got up and moved when he got back into the throttle. That has to be turboed or
you can see it's definitely got the goods, that's for sure.
Yeah, that thing was moving.
Next up, we've got Nick Constantinou moving forward for CV Performance in the Commodore in the Aeroflow lane. In beside him will be Peter Fujioto into the VN Commodore in the Rocket Industries lane.
How good's a VN Commodore?
I know, right?
Like,
from someone who actually raced one many, many years ago and hated it at the time, I now regret getting rid of it.
Like, that era of Australian car and Australian muscle car, I think it's underrated. Like, I had an EB XR8 as well when I was 18.
See, another great car.
And that was another car that people, at the time, people didn't want them. They hated them.
Yeah.
They just thought they were rubbish. But you look back at it now and go, I would take the cars that we had back in the 90s over what we've got today.
All this plastic we've got today.
100%. Fujioto racing for CK Automotive, Design Wire, Showtime Customs and Fabrication, and ProCharger, turbocharger. So I'm guessing that's probably a little bit of an indicator of what this thing's got under the hood. And Nick Constantinou, the CV Performance Ford Security Commodore. Very, very tough car, this one. I have a feeling I know which car this used to be, or whose car it used to be, I should say. But it could be a different build, so I don't want to put my foot in my mouth.
Okay.
So both guys really taking their time coming up to stage. The Radial guys do tend to take a little bit longer because it is so important as to the way they line the cars up. Because generally speaking, the front tyres really properly. Gets off the start line very nicely, Constantinou, and across the stripe with the shoots out way early for a 793, 126 miles per hour. And looking at the 8th mile, 492 to half track. I think he was just about off it by that point. 889 for Fujioto and 156 miles per hour. So that's 12 cars we've got down the track in J275. We've still got a few more as well. It is Peter Budzewski from Illawong in New South Wales. He's going to line up in the VL Commodore, taking on Danny Howe, the Dandy Engines Fueltech car. Anytime you see Dandy Engines on the car, you know it's going to be pretty quick.
Yeah, you know it's going to be tough.
Yeah.
Howe also getting assistance from Riot Lab, GJ Drivelines, HPM and Speed Pro.
I love the way that thing sits. That Falcon just looks so tough. It's low in the back.
I know.
Oh, man. I could make space for that in my garage.
And again, two more iconic car shapes from over the years.
Yeah.
You know?
And I mean, the VL probably, we talk about underrated. The VL probably wasn't underrated because everyone kind of loved the VL.
Everyone loved the VL.
There wasn't a lot of love for the XC Falcon
No.
over the years. You know, the XE, XF, XDs, they other than what you saw with, you know, the touring cars, there wasn't a lot of love for the big boxy Falcons. But you look at it now and you go, I don't know that there's too many tougher looking cars here today.
Yep.
With the stance on this thing, the way it sits down in the back, a little bit high in the front, not quite a nosebleed, but it's just a mean looking thing, and unfortunately it's going to require some manual reverse gear down there.
Yeah.
Because he has lost fire. And the one thing about the XE Falcon, they're not very light.
No.
They do take a little bit of legwork to get the thing moving.
And especially on such a sticky track as well.
Oh, yeah.
They'll get him back.
Yeah, so he's almost back behind the start line now anyway, so I think they would just about be ready to send Budzewski down the racetrack.
Yep, get him back behind the beams so it doesn't trip the beams. And away we go with Budzewski in his VL. Tell you what, it's looking good as it goes through half track. Bit of a wander out towards 1,000 foot, pulls the chutes, goes on through for a 780, 154 miles an hour. Breathing heavy through the deep end as well.
It was breathing heavy at the start, and then it kind of cleared up, and then when he rolled out of it, it could have got nice and smoky again.
Yes, I'd say something went just a little bit of a miss there at around about the 1,000 foot. Our hard working at track walkers out there, just inspecting the racing surface.
Yeah, just trying to make sure everything is okay. So you've been crook as well, Janie. I was crook last week, and Diggles is running on 2 hours sleep. We have got a busted commentary team.
We're going to be great.
We're going to be, look, I can't guarantee what we're going to be like by the time we get to 8 or 9 o'clock tonight.
Yes,
but
we'll be fine. We'll be fine. We have Monsters, we have Red Bull, we have Codral. We are going to be cheering.
You get what you pay for, and we run on Monster and Red Bull. So, all right, that's just the way it is. So 780, solid pass, but a little bit of smoke indicates maybe a little bit of work to do between rounds for Peter Budzewski. That will actually slot him into the number 3 qualifying spot at the moment. So let's just do a quick rundown of the J275 qualifying list. Cameron Riley currently number 1, 723, 166. Still an early shut-off for him. Michael El Khoury, 780. Peter Budzewski, 780, only 0.003 of a second behind. Nick Constantinu, 793, puts him in the number 4 spot, followed by Bailey Simpson, Anthony Meskis, Paul Spatino, and Peter Finianos. So currently the number 8 spot in J275 is an 860, and I don't think there's been too many cars that have made full runs yet.
No.
So
it's almost like we're at a Kenda 660 event. They're all buttoning off about half track.
Maybe that extra day that they lost in testing, maybe a lot of these guys are just a little bit behind with the program and they just want to run things out. Because a lot of the times, you know, Jambo is one of the first race meetings of the year for a lot of these guys.
Yeah.
You know, it's one of the first big ones, that is for sure. Do want to say a massive thank you to Garrett Advancing Motion, the leading automotive turbocharger provider, supplying technology solutions to nearly every major automaker in the world. Their innovative turbo solutions for all applications enhance vehicle performance, fuel economy and drivability. They cover the full range of engine sizes from sub-1 litre economy 3-cylinder engines to premium and high-performance V8s and V12s. And, of course, Garrett Advancing Motion has been part of the Jamboree for, I'm going to say forever. They've been around forever.
yeah.
They've been part of this wild journey that we've been on with Jambo, and couldn't ask for better partners, that's for sure. They are a naming rights partner, and of course our presenting partners, Fueltech and, excuse me, Tuff Streeters. Fueltech was founded on a passion for motorsports and a commitment to innovation. Fueltech has established itself as a leading developer and manufacturer of high-performance vehicle control units and automotive electronics. With roots deeply embedded in the racing world, their mission is to provide cutting-edge technology and solutions that empower enthusiasts and professionals alike to push the boundaries of performance and efficiency, and we do thank them. And if you're ever on social media and you want to just have a good scroll, just search the hashtag Fueltech everywhere. The exclamation point, right? Because you're going to see everything that comes up to do with Fueltech, and it'll show you the width and the breadth of exactly what they're doing, because they're in so many different things now. That's it's quite incredible, the growth of that particular organisation.
And it's great to have Tuff Streeters on board as well. Make sure if you are heading around the pits, you go and have a look at the green Lambo down there just at in the pits. So Tuff Streeters is an Australian-born powerhouse in the car scene. They're built for true rev heads and driven by a passion for all things loud, fast, and unapologetically tough. From elite muscle car giveaways and full throttle media to a nationwide presence and exclusive member perks, they're all about bringing Aussie car culture to life. Having already put millions of dollars worth of tough street machines into the hands of enthusiasts, Tuff Streeters have built a reputation as one of the fastest growing forces in the game. This isn't just a brand, it's a movement fueling the next generation of horsepower. Jamboree is really excited to have Tuff Streeters on board this year. Their energy and dedication to the car scene adds serious horsepower to this event.
Awesome to have more partners coming on board. It's not surprising because, you know, Jamboree is one of the gold standards in Australian racing in terms of the event delivery and exactly how we go about racing, that's for sure. And, of course, Summit Racing Equipment on board as well as the product partner. Summit offers a huge amount of support around the world to races, events, series, sanctioning bodies and more. It's part of the reason they're so well known in the motorsport and automotive industry. These events with Jamboree, they're a completely different racer and fan base than anything that Summit's been involved with before. And they're so excited to be a part of every single event for this year. So here in Sydney, up in Queensland, and of course down in Victoria, racing at Heathcote with the new Victorian Motorsport Park down there, as recently named. I'm trying to get my head around that one. So as part of this partnership that Summit Racing Equipment's got with Jamboree, Summit is going to be rewarding each winner, runner-up and top qualifier at all events with vouchers to spend at Summit Racing and discounted opportunities for all the races. What's more exciting is they're going to have thousands of discount vouchers to hand out to Jambo fans at every single event, along with several prize packs being drawn throughout the day, which include gift vouchers and Summit merch. So if you're going to get involved with an organisation, Summit Racing Equipment, which is one of the biggest aftermarket retailers anywhere in the world, that's a good one to do. That's a good one to get involved with. I like it.
Yeah.
So big thank you to them. So there's a lot of flashing lights, a lot of activity going on down at the top end of the racetrack. I'm just trying to have a look on the cameras if we can see what's going on down there, because I can see tractors, I can see flashing lights, and I can see people.
Yeah, so we've just had the report.
Oh, that's what it was. That was the puff of smoke. So he's actually just nosed it into the sand ever so slightly. So that's the reason for the delay.
He has, and unfortunately left about a 50-metre trail of oil into the sand trap.
Well, 50 metres is better than a couple of hundred metres. That's for sure. So it does look like we're going to be down for just a little bit, but oh yeah, you can even see the trail of oil on the replay there. If you look just above the tractor, you can see it basically following the car into the trap there. So whatever it is, it's obviously inhibited his ability to stop down there. But make sure you do get around, guys. We've always obviously got the jumping castles and face painting up on top of the what's that side? Eastern Hill from 9 o'clock this morning. So we're already going up there. So if you've got the kids here, there's kids rides, the Ultra Twister Swing Ride, Floor is Lava Jumping Castle, and the Candyland Jumping Castle as well. Also the colouring in competition. Make sure you get that in. You got to hand it into the merch store, the Jambo merch store, and the winner will be contacted at 3 o'clock this afternoon. So if you're a kid and you want to win stuff, get in the colouring in competition. I just got to say, is it open to 41-year-olds?
Yes, but
okay.
we'll just lie about our age.
Okay, that's all right.
Yeah.
I'll just swap it around, say I'm 14.
Yeah,
there
exactly.
we go. Problem solved.
See?
Easy.
Easy.
And speaking of the merch store, make sure you get your event merch before they sell out this weekend. New hoodies, tees, kids' T-shirts, event caps, bucket hats, whole kit and caboodle. And I've got to say, the Sydney Jamboree artwork looks absolutely stonking. That thing looks so good. So if that's on the shirt, I'm going to go down and get one before they sell out.
Yep.
Anyway, we are going to be down for a little bit, guys, so what we might do is take a very short break and say thank you to a few of our sponsors here at the Garrett Advancing Motion Sydney Jamboree, presented by Tuff Streeters and Fueltech.
Racing has always been about pushing limits, but the future isn't just horsepower, it's intelligence. Vision FT isn't just software, it's a platform, a new way to see, a new way to control, the future at your fingertips. Built for today's racers, and everything that comes next. This is Vision FT. This is Fueltech.
Hey, true, bet that up for the track. Go take it to the top, and that's the true first. Oh, yeah. If you work for the city, you can drink this one. Oh, yeah. If you're ballin' by your models insane. Oh, yeah, my man. If you're pimpin' your skirts and your ass is fat and say. Oh, yeah, my man. If you're willing to fight till the fucking the night and say. Oh, yeah, oh, yeah. Oh, yeah. Oh, yeah, oh, yeah, oh, yeah.
What does it mean to be built with Summit? It means you're hitting the autocross, drag strip, road course, trail, dirt, or open road with confidence. Because built with Summit means you're using parts from the top names in performance, priced to make your project affordable. And it's all backed by trusted tech expertise and blazing fast shipping. Summit Racing Equipment. Let's build it together. SummitRacing.com.
Buying for your business? Get trade pricing on the Super Jeep Auto range. Register online or in store today and make your trade super with Super Jeep Auto Trade.
We've always had a few cars. They're all special. The T-Bird,
Oh, that's mine.
the Combi for when we want to get away, the XR8.
It's going to be a classic.
They're all insured with Shannon's,
We've also got Shannon's home and contents cover.
which helps protect our automotive collectibles, tools and memorabilia in the home and garage. If you're motoring enthusiasts like us, it's got to be.
Shannon's.
Shannon's, insurance for motoring enthusiasts. Call 13 46 46 for a quote.
Racing has always been about pushing limits, but the future isn't just horsepower. It's intelligence. Vision FT isn't just software. It's a platform, a new way to see, a new way to control, the future at your fingertips. Built for today's racers, everything that comes next. This is Vision FT. This is Fueltech.
Hey, true, bet that up for the track. We'll take it to the top, and that's the truth hurts. Oh, yeah. If you're ballin' by your motto's insane. Oh, yeah, my man. If you're pimpin' your skirts and your ass is fat and say. Oh, yeah, my man. If you're willing to fight, then you're fucking the night and say. Oh, yeah, oh, yeah. Oh, yeah. Oh, yeah, oh, yeah, oh, yeah.
I think he'll be on a solo pass, which may indicate we are closing at J275 and will be moving into modified 10.5 next. So if you are in Street 289, modified compact and all motor, you guys should almost be ready to roll around to the lanes if you are not there already. Plenty of action ahead of us here at the 2026 Jamboree, thanks to our friends at Garrett Advancing Motion, Fueltech and Tuff Streeters. Karosky just reversing up this Commodore now. As we said, this is J275, moving into modified 10.5 next. And Karosky would really like to thank his wife. That's his number one sponsor, number one fan, number one crew member as well, I assume.
He just knows how to keep going racing. Because if you say thank you to your wife every time you go racing and you get the commentators to say thank you to your wife, she likes that. And she says, oh, if you want to go racing again, you can. It's all right, as long as I get a shout out.
As long as you thank me.
So, thank you, Mrs. Anthony. I don't know what your wife's name is, Anthony, but thank you. All right, so from Menai, the VK Commodore, I think this is this the last car we've got in J275?
Yeah, I'd say so.
Yeah.
Then moving into modified 10.5.
Very soft off the start line, 140 to the 60. It's coming on pretty strong at the top end of the racetrack. Oh, another big move down there, 795. 795 after a 140.60.
Yes, he was very shy of that start line, wasn't he?
Very, very soft off the start line. I'm pretty sure I've seen grandmas with shopping trolleys launch harder than that thing. But, man, 795 at the other end of the racetrack, that is... yeah, if he can load that up off the start line, that thing's going to be quick.
Yep.
So with that, that does round out J275. We're going to move into modified 10.5 now, which is presented by Tuff Streeters.
Make sure you head on down and have a look at the Tuff Streeters trade stand they've got down there just at the base of the stairs. They are great supporters here of Jamboree in 2026, and we're really excited to have them on board. Guy King moving forward in the roller, the little Barra-powered roller. Guy King, not Guy Hall, as I said yesterday. We've established Guy Hall is not here with the Mercedes.
Would you say he's a different guy?
He is a totally different guy.
And Tom Perry in the RX2. God, RX2. This car's been around for a long, long time.
Forever. Yep.
Forever. From Greenacre in New South Wales. If you want a car that's got a bit of a cult following, this is certainly it. He races for Perry Concrete. And Guy King racing for Advanced Joinery Solutions out of Valdora in Queensland. I've never heard of Valdora. Where is? I know Queensland's a big place, and I don't know all of the places, but where's Valdora?
I don't know, but Guy King is very regular to Willowbank Raceway, so
Right.
I'll one day Google map it. And
Maybe
let
he
you
just
know.
named his house that.
Maybe.
Maybe he's just like
No,
that. That's
it's
the
his-
name of the house.
It's his estate.
Oh, here we go. It's near Ninderi and Yandina, of which I have no idea where either of those two places are either.
Where was it?
On the Marucci River.
Oh, up on the Sunshine Coast. There you go.
Near Coolum Beach, there you go. Anyway, Tom Perry gets out with a 143.60. A little bit close to the wall down there. Guy King moving around a lot. That very tall little Corolla, and a 703 at 204 off the trailer for Guy King. Thank you very much. Knocking on the door of a 6-second pass. And 703 goes to the top.
That is awesome there for Guy King. Last time we had him at a Jamboree, he accidentally had a tangle with the wall. He decided he was going dancing with that wall in
I
the
don't
breaking
think anybody
area.
does it deliberately.
No, he definitely didn't do it deliberately. So to come back out and run that is incredible for those guys. They'll be really happy to get that time slip.
Oh, 100%. Anything when you're getting close to a 6 is pretty stout, especially in these kind of cars. Next up, it is George Nader, the VL Commodore with the RB30 power plant, taking on Trent Bink. Again, the Holden Calais, the VL with the RB30 in it, racing for Concrete Sleepers Canberra. It's funny, Concrete Sleepers Canberra could be another name for the Mafia, couldn't it? Anyway, the upright steel car out of Mount Nathan in Queensland. Very nicely presented vehicle, this one. And George Nader waiting pretty patiently over there. After a really big burnout, he was right into it all the way out to the 330-foot mark. You can actually see where the tyre tracks finished up down there. Obviously, whatever it is, he knows he needs a little bit more heat in the tyres to try and get this thing down the racetrack. The right lane does seem to be a little bit, I don't want to say worse, but a little bit trickier to get down than what we've seen from the... If you can hear George of the Jungle in the background, that's Janie's ringtone.
For my husband, because
Little bit concerning.
He Tarzan.
Oh, there we go. There we go. All right, so Trent Bink and George Nader. We're all sitting up here in the commentary box going, what is that?
I couldn't hear it because I had my cannons on.
Yeah, good on you. Good on you. So, so George Nader's going to go on a solo pass here. Problems for Bink. Now, Nader gets the thing hooked up. 135 to the 60. That's the quickest 60 we've seen so far in this session, a modified 10.5. And an 860 at the other end. A little bit late on the chutes, only 158 miles per hour. So still a good finding out run for George Nader, and that will pop him into the number 2 qualifying spot. Unfortunately for Trent Bink, he's going to be pushed off the start line down there. You can see Anthony Matuk giving his assistance. Any RB with a Matuk sticker on the side of it, you know it's going to go pretty quick. So I wouldn't rule that one out for too long, that's for sure. Next up, it is Jason Scott with the EL Falcon. Speaking of good-looking 90s Falcons, Jason Scott with the EL Falcon taking on Graham Burton out of Canberra in the ACT with the Holden Gemini. Now, what engine is in that Gemini? It sounds like, is it rotor? I can hear a rotor down there somewhere.
Well, it says it's got 1300.
So it could be a 13B.
cc. I'm going to go 13B.
You'd say it's a pretty safe bet. Look, it's a safe bet to say that at least once every, I reckon, 2 or 3 runs you get a rotor at Jambo.
But, you know, I think this is the first rotor we've had here today. And we're like
Dom
3
Perry.
brackets deep.
Dom Perry was the first one.
Yes.
But other than that, no, you're right. Other than that, you're right. I really like that Falcon. I really like that Falcon. Is that from Townsville, is it? Mackay, wow. So up from North Queensland. Either way, it's a bloody long way to get down here, especially with the prices of fuel at the moment. So to anybody who travelled either state to be here this weekend, I absolutely tip my cap to you because it's a big commitment.
Yeah, and thank you for spending your hard-earned money on us here at Jamboree. We really appreciate it.
Absolutely. Graham Burton racing for HDS Mining Solutions out of Canberra in the ACT, down there in Canberra. Canberra and Canberra.
Canberra? Canberra.
They're just trying to confuse us now. When they named the place, I'm sure they went, there's going to be a couple of drag racing commentators in 2026 that can't get their tongue around this. Jason Scott gets off the line very nicely. A little bit lazy, 176, but I think I might have rolled the beams a little bit to the 60 there, and an 835 at 173. That probably should have been in the high 7s, that run. So Jason Scott, a little bit of work left to do. 894 for Graham Burton. We'll put him in the number 5 qualifying spot at the moment. 4 modified 10.5 presented by Tuff Streeters. But we've still got plenty more cars left to come. It is Adam Nuna coming up next, the SDR Motorsport RX3, taking on Kareem Amraz, the RX8, lining up. Can't even see it down there.
There it is.
This computer screen is in a really inconvenient position. Is that no? Well, it's also because they've given me the kids' chair in the commentary box.
We need to get you a booster seat.
So this is what happens when you're the last one into the commentary box. You don't get to choose which seat you get. And I need it to be on wheels because I move around so much,
Yes.
but there's no more wheels in here. I'm going to go and try and steal one from somewhere else later. When Diggles gets here. Actually, maybe I should text him. I'll tell him to go to Office Works on the way.
I believe he is in the house. I believe he is on the premises
Diggles
now.
is in the house. Is he awake?
Don't know.
He's running on fumes at the moment, Mr. Diggles. There is some monsters up here. If you can hear us, wherever you are, if you see a bloke wandering around looking a little bit untidy, a little bit unshaven, and wearing a Jambo hat and cap, and he looks a little bit lost, just check it if Mr. Diggles is okay. Because he's done a lot over the last 24 hours. So Adam Nurner gets absolutely stuck into the burnout. That is what we like. And he's out of Denham Court, which is just down the road, the SDR Motorsport RX3. And Kareem Amraz didn't have the best burnout down there, but still they're going to put it in the beams and send it from Warrington Downs in New South Wales, only about 20 minutes down the road from where we sit right now.
And a big shout out to everybody who is watching online. Give us a like, give us a share. Let's get the word out about our live streaming on the Jamboree YouTube channel. All thanks to our great friends at Overtaking Lane.
And be nice in the comments. Please be nice. We're just commentators. We're fragile.
Well, someone just asked if this track is in Puerto Rico. Not quite.
If this track is
If
in
this
Puerto
track, it is definitely not in Puerto Rico.
I thought you said someone just asked, are there tractors in Puerto Rico?
No, if
And
this
I'm like,
track
I'm
is
pretty
in
sure
Puerto
there are
Rico.
tractors in Puerto Rico. Weird question to ask on the Jambo live stream, but whatever. I don't judge. Yeah, no, we're not in Puerto Rico. We do have a lot of roaders here and a lot of compact cars, sports compact cars, but no.
This is definitely 100%.
I thought the accents of the
Aussie.
commentators would have given it away.
Oh, you think so?
You know, just an idea.
And that we're not speaking Spanish? I assume they speak
No,
Spanish?
the Spanish commentator's coming a little bit later. All right, so both cars in the beams, ready to go. Whoa! Wild launch for Adam Nurner. We got to get a replay of that because I'm pretty sure that was all four wheels off the deck for Adam Nurner. That thing absolutely slapped the wheelie bars, stood up and begged like a dog begging for a biscuit. Keep your eye right of screen. That thing just launched hard. And look, it's not a way to go quick, but if you can't be quick, be spectacular. That thing was just violent on the start line, and Kareem Amraz looked like he just bombed the tyres a little bit as well off the hit. Just didn't really leave the line. And now we've got the world's most expensive billy cart race on the racetrack. Two cars coasting to the finish line. Nurner is going to get there first with a blistering 35-second pass to a 40.90 for Kareem Amraz. And hopefully, fingers crossed, there's not too much damage on either of those cars. So either way, eventful. Not quick, but definitely eventful. Patrick Long will take on Cameron Borserio now from Okay, to our friend on the live stream who asked, are we in Puerto Rico? I didn't realise you were in Germany. So, you know, accents probably aren't the strongest thing. So no, we are not in Puerto Rico. But I'm glad you're watching from Germany. How big is drag racing in Germany? I know they do it at Hockenheimring, and I think there's a couple other places, but yeah, I don't know how big the drag. Let us know, how big's the drag racing community in Germany? There you go. The international sport. Jambo just brings people together from all around the world. That's what it's about. So right now we've got a bunch of people watching online. Nearly 600 odd people watching online already. And it's not even 10 o'clock in the morning here in beautiful Sydney town. Next up it is Patrick Long from Wamberal in New South Wales taking on Cameron Borserio from Strathfield Say, I think it is. I don't know if that's a typo or just a alphabet soup, but it's from Victoria. RX-7 up against the Mazda Capella. Both cars really struggling to get a hold of the track down there. Patrick Long has got some problems. He actually pulls over to the side of the racetrack and across the line for a 965 at 116. 0.41 miles per hour for Borserio. So he will slot into the field once Patrick Long crosses the finish line there. And there it is, 23.12 for Long, and he should take the first exit. So we are now into Street 289. My apologies, I missed that change of category. So Street 289 as we jump out of modified 10.5. Next up it is Sandy DiPietro from West Hoxton taking on Marcus Dillerman from Thomastown in Victoria. I reckon nearly half, probably more than half of our competitors have actually come from interstate this weekend, which is awesome. So it is a 2021 Subaru BRZ for Marcus Dillerman. Not a car that we've seen a lot of on the drag strip here in Sydney. Sandy DiPietro, more of a conventional style car. The Datsun 1200 Ute. Very nicely presented car, this one, for Dillerman. Really like the style of this thing. Just waiting on these cars to come into stage. Everyone really taking their time. There's not a lot of urgency out there at the moment today with getting these cars in the beams. Brings it up on boost and doesn't really go too far. DiPietro over near the centre line. That's not where you want to be. Get it back, Sandy. Get it back. Get it back. Oh, he got there anyway. So 874. He moves it back in the braking area with gusto after the finish line. 874, 155 miles per hour.
He just wanted to take the long way down the track, Rusty.
Man, he rode that centre line. Like, I don't know if he was using it as a guide rope or whatever, but he was absolutely on the centre line the whole way down the racetrack.
Eric Sliger now moving forward in the rocket lane. In beside him will be Brent Coles. Colesy in the RX-7, making the trek down from Queensland. Another one of the spot-on performance workshop guys.
With a 13B in it.
With a 13B in it, does it right.
Mazda with the rotor in it, just the way it got
That's
intended. Just the way it got intended. And Eric Sliger, the 77 RX3. This car has been around for a long, long time.
Yes, the L Sniper.
L Sniper. It's like you just pick words and put L in front of it now. It just seems like what we do.
We call you L Rusty.
Yeah.
L Gregory.
El Rustaferio. We'll go with that. Brent Coles, the spot-on performance. How many cars are actually here from spot-on this weekend?
A whole semi-trailer load full.
Yeah, basically. Basically, they support this event like not too many other race teams do.
Yeah.
And it seems like everyone in the family's got a car.
Got a car.
Everyone gets to go racing.
Yeah.
You get a car, and you get a car, and you go racing. It's like Oprah, but for drag races.
Yeah.
So this is the first qualifying session for Street 289. Both races, long-time competitors in Australian drag racing. Coles out of Heritage Park in Queensland. Sligo out of Orange in New South Wales, out in the Central West.
Sligo goes nowhere.
Everyone really struggling to get a hold of that right-hand lane down there. Brent Coles goes across the line for an 896, 151 miles per hour, 973 with a big pedal and drive job from Sligo. But that right lane has really proven tricky at the moment. So next up it is going to be Dib Toyul in the RX-7. Been around forever, this car.
Yeah, almost one of the original Jamboree vehicles that we've had racing over the years.
Yeah, this one is one of those cars that's really been doing it since day dot.
Yeah, and it's iconic as well.
Oh,
right?
yeah.
Of course, comes out of the John Blanche Racing stalls. Microtech on board, billet boss. Wilbert Performance is from Puerto Rico, so shout out to our Puerto Rican friends. And beside him will be Zoran Markovsky in the RX3 for Extreme Fab Works, 13B on board.
Of which we are not in Puerto Rico.
We are not in Puerto Rico, just clarifying.
We
This
can
is
confirm.
Sydney, Australia.
Sydney.
Sydney.
So Zoran Markovsky, the RX3. He's pretty much ready to go over there. He's done his burnout. He's backed it back. Tioldo, don't let anything get between him and a burnout.
No.
He loves a skid. So he sends it down there. Markovski's pretty much ready to put it in the beams. Dib Tool's got a... Well, he's going to need to take a packed lunch from where he stopped down there to get back. He's a long, long way down the racetrack.
Might need to take some reversing lessons from Georgie Raham and
Yes.
give that accelerator pedal a bit of a whack.
Give it a bit of love down there. That is one thing that they do very well, is reverse back.
I mean, look
The
at he's back
performance
now. Look at
guys.
that. And Div has just done a great job there as well. So
These RX-7s are such a cool thing. Like, the shape on these cars, this is my favourite shape of RX-7. And look, maybe it goes back to because it's that early 90s, mid to early 90s style of car, but everything had a bit of personality back then. It had a bit of shape about it. And just such a cool looking car.
Yeah.
Even with the curved doors, like, so much diversity here at Jambo.
Yeah.
So Tool racing for John Blanche Racing, tuned by Wilbert Performance. Markovski for Extreme Fab Works. And then get another one, just bombs the tyres at the hit.
Whoa.
Nobody has... I don't think anybody has really loaded it up and got a hold of that right-hand lane today.
No. Issues for Dib there as well. He brought it up on the two-step and then it just went quiet. So he's just going to cruise on down the boulevard. Markovski has pulled over towards the wall to get off the centre of the group. And this is going to be a rolling finish for both of them. If they get there. No. They're both going to stop at just about after the 1,000 foot there. Looks like they're having a bit of a chat, a bit of a wave. And Dib slowly goes on through for a 31.70 at 100 and definitely not 196 miles an hour. So something breaking the beams very quickly there. And will just be a moment while we get Zoran off the track. He has just pulled up short.
I tell you what, our gate workers are going to get a workout down there today. They've already opened it more times than I think they'd care to remember. But around the corner, so he'll clear off the racetrack. Fortunately, it doesn't look like there's anything. Doesn't look like there's anything on the racing surface. Just giving that right lane a little bit of a touch up down there. Hopefully that can bring it back to where we need it. But next up, it is going to be... I'm just waiting to see who's driving to... Oh, and there's no details. Because this car's had about 3 different drivers over the years, so it could be any one of the 3.
But we can tell you it is the Hurstfield Towing RX-7.
Towing RX-7.
I think from memory it was Blowy in the driver's seat today.
Yeah, also Stu Corp on board. And he's going to take on Corey Hunter, the 75 Holden Gemini, high-tech brakes, Arcus Energy, on-site steel fabrication and Hurstfield Towing. So 2 Hurstfield Towing cars on the racetrack. So this is Street 289. And...
yeah,
Mohammed Salame. There it is. So it is Blowy.
But I won't tell you that the IHRA number in the CompuLink does not match up to the IHRA number on our entry list. So
Jane,
just throwing another curveball out there for you, Rusty.
You're supposed to make this easier. You're just making this harder for me right now. Anyway, there it is. There's someone driving that car. Probably should be Blowy. We don't know.
We'll just assume it is.
We'll just assume it is. He's going to take on Corey Hunter on the other lane. The thing I love about this is that when they do the burnout and they open that rear window and they start flapping it, and then things flopping around and... oh, we've lost a shoe. That's the first shoe for the day. The shoe is gone. Shoe down. That's a public service announcement for any crew members today. Make sure you do have your laces done up tightly.
Super tight.
Slip-on shoes, no good. No good.
No. So the Hurstfield Towing RX-7 with some help from QPG. In beside him will be Corey Hunter in this Gemini. The second of the Hurstfield Towing vehicles on track, because he too gets some help from those guys. Also running for high-tech brakes and Acra's Energy. And on-site steel fabrication. Hunter's ready to go, just waiting on the RX-7 to move on in. This is Street 289 action.
Oh.
Spin, spin, spin.
Salami has about 3 stabs at it to get it back into the groove and actually gets down the racetrack with an 834 173. That'll be moving towards the top of the tree, I think, at the moment. Corey Hunter the thing just didn't really go anywhere. Just bombed the tyres again and didn't really move off the start line. So 8:34 should be enough, I think, to take the Hurstville Towing RX-7 to the top of the tree. No, in fact, yes, he will.
Yes,
it will be at the top
that
of the tree.
476 is
Yep.
not quite.
Believe it or not, a 476 is not a legitimate time
No.
in Street 289. So as it stands at the moment, number 1 is the Hurstville Towing RX-7. Sandy DiPietro in 2. Brent Coles in the number 3 spot, followed by Cameron Borserio, and they took it away from me before I could finish the list.
I think it was Eric Sligar.
Eric Sligar.
I think.
And that's the top half of the field as it stands at the moment. So we're going to push Corey back off the start line.
And then I think we're going into some modified compact action.
Modified compact. Fun, fun, fun. So modified compact is open to bracket sponsors. So if you've got a company out there at the moment and you want to get involved with Jamboree, which is obviously one of the gold standards in terms of event delivery in Australian drag racing, make sure you get in touch because there are a couple of brackets that are in need of a bracket sponsor, and I'm sure they'd be happy to talk to you. Of course, we do have the Shannon Show and Shine going on this weekend as well. We'll be doing the Shannon Show and Shine presentation at 2:30 this afternoon. I believe that I'm probably doing the Show and Shine presentation up there. But just some of the awards we're giving out. Top sedan, top coupe, top wagon, van or ute, top paint, best interior, top bodywork, top rotary engine bay, top piston engine bay, top Mazda, top Nissan, Toyota, Mitsubishi, best wheels, tough stands, top engineering, top high-tech, promoter's choice, third, second, and king overall of Jamboree. So basically, we've got 1 million trophies to hand out for the Shannon Show and Shine. So it's a few cars up there already. You can see the guys from Shannon's Insurance have already rolled in. Make sure you go and have a chat to them as well if you need insurance on your classic car or motorcycle or home insurance or just about anything that you need insurance for now. So get up there and talk to the guys from Shannon's. But I know it is fairly wet up there as well, which is why we're not seeing too many cars parked on the grass.
Yes.
Because we have had... 3 more days and we probably would have needed Noah's Ark.
Yes.
It's been really,
wet.
really soggy. So, with that now, we move on to a couple of cars and we have no idea who either of these two are. So, it is modified compact, I can tell you that. But looking at the entry, so it's Ertan Oza in the RX3. And I'm just trying to see... 8715. I think it's Mohammed Osman in the Evo 2 Lancer down there. So I think it is actually the wrong race number on the screen, but that's okay. So Mohammed Osman taking on Ertan Oza. Other than that, we don't have a lot of details. I can tell you it's a rotor
There we go.
in the aeroflow lane, but for Osman, 95 Mitsubishi Evo. All-wheel drive this car, which does tend to make it a little bit of a handful to drive it on down the racetrack. Both cars in, no much about here. Red light on the tree. Gets a hold of the racetrack, does Osman, so that's a good start, but he rolls out of it just before half-track. Drops the parachute down there, and an 8.56 for Oza. First pair of modified compact cars down the racetrack. And it's actually a huge list of modified compact cars here this weekend. Looking at it, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13. So there's probably about 25, 26 cars in modified compact.
25 to be exact.
20, I just guesstimated it.
Oh, see?
Credit where
You're
credit's
cleverer
due.
than you thought you were.
No, you are, because you did the research before me and actually put it up on the,
Thank
on
God
the computer screen.
Thank God for Excel.
So Russell Archer, another one of these guys who's been around in the Jambo scene forever.
Yeah.
With the RX4 Coupe. 13B rotor underneath the bonnet of that one. Taking on Robbie Butler with the 69 Toyota Corolla, which, you know, we've seen plenty of Corollas with rotors in it over the years. We haven't seen a lot with the 3RZ in them.
No. But Robbie has been campaigning this vehicle for almost forever as well. Again, one of the OG Jamboree vehicles.
Yeah. I'm just having a look. There was actually a lot of stuff coming out of the exhaust down there, and it wasn't smoke. It looked like...
Come on, Doddsy. Where's your muscles, Doddsy? Alan Dodd down there just giving them a hand to push back Butler's car.
So whatever it was that was coming out of the pipe, it wasn't... it looked liquidy to me. That's the technical term, liquidy.
So all eyes on Russell now. The Archer family have been having a great time racing over the last couple of years. They've done lots of travelling up to Queensland for all different sorts of events. And as always here, supporting the Jamboree out of the Pack Performance Workshop.
Whoa! Hang on to it. Hang on to it, Russell. 1, 2, 3, 4. Was that 5 wheel stands?
That was, I don't know, I didn't count.
I'm going with 5, and that was about the most misbehaved pass I think I've ever seen Russell Archer do. Have a look at the replay on it. It definitely had the front wheels up 5 times, and it's just a shame that didn't happen in racing because he would have got the wheel stand of the day.
See, I told you they've
award.
been having fun with their racing.
So we've gone from cars not being able to get a hold of that
Here we go.
right-hand lane.
1, 2, 3, 4.
Now, it doesn't look like it, but he actually did an amazing job of driving that car there because he got off it before it started dragging the bumper, and he actually feathered it as it came down to try and catch it. So I don't think it did too much damage under that car as it did, but man, that was a big one. So next up it is Jen Dodd from Birkdale in Queensland, part of the What Up G Racing crew, and taking on Daniel Ruggia, the rotorgeek.com RX3, and again another car that's been around for a long, long time.
Yep, so good to have the Rotor Geeks back in the RX3. And Jen Dodd, some would say almost the brains trust behind the What Up G Racing family. Of course, comes out of the Boost Works workshop. Also get some help from the RX3 Radial car.
Ruggia is out of the car down there, which is less than ideal.
That is not what we like to see.
No, especially when you've got another car that's trying to stage down there. It's pretty unusual to see a driver actually get out on the racing surface. Usually you try and push the car back and actually get the car down the racetrack. But either way, it does mean that Dodd is going to be pushed back because obviously with where that car is stranded down there in the Rocket Industries lane, does make it difficult to send anything down the other lane safely. So Dodd will be pushed back off the start line for now at least, and we're going to engage manual reverse gear down there to get the Rotor Geek car back off the racetrack. So modified compact, bringing it left, right and centre at the moment. I still can't believe that wheel stand out of Russell Archer. I've never seen that car do that before.
No,
it's usually a well-behaved car.
Yes.
Done a million runs, really well sorted, and it just launched the thing to space. It's just a shame it wasn't in racing because, of course, we do have to hand out some trophies and some prizes for the Commentator's Choice Awards, of course, and that is the Light of the Night, Sky's the Limit, the Burnout Award. So Sky's the Limit is obviously the wheel stand award, and there is a lot of science that goes into the judging. We do have a criteria up here. It is governed by the International Wheel Stand Federation.
The height, the hang, the haul.
It's the 3 H's of wheel stand. You nailed it. Height, the hang, and the haul. The height, obviously, self-explanatory, how high the thing goes up.
You got to get it up.
Russell Archer nailed that one. The hang wasn't exactly there, but it was up for a while. It was up for a while.
And the fact he did it multiple times.
That's right. Now, the haul is obviously, I think, the most underrated of the 3 H's of wheel standing. The haul is when you can pick the front wheels up and absolutely haul them out as far as you can go. So if you can haul them to half track,
power wheel stand.
if you can do a power wheel stand to half track, man, you are that's
one hand on the trophy.
Mint.
Yeah,
absolutely. Same goes to the Burnout Award that we're going to be presenting a little bit later on. Remember, this all has to be judged based on racing. We don't do it in qualifying. We do it based on racing. So Burnout Award is pretty self-explanatory, but again, it's not quite that simple. It is governed by the International Drag Racing Burnout Federation, and the judging is about the intensity of the smoke, how quickly you can come up with the smoke.
The length of the smoke.
The length of the burnout is important. I mean, Anthony Matuk, if you're out there, I don't think Anthony could win it again this year, could he?
I think we're just going to have to ban him from it.
We almost need to, because he's kind of made it his own personal mission to win the Burnout Award at every single Jambo, every single year for the remainder of eternity.
Yes.
Whether he could do it today, who knows? But
he gave VL got a good crack last night.
He is a multi-time winner of the Burnout Award. So, and also, of course, the Crew Style Award, which comes back to basically best presented crew.
Yes, that's right.
So if you
is it best presented? I always thought it was best looking.
Well, it could be best looking, but it's really up to us. There's no international federation for Crew Style, so we don't have any judging regulations or rules that we need to follow on that one.
But we do like to have a good presentation, though.
Yes.
And
But
sometimes if you've got your pit bay done up as well, that does help. Good presentation in the pit bay.
disco lights.
Disco lights helps.
Yeah, fairy lights,
fairy
and mirror
lights.
balls, things like
Yeah,
that.
smoke. You know.
Yeah, slushy machines.
Oh yeah.
And
And a good kebab.
you know, I don't like to publicise this, but Janie is open to bribes for the Crew Style Award. So if you happen to have any, you know, chocolate or food or, you know, there's always good food at Jambo. That's the one thing you got to say. When you walk through the pits, it is the best smelling pits that you go to all year.
It is. It's not just the aroma of methanol burning. It's,
No, it's
the
not.
aroma of the kebabs.
No, it's not. So we've just got a little bit of cleanup going on down there in the Rocket Industries lane, and hopefully we shouldn't be down for too long. I do want to say a big thank you to our event support partners here this weekend as well. Platinum Racing Products, PRP, who just keep coming out with more and more and more product and more technology. It's awesome to see what they're doing. Haltech Engine Management Systems, again, another Australian company that has just been kicking goals around the world. Dragphotos.com.au. Dave Reed, I know he's here this weekend, and I know he's already been sending me photos, so thank you, Dave. I haven't replied yet, but I appreciate it, mate. And, of course, Pack Performance Motorsport and Accessories, another name that's been associated with Jambo since day dot. So while we're getting this cleaned up down there in the Rocket Industries lane, we might take a very quick word from our partners here at the Garrett Advancing Motion Sydney Jamboree, presented by Fueltech and Tuff Streeters.
What does it mean to be built with Summit? It means you're hitting the autocross, drag strip, road course, trail, dirt, or open road with confidence. Because built with Summit means you're using parts from the top names in performance, priced to make your project affordable. And it's all backed by trusted tech expertise and blazing fast shipping. Summit Racing Equipment. Let's build it together. SummitRacing.com.
Buying for your business? Get trade pricing on the Super Jeep Auto range. Register online or in store today and make your trade super with Super Jeep Auto Trade.
We've always had a few cars. They're all special. The T-Bird,
Oh, that's mine.
the Combi for when we want to get away, the XR8.
It's going to be a classic.
They're all insured with Shannon's,
We've also got Shannon's home and contents cover.
which helps protect our automotive collectibles, tools and memorabilia in the home and garage. If you're motoring enthusiasts like us, it's got to be.
Shannon's.
Shannon's, insurance for motoring enthusiasts. Call 13 46 46 for a quote.
Racing has always been about pushing limits, but the future isn't just horsepower. It's intelligence. Vision FT isn't just software. It's a platform, a new way to see, a new way to control, the future at your fingertips. Built for today's racers, and everything that comes next. This is Vision FT. This is Fueltech.
Hey, true, bet that up for the track. Go take it to the top, and that's the truth hurts. Oh yeah, take it from the drink this oh yeah. If you're ballin' by your models insane. Oh yeah, my man. If you're pimpin' your skirts and your ass is fat and say. Oh yeah, papi. If you're willing to fight till the fucking the night and say. Oh yeah, oh yeah, oh yeah, oh yeah, oh yeah, oh yeah.
What does it mean to be built with Summit? It means you're hitting the autocross, drag strip, road course, trail, dirt, or open road with confidence. Because built with Summit means you're using parts from the top names in performance, priced to make your project affordable. And it's all backed by trusted tech expertise and blazing fast shipping. Summit Racing Equipment. Let's build it together. SummitRacing.com.
Shopping for your business? Then Supercheap Auto Trade is for you. Sign up with your ABN to unlock exclusive trade pricing, time-saving tools, and a dedicated website built to make ordering easy. And here's a game changer. The barcode scanner on our mobile site lets you scan any product and view your trade price. Whatever your trade, make it super with Supercheap Auto Trade.
We've always had a few cars. They're all special. The T-Bird,
Oh, that's mine.
the Combi for when we want to get away, the XR8.
It's going to be a classic.
They're all insured with Shannon's,
We've also got Shannon's home and contents cover.
which helps protect our automotive collectibles, tools and memorabilia in the home and garage. If you're motoring enthusiasts like us, it's got to be.
Shannon's.
Shannon's, insurance for motoring enthusiasts. Call 13 46 46 for a quote.
Racing has always been about pushing limits, but the future isn't just horsepower. It's intelligence. Vision FT isn't just software. It's a platform, a new way to see, a new way to control, the future at your fingertips. Built for today's racers, and everything that comes next. This is Vision FT. This is Fueltech.
Hey, true, bet that up for the track. Go take it to the top, and that's the true first. Oh, yeah. Then you work with the same drip and drink this oh, yeah. If you're ballin' by your motto's insane. Oh, yeah, my man. If you're pimpin' your stats and your ass is fat and say. Oh, yeah, my man. If you're willing to fight till the fucking the night and say. Oh, yeah, oh, yeah. Oh, yeah. Oh, yeah, oh, yeah. Oh, yeah.
Welcome back to the Sydney Garrett Advancing Motion Jamboree, presented by Tuff Streeters and Fueltech. My name's Rusty Gregory. Joining me in the commentary box, Janie Smith. I almost used your maiden name. I almost did, and I saved it. This is the problem when you know people
Rusty,
for so
you can
long.
call me anything, just so long as you call me.
Okay, that was very sweet. That was very nice. I'll run with that. We still have no sign of Mr. Diggles in terms of the commentary box up here, so I'm just hoping that he's okay and he hasn't curled up underneath a car or something somewhere.
Hopefully not.
Like, nothing would surprise me if you just do a cursory welfare check inside all of your transporters and trailers, guys, because Diggles might have just curled up for a little nap.
I'm sure he will be fine.
So, Jen Dodd now, the What Up G Boostworks RX3. And going to be going on a solo pass. He was supposed to take on Daniel Ruggiero, but he got pushed back off the start line and will not be able to make this run. So Dodd will go on a solo pass. Pretty neat little car, this one. Very neat little car, this one. Miss Rhoda, number plates. I like it. Part of the What Up G crew.
Yeah, great to see Jen out having a skid here this morning. Sorry. It's all happening. It's all
That
happening.
ringtone is... It'd probably be okay if we weren't on air.
No,
No, it's
I
all
should
right.
turn it down.
I mean, now everybody knows that, you know, George of the Jungle, Jane, Tarzan, all the rest of it. I think gives us a little glimpse into things that we didn't really ask for. So, there you go.
Welcome to my life.
So, modified compact now, a bit of a mixed bag in terms of what we've seen out of qualifying so far across the board for pretty much all the cars in this category. I don't think we've seen anybody really go all the way to the finish line, with the exception, I think, of... Oh, no, that was modified 10.5. So, yeah, I don't think we've seen anybody go all the way to the finish line yet. Dodd's gone in and staged pretty deep here. Didn't really get on boost, but it'll come on pretty nicely as it goes on down the racetrack there.
And then goes quiet.
Yeah.
Strange days. Interesting enough, Jen is the only Dodd here running this weekend.
Oh, really?
Unfortunately, Alan is not entered, so he is here. We do not
That's
miss
why he's looking
those
so
red lights.
relaxed down there.
He is. He's looking very chill, isn't he?
Very chill. Next up, it is Scotty Cousins, the Gas Racing Datsun 1200. This car is one of the best engineered cars. When you actually go down and have a look at it, it is so well done, this car, and just repeatable. Gets out there and goes down the racetrack, and I'll probably put the commentator's curse on him, but goes out there, goes down the racetrack nearly every single time. Mid to low sevens.
Yes, we did have a comment on the live stream chat asking if we were fans of this car, and very much so.
Oh,
This vehicle, Scott Cousins, is fantastic. A big shout out to everybody online. We've had quite a few. I can see that Brycey Miller's online. Good morning, Brycey. Wish you were down here joining us.
I've got to jump on and have a look now. I feel left out. I've got to jump on and have a look at the comments.
We've had a hello to PWT107 from Germany. So great to have everyone on board here on our Jamboree YouTube. Make sure, like I said, give us a like, give us a share. Spread the word around. We are here at the Sydney Jamboree. Grimace gets out. Michael Pepe in the little roller.
Is that the old Grimace car, is it?
It is.
Oh, Scott Pender used to have that car.
Yes.
Years ago.
And I believe it's had a bit of a makeover and is now out of the Boost Works workshop.
Cool.
And went on through for an 11.08, not the greatest of passes, and a 13.60 for Cousins. So some work to do for both competitors.
Yeah, not much to write home about for either racer there. I was going to say, I used to work with Scott many years ago, Scott Pender. So there you go. Jimmy Pexon now up against Martin Whelan. The Black Track Performance Ford Falcon taking on the 83 Toyota Hilux. No mucking about for either of these two guys. Straight up to the beams, putting it in, getting ready to race. We do seem to have a few guys taking... Oh, big wheel stand!
Ew.
And over the centre line, Jimmy Pexon. Hang on to it, son. Hang on to it. It's only the first qualifying session.
Oh, my
Can we calm it down a little bit? Bring it down. Just bring the temperature back a little bit. The crew are walking away going, I don't know where that came from. Oh, I missed the replays. Well, actually, hang on.
No,
I
you will
can watch
see
it on the stream.
That is the live stream that you were just watching. We will have the replay up just a moment.
That is a big wheel stand, and I'm actually hoping he didn't do any damage because the thing looked like it was kind of sitting off to a little bit lopsided down there when it was going on down the racetrack. I don't know whether he actually got the centre line or whether it just blew the timing block off down there. But either way, that is a little bit too much action for the first qualifying session. Wow. Jake Matheson's going to be the next car up, the Empire Roofing Datsun 1200. Here's one more replay. You can see how high it got. It almost dragged the bumper and well, it got very close to the centre line. I'm not making the call as to whether or not he crossed the centre line there, but...
no. That's above my pay grade.
Yeah, we don't get paid enough for that.
No.
That's someone else's problem. All right, so...
But what we were saying about the height to hang the haul, now that had the haul.
It did have the haul. He really...
It had that speed up.
It dragged it out there. Yeah. It did have the hang for a little while. Yeah, look, truthfully, it had all three. It was scrappy. It wasn't.
Yeah, it wasn't a clean power wheel stand.
Definitely had all the elements. A little bit of tuning needed. All right, so having a look at some of the comments, we've actually got a lot of people watching online already. Well over 700 people watching online. So a big shout out to wherever you might be watching from. I know we've got people watching from Germany. I think we had a couple from Puerto Rico. Someone watching from the mountains of Northern California in the USA. I'm assuming that's wine country.
I love that. Up Napa Valley way,
Napa Valley way. That'd be nice.
Brum brum.
Brup,
Brum
brup.
brum.
So next up, it is a couple of cars. Well, if you're from Germany, you probably have no idea what we've got on the racetrack. It is a 74 Datsun 1200. That's the ute. Nitrous assisted to get it up on the boost, 13B rotor. Taking a Randall Graham in the XD Ford Falcon, which is... You didn't see these anywhere else in the world.
No.
Maybe New Zealand.
Maybe.
That was about it. The big XD Falcon, a car that is iconic in terms of Australian...
Motorsport.
Motorsport and just Australian car culture.
Yeah.
This thing is such a cool thing. Big, boxy, square, heavy. It's got a barrier in it, so it's going to go pretty fast. Randall Graham out of Woongarra in New South Wales. Jake Matheson out of Silverdale, New South Wales, just out about half an hour away to the southwest of here. Whoa, another big one. Another big one. That was just straight up and down.
I tell you what, this Aeroflow lane is turning into Wheel Stand Alley.
What is going on out here?
Check out Jake Matheson. Goes on through, though, wheel standing his way to an 892, 159 miles an hour in that Datsun 1200 ute.
Jane, I need to take responsibility for some of these wheel stands.
Oh, okay.
I had a Red Bull early, and Red Bull gives you wings.
Wings.
And I think everyone's just taking it a little bit too seriously. Wow. That thing just... Again, went straight up and down. I don't think it got through one full revolution of the tyre before the thing stood up on the bumper. That was wild. Absolutely wild. All right. Next up, I don't even know what's going on. Ben Clark from Orchard Hills. I'm just trying to keep my head above water here. There's wheel stands and burnouts and it's all going on. Diggles would be across it. He'd know what's going on.
No, he wouldn't. He'd just pretend to. It's all good.
And there's nothing wrong with that
There's
either.
nothing wrong with that.
All right, so it is Ben Clark. He's in the VL Calais, the racer out of Orchard Hills. Don't have any details on the Black Falcon Ute down there in the Aeroflow lane. Nope, don't have any details on him, not even on the entry list. But I can tell you we're still in modified compact. Ben Clark gets really twisted up down there. But it gets rounded up before half track and goes across the line for 9.56 at 142 miles per hour. 8.88 at 153 for the Black Falcon Ute. I dare say probably got a Barra in it, turbo Barra. As we see Petros Christophilopoulos coming out now in the modified compact class from Casula up against Adam Tompkin from Ingleburn. Racing for Mosul Clutch Masters and Dodson. So the R100, very, very neat little car, this one. And the 2016 Volkswagen Golf. This is not something that you generally see too much of on a drag strip.
No, but you do see, especially front-wheel drive cars in modified compact.
Yeah.
One thing I love about modified compact, it is a bit of a bitzer bracket. It is bits of everything.
Yeah, there's no real right or wrong way to go racing in modified compact, is there? Like, you can kind of find a combination that will fit the rules, but there's no one combination that has a real distinct advantage over anything else.
No.
Either way, that's probably the toughest Volkswagen Golf I think I've seen. Look at the big diffuser hanging out the back of it. That's a wild little bit of kit, that one. So racing for Galano as well. Adam Tompkin, let's see what he can do. I'm a bit curious about this car.
And you always got to love an R100. This one of Petros Christophilopoulos is awesome. It's such a neat little vehicle. Gets out nice and clean.
Man,
Goes on through 1,000 foot, through the quarter mile in 8.86, 151 miles an hour. Unfortunately for the Volkswagen, had to button off.
a little bit of smoke out down there. You can't let the smoke out too early because you can't get it back in.
I'll tell you what, he didn't throw a rod.
No, he didn't throw a rod. Confirmed. Little bit smoky down there. Maybe just a little bit of blow by on the turbo. Who knows?
Yeah.
But looks like we're going to send it. The Volkswagen was on a pretty nice run. Went 144 to the 60, so it was on a pretty decent pass.
Yeah, it just went quiet after half track, unfortunately.
We're still trying to get their head around the combination as he rounds the turn-off down there, and we're going to go with Luki Soldatic, another name that's been around for a long, long time. It's funny, usually when you get to sort of mid-February, Luki comes out and starts running a few events here and there to get ready for Jambo, because not a racer who does a huge amount of racing, but 9 times out of 10 we see him at Jambo every year.
Yep.
He's going to take on Steve McGurr from Oak Flats, the Cruise and Fabrications RX-7, another guy who's been around for a long, long time in the Jambo realm with a few different cars over the years as well.
And I think it'd be really great if we had a resurgence of these CRXs, all the front-wheel drive race cars.
Yeah, there was a lot of them for a while and then they kind of went away.
Yeah.
Probably because they handled like the devil. And I think that's been kind. Have a go at the pipe out the hood.
See, that's cool.
That thing is moving 794 at 196 miles per hour.
No, thank you.
Wow, I think that's a PB for Lukey.
Look at the team down there on the start line. They are extremely happy.
I was going to say, that's nearly 200 miles an hour in a front-wheel drive car. There's crazy
insane.
and there's crazy.
Oh,
and
my
that
God.
thing is crazy.
Steve McGurr, though, still went 8.55, 158 mile an hour, so he goes into number 2 qualifier behind that CRX of Soldatic.
Wow.
That is awesome.
Wow. Connor Fakino's down to SIC 100 Racing. Billet Boss Mazda 1300 with the 12A in it. And taking on Anthony Saab.
Oh, I've been told it's a Civic, not a CRX.
Oh, did you say CRX?
Yes,
Oh.
which is what was on our screen.
Oh, naughty.
I know.
Naughty, naughty. It is a Civic.
Sorry, I do apologise for just reading the information in front of me.
That's absolutely insane. I'm still trying to get my head
So
around
cool.
that. He's here. Mr. Diggles is here. Oh, it's taken a lot to get him here this weekend, but we got him here.
He's charging, he's cheering, he's ready to roll.
Yeah, he's looking pretty good. There's monsters in the fridge for you, bro. Oh, well, get on it, son. All right, so Connor Fakinos, the 72 Mazda 1300, racing from Matooks Racing, Tunesmith Custom Bodyworks, Planet Trim, and Dynamic Metals. Anthony Saab, that's in 1200. Now, I don't even know what's going to happen here. We could see cars go quick. They could do... Oh, that was very sweet. Thank you,
beautiful.
sir. There's a little bit of passion this early in the morning.
Love kisses early in the morning. There you go, the height to hang the hall.
Yes. The 3 H's of the wheel stand world. 835, 170 miles per hour, 974 at 142. And I think Fakinos will be pretty happy with that. Slots into the number 2 spot in behind Lucas Soldatic. Now, a quick public service announcement. If you happen to own a black Honda Civic with the registration number BGW17A...
Not a CRX, a Civic.
Not a CRX. It is a black Honda Civic, BGW17A. Please remove your car. You're actually blocking the staging lanes.
Oh, you can't
so
do
if
that.
you're blocking the staging lanes, generally speaking, we will get the forklift and drag the thing out of there. So I would say go and move your car ASAP. All right. I just don't know what's going on now. This has been a mental session of modified compact. It started out with a little bit of a whimper, but man, it's come home strong.
All right, Osman Ahmed in the RX-7, rounding out modified compact here this morning. Q1 overrun and done. There he goes.
Oh, strong burnout.
That is a beautiful burnout from an RX-7.
Now, I do also need to give the International Wheel Stand Federation handbook to Diggles as well. I don't think he's read it yet. And the international...
Read it, he wrote it.
We've also got the International Drag Racing Burnout Federation handbook as well. Not burnouts, not to be confused with burnouts. Drag Racing Burnout Federation. Separate, completely separate organisations. No, not... That's exactly right. So, yeah, we're very specialised here. All right. Osman Ahmed, the RX-7, trying to find reverse gear down there, doing it very, very slowly. I think he's got it.
Yep, you can see the reverse lights on from this angle. It's just a very slow process. Following modified compact, we will be moving into a bit of all-motor action, which is what the burbling noise we can hear below us is. Followed by street compact. Then we're going to do a little bit of track prep, and then it is action time. Factory Extreme will be taking it to the centre stage at about 10 o'clock, so just over half an hour from here. Just waiting on Ahmed to keep on reversing.
He's taken the long way back, isn't he?
He's certainly, not the long way, the slow way.
The slow
He's
way.
in the slow lane.
Saving all the performance for the racetrack.
Yep, he is in that
now-
wheel stand alley, so maybe he's just preparing himself for the wheel stand.
He's getting the finger signals down there from Billy, our starter. I'm not sure what the signals actually
I was going to say, was it a good signal or was it a not so good signal?
No, it wasn't a good signal. Like, it wasn't a
So
rude
it wasn't the
signal.
hearts?
No, it wasn't love heart, like the I love you. No, it wasn't like that. It was...
It was the
It was the
pointed
go
back.
home.
Yep.
Go home and stop leaking on my racetrack signal. And it definitely wasn't your number one either. So, a little bit of a clean up down there, and we are going to move into is it all motor?
It is
all motor.
All motor.
Okay.
How can you not tell by the sounds?
I know, I should. Well, that's just the sound of Jambo, full stop. Janie, I reckon if you want to go and have a break, because I know you're a little bit under the weather today, we'll get Mr. Beauty Sleep on the microphone, and we will move now into all motor. It is, well, I don't even know what we've got down there to kick off. It looks like a Corolla in the right-hand lane, and I have no idea. I can't even guess, but anyway, Mr. Diggles, the one, the only, 2 cancelled flights, a hire car, and a 10-hour, 11-hour drive, but he got here.
How are you? You know what? People are going, Diggs, how many Red Bulls do you need us? I don't know. A couple of 13Bs on the chip in the pits was enough for me. Here we go. All motor. Matthew Guffog and Sean Maslak. One from Laurieton, New South Wales, one from Thermstar. The Toyota Corolla with a 13B, the Datsun 1000 with a 13B. And as the class says, all motor, naturally aspirated, and that's tough. 1268. A lot of stick shift here as well, of course. 1295 for Sean. But yeah, big trip. We'll talk about it in the downtimes, Rusty.
The wagon had active aero.
Yes.
The rear door came open on it.
Yeah, it's they were never meant to have 13Bs and heavy flywheels and dropping the clutch on a sticky track.
No.
I think it might not be the last Datsun 1000 wagon tailgate that goes up. I also don't think it'll be the last tailgate that we don't see do something today.
100%.
Jambo's about doing things with cars that you don't normally do.
That they were never designed to do.
Never designed to do. There's still a lot of original DNA in these cars, though. Like 13B and an RX2, like we're looking at now. Exactly that. We've got Taz Gregoriou and Elias Melke out there. Cranky rotaries driven by cranky Greek blokes.
That's exactly right. Now, do you reckon when they were designing the RX2 back in, the early 70s, late 60s, early 70s, they were sitting down, they were doing their sketches. Did you think in 50, 60 years' time that they'd be going out and running down the racetrack?
Well,
in ridiculous times and speeds.
If you look in some early 1970s NHRA modified eliminator, the rotaries were on the drag strip in a class racing in the 70s. So they were taking Mazda against only race circuit. There was not really a drag racing agenda for Mazda. They were racing circuit, but not drag racing. So it took some Americans to start with. Of course, Japanese got onto it in Australia, Puerto Rico, Malta. We do it everywhere else in the world.
Germany.
Germany, Poland, Russia, 1210, 109, 1277, 110.
We have already had a shout out from Germany this morning on the live stream.
Guten Morgen.
Guten Morgen.
Or Guten Abend if it's evening.
Guten hello.
I mean, if it's at night time, but normally you'd say this if you're going to bed. Good Nacht. Gute Nacht is good night. Paul Matho is back. Sam Constantinu beside him. Here's that other Datsun 1000 with a 13B. Paul Matheson, cranky Mazda 1300.
I haven't seen that car for ages.
No, he's back with it from Silverdale and Sam from Maroubra. So imagine on a Sunday round near the beach, the brapping Datsun 1000 probably gets a run, I reckon. I would anyway. If I lived at Maroubra, I'd be going to get the paper on a Sunday in that thing. Whoa! There's the tailgate. Two little station wagons with 13Bs taking big wheel stands as they chop the tree. Here we go, through the stripe, 10.92 for Matho, 11.57 for Sam, making good power. Remember, this is a die-your-own bracket, I think, or even die-your-own elimination. So it's a bracket that rewards consistency, good reaction times, and the guy in the water on the far side with the Barra in the Cortina, Jason Studley's made it a pretty decent habit of chopping the field.
Absolutely. No Craig Wasson on the list.
Yeah, well, I mean, I call it the race. It's the race car curse. You might have it sitting there gathering dust. Everything else in life gets in the way, and sometimes it's just got to sit there until next time. It's nice that you shouted his name out. That'll inspire him.
Yeah, I hope so, because that's always a really cool car to watch.
It absolutely is. Now here's Fact Junior out there. Of course, the Fakinos with three cars here. This weekend. That's James Fakinos, the young brother. I think it's 13B. I forgot whether it's Bridge or a PP, but it's full tilt. Studley, the Barra, just such a great. Oh, there's going to be some bits in. I guarantee you right now, could be some bits coming out mechanically for the Mazda. Look at Studley, that Barra, that auto. I think it's a C4. It works every time. 1194, 112, 005 on the tree. Studley. That's why he's got a few all motor J's.
Picking up shrapnel off the racetrack. Anytime you're picking up shrapnel with one of these all-motor cars, that's never a good thing.
Welcome to another edition of Jambo. What's my breakage? And
look at the fuel cap.
Yeah, is it input shaft? Is it pinion on the diff? Is it a universal joint?
The engine was still going, so we know it's that. We know it didn't kick a rod. So
well, it would never kick one, will
exactly.
it? Yeah. That's unfortunate. Now, again, when you drive a full tilt stick shift anything, sometimes you're ready to fix breakage because you do occasionally expect it.
Yeah. You find the weak links.
Yeah. If that's a pinion on a 9-inch, you can change centres. If it's an input shaft and a gearbox, they can change gearboxes. If it's a universal joint, they've probably got 12 in the trailer. I think, and this is what I'm starting to look forward to getting into all motor and stick shift myself, is what will I break? And there's nothing in my combo that'll break. You know why? Because I'm making no horsepower. So that's why.
Yep.
I've engineered that into the car, so we're going to be nearly breakage free. Just don't bring the horsepower. Andrew Stavropoulos. Now, if this is the same Andrew Stavropoulos from Casula that used to have a EL Pro stocker back in the day. Oh, there's another one.
Breakage.
I didn't put the kiss of death on that one. That's just another welcome to another edition of What's My Breakage. This time, Andrew. input shaft, tail.
Yeah,
what
it
is
was something. Whatever it was, the engine was still going, but there's no drive forward or back.
Yeah, it's unfortunately for people that want to still use a clutch, it's, the torque converter is such a good deal. The auto is such a good deal. It's a nice soft hit on the drive line. You can wind all that up and let it go. But when you've got aggressive clutches in these cars and sticky traction, and
there's no in between.
There's no in between.
It's either in or it's out. It's going or it's not.
And I always figured if you were going to run a car like this, that you'd almost want to put a lot of tyre pressure in because you almost want it to spin a little bit. That way it won't break.
Yeah,
but
you don't want it to dead hook because that's when you really do find the weak links in things.
And remember, we see that in Pro Compact a lot over the years, is that they come out with full chip and they spin that tyre, but they're shifting as they spin, and they actually can. It doesn't slow them down.
It's controlled spin.
It's a controlled spin.
Yeah.
It's big enough tyre, and while it's spinning, it's still gripping. And if you bang another gear, maybe it won't. You get your wheel speed back.
It's almost like a slipper clutch, but
yeah. Well, in this case,
through the tyre.
For poor Andrew here, that was an absolute dead hook. That could have been, honestly, 8,000 on the two-step and drop the clutch. And then somewhere in that drive line, as I said, between input shaft and the pinion, maybe an axle, it could be anything.
Just gives me a little shiver up my spine when you say 8,200 and drop the clutch.
And a lot of these, and I've been lucky enough to drive some full tilt peripheral port Aspo Street stuff in the day, and I remember using the clutch in it. And again, you can either bog it, or you've got to have a few revs up. You also got to have a very strong leg, because it's a puck clutch. It's either in or it's out. There's no slippy. So sometimes I think the slippy is probably more beneficial, but keeping them from continuing to slip down the track's always a challenge. So that's all motor for now.
So I think we found the weak links in all motor because I think we had about 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. We had 11 cars to start with. I think we killed at least 4 of them in that session.
That's not good. That's not good.
No, hopefully they can get it back. And
I hope everyone in those pits might be ready for a bit of work.
Yes.
All right, here we go. We're in a street compact. Love street compact. This is Elijah Bendevsky and Frank Lancaster. Frank in the little Lancer. So, Frank, what have you done to the Lancer? I reckon this could be the year of the backyard build coming back, mate. I want to see more of it. I really do. Cranked Fabrications. Frank the Crank, maybe. 1136 at 135 for the Lancer. 1.9 litre, it says here. 1336 for the Sora. Again, original DNA, 1JZ on board.
What is Mario Polito doing down there?
Well, he can look if he wants, mate.
I'm just saying. I mean, this is not the kind of place where you would expect to find a pro stock racer.
Well, I mean, when you have a look at where some of the modern pro cars are in chassis-wise, they're essentially like pro stock cars, aren't they? And,
that's true.
Maybe scoping out that maybe, to keep a high-winding 1,000 horsepower small block together, and you realise you could go a high-winding turbo 2J for half the coin, and it'll do it for longer. Cameron Gardner, and just putting that idea out there. There's a couple here at the barrack, so God bless Australia.
Is it really?
Well, it was on the entry list. Let's see if it comes out. It's from South Australia. Cameron Gardner now here from Barnsley.
Remind me to tell you who I was talking to last week.
Perfect. Cameron Gardner, the 91 Sora, black track performance. He's there in the right lane. Ethan Hurst, the VL, there it is, in street compact. And it's hard to make the VL Commodore more of an icon than it is, but I've been telling as many people around the world, just because people know about it, and they go, what's the story with that car? I said, bro, it's a pretty big story. 1266, 1263, completely different cars and nearly identical elapsed time.
You look at how they actually made the ET there. The Sora was just slow as a wet week off the start
big
line.
heavy car too.
Exactly, big heavy car, but man, it came home at the other end of the racetrack. RX7 now for Paul Nardella, taking on Bradley Halliburton, the Cressida from Warners Bay. Yeah, again, another deal that can go together quite easily. The 1J in the Cressida. Paul Nardella, the RX-8 13B, of course, natural DNA in that, and we're getting more out of these cars than anyone else in the world per car. Cressida, we've got the world covered. Mazda's got the world covered. Toyota's got the world covered, except for cars like White Rice 590. Did you see that this week? World's fastest radial import car. 590.
That's wild.
And then even that week, even La Sala, both doing that. Like that. You know what? As much as
I mean, those cars could run at a Jambo. You know what I mean? That's how relevant Jambos become.
Yeah.
That's right up the alley. Haley Scott, all the way from Mackay. Yes, the Barra-powered R34. Michael Crouch from Jimboomba.
Hang on,
Again,
did you say Barra-powered R34
it is.
Skyline?
Yeah, Hales has got that. Scott Speed is the business, and of course Scotty will be up shortly in his EL. But Hales has got a Barra in that. It looks factory, bro. Like factory. Like Australia, the home of the Barra Skyline, the Barra anything, really.
Barra everything.
And look at it go. It's no slouch. We're in street compact here. And also, don't forget, if you can't afford Bitcoin, buy Barra. That's my advice. That's
982.
Chris Koshy, 982, 139. Paul Cliro, 1362 at 102 for Michael Crouch. Don't buy Bitcoin, buy Barra. I've been stacking them up.
You've got to put the disclaimer on it, though. Past performance is not any indication of future financial performance.
I can then guarantee in this investment, future performance will surpass past performance. I can tell you that right now. A set of spools, a billet oil pump gears.
Big turbo,
and
bro.
Factory gear and future performance is better than past performance. I don't know why I started talking that way. Steve Johnson, Craig English.
Because it's Jambo.
I mean, how do we even get to that when it's a Barra and an R34? I didn't have to go that way. Factory, Steve Johnson, Craig English now. The Celica, another two.
Two Celicas?
Yeah, well, one's probably a 1JZ, but the 2-litre could be anything, Steve, and I know I should know already. It could be 18RG. Look at that leave.
Oh.
Look at that leave.
It's cranky.
Celicas, they'll live forever if people still love them, you know? Like,
I've got to confess, I am responsible for there being one less Celica in the
what
world.
happened? Why?
I rolled it.
Well, you know what?
When I was 17.
Are you serious?
Yeah, I did.
I've got a similar story how I destroyed a Celica.
Did you really?
I hit 2 horses at 180 at Daybra.
I rode it off a horse jump.
I hit 2 horses. Wow. Did we just become best friends?
I think we did.
We already were.
Yeah.
Thomas Saris and Dominic Fakinos. Here's another one of the Fakinoses. Thomas Saris from Point Cook and Victoria. What?
I said oil. Big trail of oil.
Out of this thing.
Yeah, all the way out the back of it.
Oh, geez. Again, welcome to another edition of Jambo. What's my liquid?
Yes.
We got what's my breakage, and now it's what's my liquid.
Looking at that one, that's a very milky-looking oil.
Yeah, that is an oil.
Say
That
that's
is an
some
oil.
contamination in the oil.
Now, whether that's almost like it's done a water seal or something when it does that. I'm not a big diagnoser, if that's the word.
Diagnostics?
I'm not qualified to diagnose mechanical failure.
You're more qualified than me.
Hello, Lee. G'day, brother. Good to see you, mate. Oh, what? You can hear me or you can't?
I think he's talking to race control next door.
I don't know.
Or
I just caught him
medic
waving
director.
at me. Oh, that's right, because their office is right next door. And have a look at this. Thomas Saris, probably got the B18 in it. Look at this, 1072, 149 mile an hour. And I hope the Hondas are coming back, mate. We don't have enough of them.
Yes.
Of course, America's...
Well, based on what we saw from Lukey Soldatic this morning, yes.
Well, American Sport Compact, of course, was basically started on Hondas. It was actually enough to inspire domestic manufacturers in America to say, why are kids racing Hondas? Why aren't they racing Chevys? And then they all developed that Sport Compact program, and that's kind of how we evolved into... Well, I mean, we were doing Jambo before that, but we kind of adopted those rules along the way in some extent. And of course, they've let go of all that. They don't do it anymore.
Yeah.
But look how the industry got a huge hit when the manufacturers, you know what they did? They came in and they wiped everyone else out of the sport with more money.
Pretty much.
But you know what? It was guys like Ligenfelter that got the Chevy deal for the EcoTech.
Man,
so
I
the
haven't heard
EcoTech
that name for a while.
Well, the EcoTech was the big 4-banger. It's still the quickest 4-banger in the world. Of course, the Brunettes at 582. And still not a billet block either. Just GM
factory.
GM made 50 EcoTech blocks that were special. Ligenfelder had them. The Nace family that ran 620s in a dragster all those years ago. Then the Brunettes bought all that, and the Canadians with that Pontiac. Looks like they're actually selling that car. There might be another new car coming. So that they're trying to go 570s. They've got 2 Hondas up their backside in the 580s now in the States. So the Cast is Fast is still the quickest 4-cylinder in the world. All right.
Wild.
We've only got entrant 5933 out here, the RX2. There is, I think, Connor's there guiding him in. Vinyl roof, RX2, got a chute on it, so it looks pretty serious.
Yeah, don't have any details on, even on the entry list in Street Compact, but I'm a big fan of the vinyl roof. It does need some Venetian blinds in the back window, though, if I'm being honest. If you're going to go vinyl roof, you've got to go all the way.
It also needs some more bump practice, because that's another thing you can guarantee by the end of today. Start line infringements at the wrong time in racing, that's going to cost someone a win. And especially in qualifying today now, cost someone a time slip, which is going to be really important. the backstory to today, of course, is no one was able to test yesterday or Thursday.
So there was no testing yesterday?
Yesterday there was some, I do believe. Sorry, I apologise. There
Okay.
was some. But yeah, Thursday was a write-off. So there's a lot of people here hitting it for the first time. So every time slip's going to count in qualifying if you just... Look...
And it's funny, it's funny that you say that because we touched on it earlier on when you were still in bed this morning.
What time? Can you exactly tell me what time you were talking about? And I'll tell you whether I was in bed or not.
But the amount of guys that were going out and doing half-track runs, so they were going out, putting it to half-track and just buttoning it off and going, okay, well, this is really the first run for the weekend for a lot of guys. So they're just getting their eye in, making sure all the systems are working, making sure everything's just going to plan before they actually go out and send it all the way to the finish line. So...
it's great that you're all here, folks. I'm glad we got all our early birds in here to see the beginning of Jambo. I know we get a lot sort of after lunch when everyone's morning schedule gets done. But look, if you've got some friends that you know are a loose end, get them out here. Look, the stream's great. We can watch it all the way around the world. And hello to everyone watching on our
It's not like being
overtaking live stream. But it's nothing like walking through the pits. It's nothing
100%.
like actually seeing these cars. I started to say, come and look at the cars when they got their clothes off. Come and actually see the thing instead of seeing it on the
threatened me with a good
start line.
time.
Oh, I've been in there already having a look around there, mate. And it's interesting. And even, you know what I did? I was showing a good friend of mine the other week on YouTube. Just there's a YouTuber called Horsepower. I think it's called Horsepower Addiction. I think he sounds like he's either South African or something like that, or German. But he goes and does all the New Zealand drag racing, and he films it. And he films engines, and he goes to Europe and he films the events. And you know what he's big on? He gets in and films all of the engine. He films all the detail. He takes a lot of time just to film the cars up close. And you wouldn't believe it. I was seeing stuff at Brisbane Jamboree that I probably have taken for granted for years, and then just go, man, he's all over this. The whole world is watching these cars at this event. And of course, he edits that up, and it's a past tense thing. It's not a live stream. It's a past tense. And YouTube's basically based on a lot of past tense filming. Yeah. The live stuff only works if you're a mega movie star or whatever. But, what gets viewership is good video like he did. And hats off to him. And hope he's going to do a Sydney Jamboree again soon. But it's just amazing. As I said, I was showing a friend that hasn't been to a Jambo in years and saying, well, this is where we are at. And I know for a lot of people that have been coming to Jambo for a long time, you can almost take it for granted that it's this good. But remember, this is like world-class drag racing. It is of a professional level, but remember, I can vouch for nearly every entrant here, this is their recreation, Rusty. This is their passion. The car is their passion. The strip is their adrenaline fix. They're not offshore trying to land a tuna or a marlin. They're not hitting a golf ball this morning with 100 million other retired blokes. We are out here racing gorgeous automobiles that hopefully, if they love them forever, and you get a love-hate relationship with them, is that these things will live for 100 years, mate. As I said, my joke is this: in the future, in the year 2057, when the owner of a 57 Chevy opens up his parcel for his replica, whatever he needs to finish his 57, he's using recycled Tesla as the packaging. You know what I mean?
Yes,
you know
absolutely.
I mean? As you open the package for the 100-year-old car, there's your recycled Tesla wrapping. That's what it's going to be, mate. I can tell you.
Now that we've got a little bit of downtime,
you're going to talk me about your Celica?
No, I want to talk. I want to talk to you about your journey here this weekend, because everyone has a journey. Yep. But yours was a little bit more scenic than others.
Well, look, again, the world. If you listen to anyone on any mainstream platform, the world's going mad at the moment, right?
Yes.
So anyway, I think it was because of the weather that 50 flights were canned from Brisbane to Sydney.
We had a stupid amount of weather over the last couple of days, and it was fairly wild towards the coast. So, being that's where the airport is in Sydney.
Yes, they couldn't land there.
They couldn't land. So we probably could have got you to Canberra or somewhere like that.
Oh, look, it was interesting in the morning yesterday because again, it's hard for me to get Fridays off in my current employment, but I still got to go out there and put the world's best air conditioning split systems in, being Mitsubishi Electric. So I had to go and do that first. And then the whole idea was, 6 o'clock flight, Diggs, you'll be done by then.
Get an early night.
So the text, that's the plan. The text then at 6 o'clock in the morning was, Diggs, your flight's now 7 o'clock. It's not Virgin, it's Qantas. And I go, right, 7 o'clock, I've got a bit more time.
No dramas.
Got home, mate of mine dropped in. He goes, when are you leaving? I said, a couple of hours. Next thing you know, Kelly rings me and I go, this ain't good. And she goes, and she's almost laughing when she's telling me, there's no flight to Sydney that they could get me on until midday today, which means I would have been out here just before we started racing.
Yep.
And then there was this pause, and I said, so what are we doing? Like, am I staying here or am I staying here or am I coming down? And then my mate in the background goes, oh, we've probably got to drive. And then Kelly goes, well, could ya? And I go, well, if we can, have you got a car? It's like, well, I don't have a car.
Yeah.
I've got a work van, but because we're all flying back tomorrow, it's not like I can bring a car.
You can't just leave it here.
So we've got to take a one-way trip, and I couldn't get a car hire mob on the phone. Next thing you know, I'm hanging out my laundry, because I'm multitasking. I'm hanging out the laundry, all my work clothes for the week. Brrr, Kelly rings me, I'm hanging out my work pants. We've got a car. You've got to go to the airport to get it. I said, when can you be there? I said, I don't know, 5 o'clock. And she goes, good. Mate, do you reckon I could find that car hire company at my own airport? I've never hired a car.
company?
I've never got off a
Give 'em
plane
a
in
plug.
Brisbane and hired a car. I've literally either got picked up or, went to the airport parking. But I had to go and find the car hire mob. Yeah, well, but you could have given me anything. Like they said, put him in anything. Give him
a step through.
Give me an MG2. Give me a Tesla. Give me something. Don't get me.
No, don't get you
I needed
Tesla.
to get
You
here today, so I didn't need a Tesla. So imagine to my surprise when I'm at the car hire desk and the lady goes, and then up comes the picture, and I'm expecting a Corolla, and here's a Vita Polo.
Oh.
And anyway, got a couple of other blokes at the counter getting their cars, and I hear the same story. Oh, we've cancelled our flight. We've got to drive to Sydney. So just as I get, okay, there's your keys. I said, can I get an upgrade? And she goes, what do you want to do? She says, can I get a diesel car, please? And everyone just looks at me and I go, I'm joking, man. No, can I upgrade to a diesel car? I want to pimp it, absolutely pimp it on the way down, right? Anyway, this little petrol turbo thing, whatever it is, when you hop in a brand new car you've never driven, and I go, right, it's a Euro car, what's different? Right, blinker on the left, right?
Yep.
Where's the cruise control? Can I get my Apple CarPlay going? I kind of just, I got rushed out of the car park. I didn't none of that hooked up. I just knew I could get to the border and I'd worry about it.
Worry about it then.
So anyway, I had a quick look at what it was. It was 9 hours, 45 minutes.
Yeah?
Yeah, so basically...
That's if you drove straight through.
If I drove straight through. So the plan was to drive until you're tired.
Yeah.
But people kept ringing me, so they kept me awake. And then just when I thought I could get a nap, I'm going to pull over. My wife rings me, and then we're talking for an hour. It's like, shouldn't you pull over? I said, well, you kept me awake now.
Yeah.
Good night. And then pulled up down the road. Thought I'd get 90 minutes. I'm looking at trying to get to the driver's briefing. It was all about trying to get here by 7:30.
You're next level.
Yeah. So anyway, I thought I can have 90 minutes right now past Port Macquarie. Anyway, an hour in, I'm tossing and turning in the Polo seat. Built more for sport than sleep, right?
Funny that.
It's quite the seat, right? Very bolstery. And anyway, I twinge, little sciatic goes off, big leg cramp. Here's me out of the car in 30 microseconds trying to stretch the cramps out. They get leg cramps, 300k from Sydney, leg cramps in a truck stop. How am I going to get to Sydney if I can't? Because normally you need hot packs and stuff to, normally I duck in, have a hot shower at home, and hey, what am I going to do? So a couple of little stretches, and then it's like, nope, in the car, let's go.
Suck it up, princess.
20 to 6 I got to the hotel. Because Kelly rang me at 4:30 and goes, I said, the driver's briefing, can someone else do it? She goes, yeah, we'll get Rusty or Jane to do it. Yeah, and get a couple of hours sleep. So it was like a late start.
Wow.
So I had, 2 hours sleep, and here we are. But as I said, nothing like 13 Bs at a Jambo Sydney on the chip warming up to make you forget about sleep, because the adrenaline kicks in.
Oh, absolutely it does. Now, here's one for you. When I pulled off the highway this morning, and it's a couple of k's away, I swear I could smell Rhoda.
Is that right? Yeah,
I'm sure I could smell it. I couldn't hear him yet, but I had my window down. I get a whiff of Rhoda. That Jambo.
That little premix smell.
Yeah, got a whiff of it. So I reckon that was what woke you up at the hotel this morning, so you didn't sleep all the way through.
No, well, actually, it was the dump that was when I get there. It was the dump smell that I was smelling, not the Rhodas. I had to actually get into the pits to actually get that castable smell, that additive smell. And as I said, a few cars sort of doing their test bumps or their two-step, and that's enough for me. I'll forget about sleep until we finish tonight and we crown all the latest billet J's for our first Jambo of the year. Of course, we saw how the date changed Brizzy yesterday because of the damn super taxis down the road from us. We can talk about that later.
Yeah.
And how about this? This Victoria Motorsport Park, October 17.
I heard.
I do believe, October 17.
I heard.
Victoria Motorsport Park Jambo. Of course, I just stopped in, chatted to a few people before coming up, including Mr. Johnny Ricker. Of course, Tuff Streeters and everything like that. Again, one of our great presenting sponsors here as well. And he showed me a few photos. And if you think that you will go there and maybe spot an existing or old piece of infrastructure from the previous 50 years of that track, Probably not, man. You talk about clean slate.
Yeah.
It's like yanking everything. And I'm asking him tricky questions like, so what about your septic? You know, you've got bloody... Because I knew about all the plumbing there. And he goes, solved, sorted, all ripped out, all this, all that, all that. So it's a big effort. It's a big effort by the new owners, of course. The Sabolics family and Johnny Ricker Race Parts Melbourne. And, of course, being in that civil industry, the Sabolics, like you can see when you've got a civil company of that size and you own a racetrack and you decide to do some upgrades, well, you don't do it on a little scale.
No.
Mate, the tower's got the old timing tower, the place which was 2 converted shipping containers,
that's what
and
I
you'd
was
stand, because Russell had it with a lounge room, you'd stand in a lounge room near a dining table and commentate and sleep upstairs in the sleeping quarters. Have you ever slept in the
Yes, I have
Heathcote
slept
Hilton?
in that.
So
the Slam Fest many years ago.
So a lot of people out there would know if you've ever slept at the Heathcote Hilton, it's just, grab a bed. I'd sleep on the couch downstairs because, you know, it was at least people running around getting the track sorted in the morning. The sound of 10 leaf blowers gets you up, you know. That's gone. It's gone. And he showed me a picture, and I thought it looked like AI. It's like, is this the artist's impression? You zoom in, it's literally built, framed, ready to be clad, and all of that's happening. Race America timing is going in there. I think Darryl Cuttle had something to do with that. So there's a little bit of IHRA creeping in there, but
a little bit of assistance.
Essentially, you know, privately owned track, and you know, I've heard the arguments over the years where it's like, oh, you know, privately owned tracks, you know, they're a different kettle of fish to say tracks that are owned by entities or boards or whatever. But look, a track is a track to me. Like, you know, the gate
field of dreams.
The gate locks the same way. It opens the same way. The track's the same distance. The gap between the lights on the Christmas tree are the same. You know, you just need cars in lanes at every track in a country to keep not only, remember, but let's not use the term motorsport, it's motoring recreation, because it's coming. The car craze is global. The Australian car craze is not shrinking. I mean, Tuff Street's had 35,000 people at Calder for literally a static show, a little bit of drag racing. So it's crying out. The scene in Victoria, the scene in South Australia. And look, here's another comparison right now. How good are we as a country in drag racing?
Pretty good.
3 big events happening right now in this country. Jambo, we've got 3-day road trip up in Brizzy. And we've got the Bend happening with, of course, Nitro and all that happening down there this weekend, the River Bend. So we flourish as a country. Horsepower grows in the paddocks, right?
And you know what? And the same thing goes when our Aussie racers go overseas and punch way above their weight. Case in point, one of our viewers on the live stream at the moment, Mr. Grantley Schloss.
He's Grantley
He's
on.
watching
How are you,
from Darlington Dragway in South Carolina. He's watching right now, the superstar.
The boy from Kingaroy, hey? I said we need a brass Grantley in Kingaroy already because of his And again, we're having a chat about it. We had an interview at the last Kenda and just say, he told us some of the, initially that car was supposed to go over, buy it, test it, bring it back to Australia. Ran it at the next week's event, won. And so, well, you're in the championship now. And then the commitment he told me about flying back and forward, this, that and the other, to win a championship. And that's the Outlaw 275 Radial Championship. So that's you know, drag Radial Outlaws in the States, whatever it is, at the duck races and whatever. For Grantley to win that, like
that's huge.
I started to go back and look at my drag racing history. So where else has an Australian gone to America and claimed a national championship? And it's only been Steve Harker.
Steve Harker is the only other one, and George Clark was the
George Clark in Sportsman, like in the Super Stock or Stock Eliminator, one of those classes. So they're the only other Aussies I could think that have achieved that. So in the year 2025 to have that achievement come across, it's
massive.
Like Grantley, and remember he's got some good guys around. And of course, Spot On went over there to help. He's originally a Spot On customer. You should see, I shouldn't let it out of the bag, but Grantley had an XT just finished by Spot On. You should see Grantley's XT street car, right? So yeah, Grantley's you know, and again, he's such a humble guy. He just gets on with it, you know, and with his relationship with Spot On, Proline, Con, all the guys that go and help him when he races. But at the end of the day, that's good. But it's the bloke that lets go of the button and steers it in the heat of the battle.
You got to be able to pull it out when you need it.
Well, you got to win, Rusty. And too many times now, yes, we focus on ETs and go, well, there's a world standard, there's a world record. I love a world record, but I also love a race where you actually beat everybody.
And when you're running short track as well, the 8th mile racing, you don't have any room for error. If you make a mistake, you're cooked. There's no ifs or buts about it.
Here's a way to think about it, right? So imagine if UFC was, okay, time a bloke, how many punches can you punch in a minute? Just hit a bag for a minute. And then the other guy punches one quicker time. That's not exciting. Watch the bloke punch another bloke out. That's exciting, right? So drag
But you don't know
racing
when
is
it's
like that.
coming.
So there's testing, love it, good. There's a number, it's a measurement. But when you punch out another opponent side by side, and especially if your ET's slower than your opponent, like that to me
That's
is
just
drag
rubbing
racing nirvana. That is one of those Gruen moments that comes up sometimes in Kenda, especially. Run after run. We're going to see it here today. We know already talking about it, Rusty, as we get into the first part of Jambo Sydney for 2026, is that the script we can never write because we don't know where we left off.
Yeah.
We left off, with Brizzy, but then from Brizzy to now is a whole new ball game.
Yeah, it's a long time. It was 9 months ago.
There's cars that we always see coming out. There's new ones, and that's the thing that keeps me turning up, mate, is when you see the new ones. Even if it's only 2, 3, 4 new ones and a whole bunch of the other ones that we always see, and you go, yeah, we are still on the up and up.
Yeah.
And we are still seeing growth in modified compact, street compact, and just the elite level of car is quite stunning as well. What are you laughing at? Comments here,
I'm
mate?
just laughing because I'm looking at some of the comments on there, and we've got a couple of people that we know on there. Terry Dale has chimed in.
Tez. Good morning, Tez.
Chris bloody Diggles.
What?
That's the comment. I don't know whether that's fair. Plucker, Paul Drady, watching
is he
from
on?
down in Victoria. He said, can tell that the Monster Energy drinks kicked in. Good morning, Chris and Rusty. What a day
G'day,
for
Pluck.
racing.
G'day, Pluck.
Yeah, a few people kicking on. Connor Webb on there as
Webby,
well.
Connor.
Watching from Kiwiland, New Zealand.
Oh, really?
Yeah,
Choice,
apparently.
choice.
Choice Brew. Yeah, a lot of people watching. I mean, we're up to over 1,000 people watching on the live stream right now. So, big hello. If you can't get here, make sure you tell your friends to jump on and watch it. But if you're in Sydney, there is no damn excuse that you shouldn't be here at the racetrack. There's no excuse that's good enough.
I know. I'll say to all the people watching on the live stream, if you are within even 2 hours of getting here,
Get here.
come here and I'll even give you an autographed poster of myself and a selfie.
Yeah.
there's the offer, right?
Yep, and in
I don't
exchange
have
for a monster drink.
Bring your own poster. I don't have any, right?
Yeah, he doesn't have hero cards.
Mate, I don't want to be the poster child of anything. Does this bloke look like I'm
I've
a
got to be
poster?
honest, you look pretty fresh for a guy who just drove all through the night to get here.
Well, remember, after Kelly had said, I've got you a car, then I shaved. Like, I hadn't even got ready to leave because my flight was 7. So all of a sudden it's like, well, you're not leaving at 7. How fast can you get your car from the airport? And we'll see you tomorrow. So, mate, I'm fresh. And my beauty regime's very simple, mate. You just cover your whole face in, like, pawpaw ointment.
Oh, is that what it is?
Yeah.
Just let it soak in.
That's my secret fountain of youth. So I'm just blowing a hole in the billion-dollar male cosmetic industry.
Big pawpaw will be after you,
And hear
mate.
the ad, most men over 55 look like this. Don't they?
Are you most men over 55?
Have you seen the ad I'm talking about? There's an ad on Foxtel. This guy comes on, and he's a supermodel looking guy. Most men over 55 look like this. A picture of some Duro, right?
Yeah.
And then you can look like this, and it's like a completely different bloke, probably lives in a different country, and there's this guy looking so much younger. And then they show the before and the after.
How much did they pay you for that ad?
I didn't do and I thought, you know what, let me just... Because once when I went, you go get a skin check, as everyone should every year, and it's been a lot too long for me. But even then, I had a couple of blemishes on the face, and the dermo said, listen, try some pawpaw ointment because some of that stuff can just fade and go away. And that's the dermo telling you that, right?
Really?
So I started just coating my face in it, and it works a treat.
You know the old Solvo bars?
Don't do that on your face.
Oh, that's
no,
brilliant.
don't do it on your face.
It gets everything off.
Don't do that. You can't use this. Actually, here we go. Here's a price check. You know how much a cake of Solvol's worth now?
No, I wouldn't know.
$7.
They last forever.
Well, they're supposed to.
They last forever.
Don't leave them in the sun because they split. And
They
next thing you know,
crack
you've got 2 for the price of 1.
Yep.
I mean, Rusty and Diggs will give you all the advice in the world while we're getting
This
the
is
track
beauty
prep.
and healthcare with Rusty and Diggs.
This is where the live stream turns into a radio broadcast, and it's the continuous call, and it's Diggs and DJ Milkshake and Janie with the flu.
Now,
and
I want to know about this car that's at the front of the staging lanes
That's
here.
the Cutlass with the Barra.
Oldsmobile Cutlass with the Barra power plant in it. What's
Jordan
the history
Spencer.
on the car?
You could assume being a South Australian car. Hello. Oh, g'day, Tommy. How are you, bro? Good to see you, man. Okay, thank you, mate. I thought you were going in for a high five. It was just 5 minutes. Don't leave me hanging. Could be, Andreopoulos. I mean, there's a couple of names from South Australia, but it is that 6 headlight Cutlass, so it's that last Cutlass. Mate, I love the Cutlass shape. And again, for those people that a bit too young generation-wise. And remember, I'm 55 years old, so I'm going to be able to tell you stories that were cool about drag racing, even if you're just new to drag racing.
1990 to about 1995, 96.
I even think they were in the late 80s, the Cutlass, the first Cutlass, but in the United States, of course. But again, you know, I'm a drag racing fanboy from a long time ago. Remember, back in my day, there was no internet. Like, there was no internet. We had to watch VHS. And my friend would always remember Dragster Australia, the Bible. That was our original publication. Of course, there was the hot rodding magazines before that, street rod magazines. But Dragster Australia, and again, Bible. Cookie, if you're ever watching the stream, whatever, I mean, Dave Cook, I mean, have we even got an Australian Drag Racing Hall of Fame yet? Have we built the building yet? I guess we can. There should be. We can do it at VMP.
There should be.
I reckon we get it built at VMP.
I think one of the sanctioning bodies has certainly got it. But anyway, the reason that I was bringing up the tangent, because I expect 500 tangents today.
Look,
I was talking to somebody who was in the States earlier on in the week and just having a chat and blah, blah, blah. And then they stopped and they said, I got someone that wants to say hello to you. And this voice comes on, deep Southern accent. Hello, is this Rusty? And I said, yeah, right? Who's this? And he goes, Larry Morgan. Ex-pro stock racer, raced one of these cars for many, many years, and he was actually telling me, he said, this car, the Oldsmobile Cutlass, was his favourite car. Of all the pro stock cars that he had.
He had the Castrol Super Clean one.
Yeah, the Castrol Super Clean, the purple car, and that's what I said. I said, that was my favourite. I had that car on my wall when I was growing up, and he reckons that the Cutlass was just such a cool car, so easy to drive, because they were just so stable at speed. And, so the old Cutlasses, they never die. They just keep going around and around and getting reborn with barrows in them.
And I'm thinking back in the day, and again, folks, as I said, VHS, if you wanted to know about the American drag racing scene, Dave Cook and Dragster Australia, if there was an event, there'd be a write-up from an American journalist that would go in the magazine. You get your Dragster Australia every month, and that'd be meeting reports from Australian drag racing events, a list of records and stories and ads. So that was our publication. So as a drag racing fanboy growing up, mate, if I go under my little stairway, I have got milk crates, tons of them.
I've got folders.
And I've already said to Jane, I said, I've got an idea, and we're going to have to do some podcasts in the future. If we ever get the time, I want to do a series of podcasts like this. Because Carl Cox gave me the idea. Coxie, I know you'll watch it in the future. During COVID, Coxie would do a 1 hour mix every day called Cabin Fever, right?
Yeah.
And he would go to his warehouse of vinyl on his farm in Victoria
for 1 hour
and randomly pluck vinyl records from his father's collections as well, because his father had a lot of funk and soul. So Carl would take these records into the studio and then for an hour mix all his vinyl. So grab 5 random drag racing magazines. I will, and Mark will, and Janie will, and anyone will. Bring them in, and we literally then make a 1 hour podcast of talking about the 5 mags each we brought. And you know what you do after that? Throw them in the bin, because that's the only way I'm going to get rid of them, is go last time.
One at a time.
It's the last time we go through the mags. Let's bring up a moment in time.
You know what I always found interesting with those?
I think we need to tell these stories for a lot of our future drag racing fans. We've got a lot of kids out here. I hope you stay hooked to the sport.
So a magazine
it's a pathway to success.
A magazine's like Facebook, but printed out.
Explain that to the people.
Yeah, that's what a magazine is.
Daddy, he's talking about a magazine.
So
what's that? It's like a book.
Do you remember the old planners and schemers that were in drag racing as well? And they went through, one by one, racer by racer, all the rest of it. It's really interesting to go through and read the planners and schemers in retrospect.
Back then, it is.
And you look back at what actually happened, and it's very, very, very cool, very interesting, that's for sure. Now, we're not too far away from kicking the tyres and light the fires down here. I can see Frank Tarabay has got the Toyota Camry down there in the tunnel, just about ready to fire up. The tractors are pulling off the racetrack, and we should be set to fire this thing up and get it going.
There we go. Just a little message come through. Thank you, Darren Hunter. Carl Brunette, it's now Billet. So it is the Billet Ecotech now. So I know for a long time it was cast, but now it's Billet Ecotech. So thanks, Darren. I knew that he would know, being a big four-banger guy.
Now, here's one for you. So there's a guy watching on the live stream, Greg Gregory. I don't know if he's any relation to me, but he's in Brisbane, and the offer of a signed pick of Diggles has got me looking for flights down.
Is that right?
So there you go. You've sold some more tickets, Diggles.
To use the marketing that we use for Simon O'Carroll swimming pools, you just can't get one.
Just can't get one.
You can't get a flight, and you just can't get that.
Diggles will give you a signed picture. You just got to bring your own picture.
BYO picture, and I'll sign it.
He'll sign a picture of anybody.
Hey, Gregory. Nice melon digs, but those mags, mate. So again, if you watch the old NHRA recap events, right, and on video. Here is the first ever Oldsmobile Cutlass Pro stock car because, of course, they were called factory hot rods.
They were.
The class meant stock-bodied cars, obviously full tube chassis, 500 cube engines, carbies, and, the first Lenkos and Liberty clutchless gearboxes before everyone at Jambo had one, right?
Yes.
Pro stock was where the clutchless gearbox was kind of
It's
invented.
funny, it was fairly unheard of to actually put a Liberty in anything that had any kind of power adder.
Well,
for
I mean,
a long time.
Well, Glidden, and again, people might know who I'm talking about, but Bob Glidden, who's a Ford legend in pro stock, like still one of the most successful pro stock races and Ford races in the world. He had a Lenko for a long time. 500 cubes, probably, you can take a little bit of that horsepower loss. Then Liberty, through necessity, built, that dog-style box, less horsepower to run, and then that became a gearbox for everyone because it actually did take less horsepower to drive than a Lenko.
Yep.
And now Liberty's been around, 25, 30 years. All right, ladies and gentlemen, guess where we go now? Factory Extreme qualifier number 1.
Geez, that rolled around quick, didn't it?
Yeah.
Yeah, boy.
Well, there they are. It's going to be...
Touch of Randy there.
Yeah, Randy. Frank Tarabay, the Camry with the 2J from Belmore, home of the Doggies. Marcus Pepe from Golden Grove, South Australia, in the tunnel. The Boostworks Billet Inc. 13B RX8. He could go in Pro Compact, but he likes his chances against the big 6-bangers and 20Bs.
So, I've just got some info on the Cutlass, and I'll talk about it when it comes out.
Perfect.
But first pair up, Frank Tarabay and Marcus Pepe. This will be a good one. It's funny, isn't it? Marcus Pepe has got a pretty big race going on just in his backyard this weekend down in South Australia, but instead of being there, he's come all the way to Jambo because that's the esteem that these races hold Jambo in.
Well, it's an identity thing. If you you'd be a double S, double B down at the Riverbend Nationals today, but you come here and be Factory Extreme or Pro Compact or Pro Turbo.
Yep.
And races started branching away from Main Street when they found somewhere else they identified as better.
Nice burnout from Marcus Pepe. Now, Frank Tarabay jumping in the seat. First time that I've seen Frank on track for a while.
It'll be since Brisbane Jambo that he did it, because he also told me at Brisbane Jambo, I haven't raced his car since Sydney Jambo, and then I'm sure he hasn't raced his car since Brisbane Jambo. Now, that did not want to light the boost up. I know it's a torque converter. Normally, a little bit of nitrous helps spool it all up. Of course, you got some of the best in the business down there with him, C&V Performance and everything.
Yeah, you can see...
Chris Barry goes, he's got the first Dragster Australia. Have you got the first... That better be in a case, I reckon, that thing.
There we go. A little bit more RPM on board for Frank Tarabay this time. And nice big skid. So remember, it is 3 qualifiers today for all of our categories here at the Garrett Advancing Motion Jamboree, presented by Fueltech and Tuff Streeters. And this is qualifying session number 1. So... when I say 3 for all of our categories, our professional categories only get 2, and then we're straight into round 1, 2, and 3 of racing this afternoon, giving out plenty of trophies today. We've got trophies for everything.
It is a shame that these guys didn't get to test fully, because that's what the big cars kind of rely on, is the couple of days of testing, because, to give them 2 qualies on race day really narrows down the ability to get a combo that's you can race with, and sometimes you just gotta, and Connor Vick's some of the best tuners around. They'll look at Frank will want to run a 5. They probably might give it a little safe, soft setup here just to get it out. Of course, being auto, and I think it is a big 3-speed. I don't think it's a Liberty behind the converter. I think it is a big auto. Marcus, of course, has got the clutch and the Liberty in it and everything like that. He actually was he was a Lenko guy there for a bit.
Yeah, he was a Lenko,
He might be Liberty now, but,
usually Frank comes out and he goes down and he slots it usually into the mid to low 590s, somewhere around there off the trailer. Now, as you said, he hasn't run the car for probably 8 or 9 months. So, do you need a betting in period or not?
This is the ex-Mastermind, ex-Lizzie Musey King Kong car, and he affectionately still calls it King Kong, but it is that... All right, here we go. Bumps it in now, Frankie. Oh, Frankie! Oh, my God!
Whiz.
Oh, my God! I know he tagged the wall, but, man, he was about to nail Marcus. That was only inches.
How did he miss Marcus Pepe?
Man!
That car turned as hard as I've seen his car turn off the start line for a long, long time. Let's look at the replay. We got the bird's eye view here. Look how close.
Oh, man.
He missed the back quarter of that car, I reckon, by about 4 inches. That was just incredible. And Frank did an incredible job to limit the damage. He jammed on the brakes. Let's look at it one more time on the replay here.
Frank out with an 0-2-1 off the button, so he hasn't lost the touch. Oh, my God.
Wow.
Like, honestly, I mean, you know what we give you here at Jambo? Nothing but excitement. We love it. Look, you would have been just as excited if he ran a 5, but guess what? Everyone had their hearts in their mouth nonetheless anyway. And look, that was a lick. It'll be interesting to see because, you know, all the plumbing boost, where the turbo is, the boost lines, everything, whatever's hanging on that side of that neon slash car, whether or not that's ancillary stuff that can be fixed. If it's got anything, here he is, he's out of the car, he's walking back through the tracks.
Put your hands together, the Sydney Dragway.
Frankie, that's unfortunate, but man, you held on, mate. You held on to that, man. Like, I mean, I always give him credit for being a hell of a steerer, but even in that situation, when it's the opposite of, you know, trying to run a 5 with the wheels in the air, to react as quick as he did, I'm glad he actually, it is a fair knock.
It's given a pretty good whack in the front there, but, you know, if there's anyone who's going to turn it back around, it all depends on how much damage there is underneath. You know, body's one thing, but, you know, if there's chassis damage and frame damage underneath and pipe work and all the rest of it. But there's
the captain with Frankie down there. I think it's got Joel Burns on the way back there too, Burnsy. So interesting to see. It might have broken something in a suspension.
If I was looking at the tyre track, so it's hard to say now because from where we're standing, there's 1,001 people standing on the start line. But I'd love to have one more look at the replay because it looked like it was shaking the tyre on the left side, but the right side was dead hooked, which is really unusual, which makes you think, has it broken an axle? Is there something that's actually let go in the drive shaft? Let's have a look. If you have a look at the tyre tracks, keep your eye on the left-hand tyre track for Frank Tarabay here. You can see the chatter marks, but on the right-hand side, it hasn't hooked. The left-hand side, it's just chattered it and driven it across the centre line.
It is only one tyre chattering there, isn't it?
So it's a really unusual one. It's not something you see very often. But he did a great job of just jamming on the picks and trying to get that thing stopped before it got into Marcus Pepe.
Look, there's not a lot of attention mop-wise on those tyre tracks to indicate that maybe it trickled something onto it, because that's another thing.
Yeah.
Sometimes, you know, when a sudden change in direction is a couple of things, a breakage, liquid, or like even Paul Georgie in Adelaide, you know, the drive shaft breaking near the traps, locking the whole thing up.
Exactly.
Any which way it fails, it's never not spectacular, and it's a fairly decent hit to the wall there.
At least the car's still rolling. You know, it's still rolling on all fours.
We'll see whether it's touched the strut there or whatever, but, you know, they do have big carbon fibre clips on them, so it's, again, how much stuff actually is, you know, within harm's way if you do give it a bit of a deflection. And for some cars, it's a fair amount of, you know, ancillary stuff that hangs on, and sometimes you might be lucky. But again, like, it's whether or not you then find something now in the post-mortem that you go after. And, you know, they've got the best in the business, as we said, that could fix stuff if they, you know, timeline-wise can do it. Remember, only 2 qualies today, and even if they sat the last quali out, we could probably... I know what we're like. Sometimes we can just, you know, technically put them in the field anyway if they're right, but they're probably going to need a check-out run to get ticked off to go again anyway. So I just don't know how it looks unless it's a quicker fix. But there's nothing there mopping on the way back to indicate that it's dropped anything. But my God, and that's before 60. Look, that's gone out.
Yeah.
Before 60 foot and done that.
Well, if you have a look at the tyre track, that tyre track that you can see going across the front of the blue paint there, that's actually the left-hand tyre. So that has come as close as you possibly could to getting the 60-foot timer down there, and that camera, by the way.
So actually, have we got the 60-foot footage somewhere?
We do. It was pretty sketchy, that's for sure. But the really weird thing for me is just that left tyre is obviously hooked, but the right, there's just nothing there. Nothing at all. Like, it's not spinning. It's not doing anything. It's just going along for the ride. So
I'm just having a look at it here now. Look, from our vantage point here, as it's pushed back in front of us here at race control, it's given it a fair stove. Here's our 60-foot camera. Watch this. Ready? 3, 2, 1. Hello. Oh no, it was just past 60 foot. Yeah, no, I thought it looked like again, just didn't quite see it behind the tree. But, yeah, so it just went past the 60. Look, it's still steers.
It's actually not... The damage doesn't look too bad from just looking at it from up here.
Yeah, so
now, whether or not they'll be able to...
look, some of that stuff might involve, like, if they think they've got into the suspension, obviously, and a visual inspection, bit of measuring.
Duct tape is an amazing invention.
Yeah,
bit of duct tape, a bit of fiberglassing, a bit of tin panel under there as well. You'd be amazed at what you can do.
Bit of billet tape.
All right,
so MITRE. Okay, so that is. Look, you can't say Jambo is any less exciting, Rusty. It just belts it out, whether it was going to be a 5-second run or that. But that was just like feeler gauge material between him and Paul Marcus. Like Marcus
drag racing is not supposed to be a contact sport.
Did Marcus get to the other? Like, do we even see? Can we? Can't really. Oh, hang on, we can't flick the screen to see whatever ET.
He ended up buttoning it off just before half track or just after at 3:30.
That's nuts. I mean,
and it coasted across for like an 11-second bust. But I guarantee you, out of the corner of his eye, he would have seen Frank coming across because Frank left before Marcus.
He got a note.
He would have seen Frank coming across, and he probably would have been clenching at the point, thinking, I'm going to get hit in the rear quarter here. It was an amazing job just to pull it back.
But he was on the brakes as fast as he could there too. So, I mean, Frank's not only the reaction to the tree, the instant reaction to in your surroundings, that spatial awareness to go, man, I am loose, I am out of this, I am on the brakes. Almost sort of, and again, just could have pulled it up if he had another, 3 or 4 foot, might have not have hit it. But, I mean, you got to give raps to Frankie for his reflexes. He's pretty good on the reflexes, Frank.
I'm really confused about those tyre tracks. That's the thing that's got me. And I've got no question in my mind that whatever has happened there in the drivetrain, that's what's caused the whole issue. Because there was not really any cleanup. A couple of little drops of stuff, but nothing that was going to cause a car to move like that.
Another addition. This is not an addition of. Flight crash investigation. This is a what caused the bingle. That's another name my mechanical mishap. So whatever happened there is makes cars do that. When everything's perfect and normal, what we see him go normally. Well, I shouldn't say straight down the track. A lot of times when these things are wound up with 100+ PSI boost and 3,000 horsepower is. No better feeling when they're landlocked, everything works, and the thing goes through the traps in the 5s. Is no better view.
Trust Dave Reed to get the shot. He's just sent me through a couple of screenshots of the moment of not impact. And
Marcus, that photo, Marcus has got the wheels in the air. He's carrying the wheels out of the hole.
100%.
So wow. That was working, and then
there's the second. Then there's the second shot in the frame, which is getting closer again.
Yeah, wow. Yeah, no, that's some good snapping there by Dave. Dave Reed, of course, drag photos, getting some great Jambo photos down here as normal. Quick on the trigger, and that was a couple of moments snapped in time that we can describe to you over the live stream. So in the water, ready to go. Well, just sitting back is Rob Marjan, of course, Zeus, the R35 with the billet VR30. Well, sorry, RB, big RB. Sam Mingtanis. The GTR 50 Nissan, fantastic looking car, 3.2 litres of RB as well, I believe. So two immaculate, potentially the world's quickest RB powered door cars here, of course, just in, Ingleburn and Peakhurst, you know what I mean? Like some of the world's quickest RB door cars live at Peakhurst and Ingleburn, amongst other places, of course.
That's wild.
Yeah, it's... Factory Extreme has got some amazing equipment, and that's why we encourage people that are sort of not only spectating here, get down the pits and see these things when they have the front clip off. Look at all the plumbing, the engineering. I mean, if you're standing there, folks, and you're looking at a car and you want to have a bit more of a look and you can't get a better look, ask any of the crews from these cars and say, can I get a really good look at the engine and stuff? And normally they'll let you just come
9
through.
9 times out of 10,
yeah, they will.
There's some secrets, but not usually out in the open that you can see.
Well, I mean, if you still go past PAX, they'll have a couple of blankets over the plenums and stuff, which is again, there's some little secrets in there.
The top secret tower.
I've never ever had a problem with them doing that either. In fact, I do like that all those years ago when he ran the first 6 second. Around the first
and that goes back to the days of Don Prudhomme and Eddie Hill and Kenny Bernstein. And you remember when Dale Armstrong was the crew chief on the Budweiser King Top Fuel Dragster. And they weren't trying to hide anything. They weren't doing anything different. But what he started doing was he just had a towel, plain white towel that he'd put over the front of the engine and just over the fuel pumps. And he wouldn't say anything about it. And everyone came over and started looking, what's under the towel?
Yep.
And he goes, I can't tell you, top secret.
Just getting in there.
And there was nothing different to anybody else.
Yep.
But it's just playing the
heads.
game. If you see yourself on the camera, give yourself a wave.
G'day, people. Hello, people. I'm sure good-looking people like you.
No.
Yeah, the doggies.
Yeah, go the Penrith Bulldogs.
Hey, how about you go get 100 more of your mates to come out, mate? I want to see 500 Canterbury jerseys all together. Not really, but yeah, out there. We're looking for a guy in a Rabbitohs jumper. There's always one bloke
There's
around
always
with a
one.
Rabbitohs guy.
Random South guy.
See over the day, cameraman, if we can find the one Rabbitohs bloke here today. See if we can find him, right? Our sniper cams, they'll be onto it. They'll find the Rabbitohs supporter. And see if there's any Broncos fans out there. I had to listen to that game on the radio. It actually chewed up quite a good amount of time. That really helped me get the road trip on.
Did it
listening
really?
to the Battle of Brisbane last night.
Yeah.
It was a corker of a game by the sound of it. I will watch it one day.
Yeah, well.
And my wife would have been doing cartwheels in the lounge room because, Katoni scored 2 tries. She loves Katoni.
It'll be good when they stop playing reserve grade teams.
She loves Katoni's intensity.
All right, take a breath.
Yeah, okay, we're ready.
Gather it all up.
All right, what's next?
All right, next up it is Zeus.
Another edition of Jamboree. What's next?
It is Rob Margin, the R35 Nissan, taking on Sam Mantanis. Again, they just keep on coming, don't they, at Jambo? There is all the hitters. Mantanis for the Queen Street wedding group, or wedding car hire, I should say.
How good's that business of Moe's like? I mean, he's always had immaculate cars before he started, turning them into, a rentable entity. But one thing about Queen Street, mate, like everything's always been like jewellery. Automotive jewellery comes out of the shop. Nothing, no dungers. There won't be a, you don't turn up and go, hey, Mo, I need a respray. Hey, mate, get out. Yeah. All right, Rob Marjan. Now, how's this for news? After that horrific auto transfire on the start line at Brisbane Jambo, Rob's, not because of that probably, but, he's now got a clutch, a 4-disc clutch in this thing, 7.5-inch. 4-disc in this thing.
Yeah,
and the whole crew's learning. I said, who's your clutch guy? He goes, the whole crew's in on it. So they are learning now with a clutch in Zeus. Sam Mintanis, you can hear that, dropping the clutch in the Burnout. That's got a clutch set up in it. We've got Anthony Matuk out beside that white GDR 50
and
now.
Is that all just back to that incident at Jambo?
Yeah,
you can't get burnt. You can't get burnt down if you've got a clutch.
Well, that's half the theory, you would assume. And but yeah, all the quickest cars in the world still seem to have a clutch in them. Quickest 13B in the world's clutch, quickest import in the world clutch. So the auto's not quite over the line as the quickest. Hey, more consistent on race day.
True.
But again,
just a lot more work between rounds.
But if there's one thing that you can eliminate out of a car that stops you burning it to the ground, you might do it. So. Rob's done it. Check this out, Nissan fans all over the world. Big shout out to all of our Nissan fans. Anthony having one last check on Sam. And ready to send that immaculate car down. They are just world-class folks.
Anthony's not happy with something. He's shaking his head down there. He's not a happy camper about something.
Just get them in the beams, boys, and let's get going. So whatever it is right now, it's crucial moments at the wrong time for anything to be, was it? I don't know what it was there. All right. Hopefully he's convinced now. He's right. Is he saying?
I think we're going on a solo.
Oh, okay.
I think Rob Margin's going to be going on a solo here with Zeus. So looks like Mintanis is going to be pushed back off the start line in the Queen Street car.
Yeah, maybe oil pressure, something, I don't know. Maybe something he's not happy with.
It's probably not a bad thing for Rob Margin because he's still getting used to this whole clutch setup.
All right. Rob on his own. Oh, now, he can't change. Well, he's out of the car now. He's walking back, Sam. So someone's going to have to steer that car back now. Sam stopped steering it. Sam's left. He's left the chat. Wow, 64, 103, half track, 392, right at the back door, 592, 246 mile an hour.
Very late on the shoots.
Has he got the shoots out? Has he
they're
got them?
out, but they're very, very late. They haven't fully blossomed, and he's going into the gravel. Oh, no, he's not.
Oh, what a
how's
drive,
the
Rob.
How's the drive? I would have sworn that he was going in the kitty litter then, but
Well, 103, 60 foot, half track 393. And look, that's a very good clutch call on that. Very good clutch call. It nailed it. It wasn't 0.9, but it was 103, which, you know, every other clutch car I've ever seen at 103, you go, well, you're not going to complain about that because it didn't shake, it didn't do anything bad. And you can deal with a 103 for all day if you want to keep that baseline clutch in it. It worked, did a really good job.
wow.
And that is a good run there for Rob Marjan.
Took a long way to
but
the
it's
finish
just-
line as well.
But, mate, again, we're talking about drama that just comes up in the wrong moments. And it's like, again, mechanical things like cars, they can just give you grief at the wrong time. And that's a big moment. Like, again, if we're running biotelemetry on people, which is a term I invented years ago.
Biotelemetry.
Biotelemetry. Like,
Is that like bioterrorism?
I want to see people in real time blood pressure in the car. Like, honestly, I'd be 160 beats a minute.
Didn't they have something that you could swallow a receiver or
well,
something?
F1's got a lot of that. And
Yeah.
You can do it on anything. It's like Telstra trackers on rugby league players. You put them in the back of their jersey. If you asked all your drivers to put a Fitbit in, you'd probably get your data. Some electronics genius, can you get onto Diggs about that? Let's get that happening this year. I want to see heart rates out there, both sides live. That's what I want to see.
All right.
Because I'd be 160. If I'm about to try and steer a 5-second car, you don't think I'm not going to be 60 beats a minute, mate. I'm going to be crapping me dax.
Have you ever looked at your heart rate tracker when you're commentating and you can see the spikes when you're calling a good run?
I don't run a data logger, Russ.
Can confirm it's a legit thing, even as a commentator.
YouTube is my data logger.
Now, do want to say big thank you to Precision Turbo and Engine for their sponsorship of Factory Extreme this weekend. For Precision Turbo, design, test and manufacture record-setting and championship-winning turbochargers for all forms of racing worldwide. As original equipment manufacturers use them as well, like General Motors. Their knowledgeable and friendly staff have over 100 years of combined knowledge of turbocharged vehicles, and they're committed to providing full technical support on each and every product sold. They put their expertise to work for their customers. So a big thank you to Precision Engine and Turbo. Speaking of turbos, we've got a couple of turbos out there now. It is Gina Bullion taking on Jason Both.
It's good to have Gina back in the car in Australia. She had a crack in the States there, I think at Orlando or whatever. But
Yes, Mrs. Grudge Queen.
Yeah,
the first winner of Grudge Kings all those years ago, Jason Both. Another guy who's been running, rotary cars for so many years, you can't even keep track of it anymore.
It's good to see a couple of rotors in Factory Extreme together. But yeah, Gina having trouble keeping the thing lit here. Like the burnout wasn't under full power. Billy's just sort of making a few hand signals saying, we'll go back. We'll go back and they'll sort it all out. So whatever the problem is, the thing won't stay lit. Jason Both, I mean, that can be stuff as basic as a sticky injector or, hang on, all right, hang on a sec.
Oh.
Billy's gone from let's fix it to, okay, love, let's go, right? So Gina just wants to put it in the beams. Not much burnout, so let's keep an eye on what happens there. Jason Both, as we said, the Mazda 6 20B on board. I can't remember whether he's still with an auto or back to a manual. Oh, they're changing every year. Let's have a listen to the start line.
But I know Jason has started running some PBs towards the middle of last year. Knocked out, I think he got down to this high 720s or somewhere around there, didn't 620?
Yeah, it was in the deep into the 6-second zone. Gene has had a 30 or a 40 years ago. And if it wasn't for driving through the clutch on that run, that would have been a lot quicker, that run. I saw that at Willowbank. Okay, here we go. Factory Extreme! They both had a hit.
Yeah, a lot of shake, rattle and roll there.
114 and a 121. So, yeah, just not feeling the love on the start line this time. But look, Q1, plenty of stick on the track. No doubt about that. Plenty of stick on the track. Factory Extreme brought to us by Precision Turbo and Engine, of course. Over 100 years of combined knowledge of turbocharged vehicles, committed to providing full technical support on each and every product they sell. Championship-winning turbochargers for all forms of racing worldwide. Precision, bringing us Factory Extreme.
Now, question.
We're just talking to the crew there. Get over the wall until the car comes. All right, here we go. Hey, Afif's new car. There we go.
Whoa.
Yeah, Afif and Jay.
Whoa.
Couple of autos here again. Couple of converter cars.
Where's Sam? Where's Sam Sadek this weekend?
Ah, well, the quad father.
The quad father.
Yeah, it's...
That is a smooth
it's
looking
a beautiful
thing,
car,
isn't it?
beautiful car. Look at Sam just watching inside the... whoa, 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 look at the tip steer. Look at him steer.
Can drive.
Chip off the old block right there, eh?
Can drive.
Steering
Jay
it,
Sadek.
steering it like a Sadek. Imagine if we had a sticker saying "Steer it like Sadek." That's a good sticker. I mean, we're gonna. Hey,
the Apple does not.
Mate, I'm going to smash right lane this year. I think we've got a billion ideas.
The apple does
You
not
mentioned
fall
that
far from the tree with Jay.
Steer it like Sadek. I like that
Steer it
one.
like Sammy.
Steer it like Sammy. Now, Afif McHale. Now, of course, remember Afif had the beautiful blue car. This is a completely new car. Now, look, you may not want to know, too many people know about it, but there was a couple of test days last year. A couple of cars come to grief. Afif's was one of them at one test day. And Georgie Jazewski. Georgie, if you are watching on the live stream, my thoughts are still out to you, mate. I'd love to have reached out, but I know that you're... you had a shocker down here, mate, and I wish you a speedy recovery. It's going to be a long recovery, and whether you ever get in one of those things again, I don't know. But these things can bite. They bite hard. I mean, they go hard, but they bite hard.
They're not toys.
They're not toys.
We see these cars go down the racetrack, and 9 times out of 10 they go straight down the middle. But when they don't, they bite hard.
Well, Afif was lucky enough that his bingle kind of made the decision, or you know what, I'll just get another one and not have to fix it. George as well, he's got to physically get better before he even thinks about hopping in something quick, something else in the collection. But here they go, going in a bit of Bump City. No one cutting the line. Oh, little pedal there for Afif. 9.65 to the 60.
Yeah.
Half track now rolling off 4.26 and off through and a 7.77.
4.26, and he's probably down 60 mile an hour on where he should be.
Yeah,
that thing.
Look at Anthony down. I'm looking at Anthony Matook's body language down there, and you can tell he's pretty impressed. Hey, I'm sure he grabbed that too. Like, it shook and he grabbed it, and it still went 9.65 in the 60.
I'd love to have a look at the replay because he definitely had the front wheels up and he gave it a little blip.
The boys are pumped
because
down there.
it was shaking pretty hard, not super hard. Might have been able to drive through it, but he did a really quick slap of the throttle, just trying to get the thing settled down. Let's have a look at it here. Look at the car right of screen. You can see it leaves, and it does shake a little bit. They take a while to come up on boost.
Just as it transferred the weight, it shook, and he goes bang with the pedal. I love to see the throttle trace on the ECU for that.
Yeah, because it was like lightning.
Yeah, a big shout out watching on the live stream to where is he? Hayden Assenheim. He's a massive Matook fan, and Trent Dad is he was supposed to be at a kids sport this morning, but now they're watching the Jambo live stream.
So
Trent and got little Hayden.
Got Jordan Spencer rolling up to the line now. The old Cutlass that we're talking about now. Plucker, Paul Drady sent me a fair bit of info on this one. This is actually an ex-Bruno Cognetto car.
Gotcha. Yep.
So it's not the original yellow one, but the one that was a little bit later on. I think it had pink down the side of it.
I remember that one.
Little turbo barrier in it with an auto, stock block and head. So far has run a best of 7.8 at Tail and Ben.
Which is a nice car.
Which is a very, very nice car. He's taking on Ben Slaughter on the other side of the racetrack. Again, another absolutely gorgeous looking thing, the early model Supra. Racing for Vallenhold, Prime Speedworks, Ayrton Industries, WRL Shipping and Gulf Western Motor Oils, and VALC Mining Solutions. This car, I've got to be honest, they're going to be in with a crack at the Crew Style Award, I think, the way they present this team.
It is a very professional team. Back at Jordan's, he's from Diggers Rest, Victoria. I thought South Aussie, but I saw him at the bend, so I assumed that. But yeah, so from Diggers Rest, go and have a look at this thing in the pits. Probably a Jerry Haas in the day, you'd assume. Jerry did a few of them.
Or it may be Bickle,
but just a beautiful car. Engineered for back in the day, and of course, we were talking about before, 500 cubic inches, roughly 1,000 to 1,200 horsepower in a big block Chev or whatever, or Chev based in this car. So the Barra, what a swap! I mean, you wouldn't expect it. It's probably it will be the world's first ever Barra swap Cutlass. They Barra swap everything in America now, all over the world. I was watching a South African channel last night. The other day, there was an aspirated Barra in an Escort in South Africa. Yeah, absolutely.
Was it Lance?
No, it wasn't Lance.
So Jordan Spencer comes from a long line of Supergas races.
Ryan DeRue's in the hospital with Maddie watching the live stream. Get well too, Maddie. Big shout out to you watching on the Jambo stream. But yeah, I just love it. Like, again, if I had the funds and the room, I would want to do something similar. When we wrote the Sport Compact rules all those years ago, there was a body rule where you had to, and we really clamped down in Pro Turbo to make sure it had to be factory engine matching the body. And I wanted to relax it nearly straight away because it let people buy these cars and just do the engine.
And the beauty of running an old Pro Stock car is that when they were built, these things had the best of everything.
They were the best of the best.
They were the best of everything.
They're the best sprung door car before a Pro Mod got evolved.
Whatever you want to throw at it, this car can more than likely handle it. Like, obviously, you're probably not going to throw, a twin turbo Hemi in it or something like that because it's probably a bit too much of that.
Yeah.
But for this kind of application, absolutely perfect.
I love it. The Barra Cutlass against the 2JZ.
Would you call it the Buttless?
The Buttless, you could call it the Buttless. The Barrelass. The Barrelass.
The Buttlass.
The Cutler. No, I love the Barrelass. The Barrelass for now. All right, now, of course, he's got to bump it in with the auto. Here we go, Pro Tree. Pro Turbo now. Oh, there he goes. 119 in the 60. 061 on the tree. Nice wheel stand. 102, Ben Slaughter. Half track, 436. He's still always off it early. 811 for Jordan. That'll do for now. Gets at point A to point B.
That thing of Ben Slaughter, that has got some potential in it, man.
Yeah, look at the crew.
723. It went 108 to the 60. So short time was right on. And it did it really nicely. Just rode the wheelie bars out. Hits a tyre shake, and that's a nice pass. Next up, it is going to be, excuse me, Darren Keel taking Eddie Howard's battle of the RX-7s now, and I'm actually a little bit sad because Eddie Howard, you know how he always used to stage his car sideways?
Yep.
They fixed it.
Yeah.
And it now launches straight, like every other car. And it's just not fair.
I was down there talking to Johnny Ricker as he's polishing up the world's quickest Pro Mod, and Eddie was walking past, and I go, I can't call you 6 Degree Eddie anymore. And he goes, yeah, you can't because now the thing's tracking. He goes, I kind of miss driving it that way. And I said, well, mate, that was another one of these price of admission sort of cars where you just drive this car on this big curve. It's like me with my golf swing. I'd set up for the hook. He was setting up for the hook.
Yeah.
6 degrees almost.
That's it. You can't fix the hook, so
and then he looks
you've got
at
to
Burns.
aim the other direction.
He looks at Burns, he goes, yeah, because this bloke fixed it for me. So Burnsy was there too. So Eddie Harwack, of course, Enviro Waste Services, 2JZ Gas Racing all in his corner. Darren, Jerry Keel, Albion, of course, Mr. Direct Clutch. 20B on board for him. Other sponsors, Your Plumbing Solutions, and Shot by Scott. What's Shot by Scott? I don't know. But have a look at a Fief's car on the way back. What a pedal job of Fief. That thing's got some stank. What's that, Alexis? Call that a Lexus now. A Lexus RO, a Camelexus. The airbrushing's incredible. I can't wait to see the Bumblebee here shortly.
Yes,
yeah, you know what I mean? Yeah.
It's in the lanes.
Yeah, mate.
There's a lot of yellow at Jambo, isn't there?
I was so excited to see it, and I thought, you know what, I don't mind that it's a Camaro. It's just got the best of everything under it. All right, here we go. Pro Tree, Pro Turbo, bumping it in. Jerry's got the clutch. He's in, Eddie. Oh, there we go. Okay, Jerry's out there. He's telling me that there's he's got a safety on the ECU that if he gets past a certain wheel speed, it actually will cut the power. So it won't be anything other than he did maybe exactly that. Again, he's had it on the chip. Clutch a little bit warmer there, I think, just in that couple of split seconds when Eddie was still trying to light the bulb.
Yeah.
Again, that's not quite a bump infringement, but you see, just with autos and boost and bulbs and you know
Eddie
what I
was
mean?
frantically trying to get it in. He wasn't trying to hold him up.
He wasn't deliberately holding him out. And none of these guys,
no.
You know what? We don't have any grub drag races that hold people out in Jambo too much. Not deliberately. A lot of times it's accidental. Something else on the car is caught. There's not too many races that deliberately seem to burn someone else down.
Yeah.
Sometimes it's, and you know, when the track's super sticky, those cars are a little harder to roll in an inch, you know?
Yeah, absolutely. And, you know, Eddie was just trying to get it in. You could tell that he was getting frustrated because he actually bumped it in deep. He eventually rolled it through the top bulb. So, either way, next up it is Anthony Matuk in the...
There he is.
Is it VL God or is it... I'm trying to see. Yeah, it is VL God.
None other
than VL God.
Is he? Again, I'm trying to listen. Has he gone back to an auto? Because it actually did... This car doesn't mind either, but he was one of the first guys. And remember, Anthony, whether or not he was the first, I'm going to give him the rap. But I mean, VL turbos and autos were kind of had a bad rap.
Rolling burnout.
Yeah, well done, Anthony. But again, he was one of the first ones to put the clutch and the clutchless gearbox behind a VL back when, you know, it was so they're almost the butt of everyone's jokes. Oh, I've got a VL turbo. Oh, my average reaction time's 23 seconds because you could never boost the things up. In order to make the RBs go back in the day, big boost, but that meant stalling it forever, and they used to cop a bad rap. And also, too, yes, they'd launch, but they'd beat out a bit of mile an hour from the slippery converter. Anthony was one of the first guys to go to the clutch and the clutchless gearbox, you know, to get all the performance out of it. And then in this car, it's had everything in it, but I think it's got the auto in it now, which I think might be a nicer thing for it. And both driveline combos have advantages and disadvantages, but it's also now going to be, okay, it does everything now, but can you race with it? Can you put the bulbs on in time and not have that part of it stuff the combo up? Because some combos, that's the Achilles heel of the auto, is that bumping it in.
Yeah.
So he's on a solo, so you won't have a problem here. But let's see VL God, folks. Remember, you already get your price of admission when you see this car because, again, it's one of our
Always.
iconic vehicles.
Every single time this thing rolls up to the start line.
Yeah, he's boosting it up. Oh, 103, and he's going to pedal it. Look at it with a bit of preload. 468.5 track, and he's off it. But yeah, it shook. He pedaled it 103 to the 60. I don't know what his best ever 60 is in that VL. Can someone tell us VL God's best 60? 103. Watch this launch. Bang, bit of shake. He does pedal it.
I'm going to make a big call right now.
Go on.
Yeah, when we were growing up, you had iconic cars.
Oh, he still pedalled.
And one
Yep.
of those iconic cars was the Victor Bray 57, the
Yes,
Castrol 57.
yes, yep.
I reckon that's the Victor Bray of the Jambo era.
That is a pretty good call, mate. I must admit, it is. It's almost like Abel Ibarra's K&N R100.
Yep.
As far as Jambo history, VL God, absolutely.
Yeah, it's got a cult following, that car.
Here we go, Pro Compact now brought to us by McKern and Associates. Great, Damien. Big shout out to you, Essie and the boys. Humble beginnings in 2002, founded by Damien. McKern's has worked hard to build a personable and confident approach, working with their clients. Well over 30 accountants there on Burleigh on the Gold Coast, committed to growing their skills and knowledge so they can apply that to their clients' business. And yeah, again, he's flat out with work. Can't play with, because he's got Grump there, 20B,
Grump,
which is the beast. But, he's now got the LS Turbo VL Calais car that he's built, a Radial car.
Yeah.
So he's been nearly in the 4-second zone with that.
So he's got enough keeping him busy.
He's gone to Bump City. The Grump has gone bump. Yeah, the Grump has gone.
Grump is bumping.
The Grump's gone to Bump City, sorry. Chris Hall from Redbank Plains, of course, 13B. Maz Fix on board on methanol. Nelson Popperwell from Rosewater, South Australia. Strength of Steel is business, 13B in the R100. Pro Compact 4-cylinder and 2-rotor cars only. All right, here we go.
Man, one of those cars is already...
Here you go, he's driving it back. Street car, Anthony Matuk drives VL God back, there we go.
I'd love to see him take that to, like, world's fastest street car or something in America and just see what the Americans would think on it.
All right, Nielsen. Oh, Chrissy Hall, my goodness. Nielsen Popperwell, it was had a little miss or something. It was down on power. Didn't do anything. Chris Hall, 106 in the 60.
The takeaway from that one for Chris Hall is he paid for the whole lane and he was going to use the whole lane.
That's nuts.
Let's look at the replay.
Look, if they both left at the same time, who knows?
No.
Wow.
Literally, that was wall to centre line and back again.
These are metric fuel altereds, these things, right? So literally metric fuel altereds. Wild rides, and that's what I think one of the things that just gives Jambo the X factor. Sorry, the J factor, right?
What in the living, ever-loving hell?
Okay, here's another car worth the price of admission. The competition debut of the Chevy Camaro. I think they call it Bumblebee, don't they? Jürgen Frescopo burning out beside him in the Datsun 1200 from Sunshine, North Victoria. But here it is. Billet Pack 13B, 7-speed Liberty.
7-speed.
The fruit, bro. This is
be this bloody
the fruit.
long?
Well, the box don't really change because it's all dog gear, so it's not as big. Yeah.
Still, it's. I just want to listen to the thing back through the gears.
Well, the Brunette's, of course, the world's fastest 4-cylinder's got a 10-speed experimental Liberty in it, but they tried the first 7. Captain bought a 7. I think Georgie told me last year, because the RX-9 has one too, but they bought number 9 out of the 7 speeds that Liberty built. So I think Pack said they had 9 and 7.
Right.
Like 2 of the first 10 7 speeds. So Will it work? Absolutely. I mean, honestly, I'm looking at this thing thinking 5s one day with this car. May not see it today, but I think there's a 5 in this car.
It's on the board. It's
Absolutely. And you know what? I didn't put anything online. There could be a new 13B Australian mark by the end of today. You know what I mean? And again, someone please remind the guy that's been doing this for nearly 30 years. Can you tell me what that mark is? Because I've forgotten. Janie, can someone tell me? What's our quickest Australian rotary?
Get someone who's
40, I think Simon Ione might have been like a 47 or something.
No, I feel like it was quicker than that.
It's a 40-something.
I think it was like a 41 or a 40 flat.
Could be a 42. Simon needs to tell us. All right, Jurgen, 13B again. X-Rod Harvey, Datsun 1200 from a long way back. Benny Bray owned this car after that. And here it is with the 13B repurposed. I love recycling. Thanks for the shout out, Connor. All right, here we go. Pro 3. Taking your time. Oh, power comes in first to second. 992 in the 60. 992 in the 60, but decides, you know what? Let's just take it easy. Was
it first to second or second to third?
Well, with
because
the 7
honestly,
speeds, there is, you can have 3 gears in before probably nearly 100 foot. If you go back and count some of the gears, you've got to go back a couple of years and watch that Napierville car, the brunettes, and listen to the 7-speed when they use that. And it is a series of, it's power management, gear shifts, and remember, per gear, we're ramping the boost up per gear as well. So you might find a safe 30, 40 PSI first gear becomes a 50, 60 PSI second. And if that's what it looks like, but it hit 996 or something.
It definitely got a hold of the start line and then started shaking.
It hit 996 there or something, lads. So Rodney going sub 1 in the 60, and look at the brothers down there watching from behind, Rocky and George. And I love these moments. I don't see these guys for half the year, and then just watching them talk, and I go, dude, what knowledge they've learnt has put a lot of other drag racing teams to shame worldwide and in Australia. And again, if we ever get a bloody Hall of Fame, I'd be acknowledging, if I was the curator, night at the museum style, I'd have the packs in there, because they built an empire from racing. You can't say too many professional racers in Australia ever built an empire from racing.
No.
They had just covered their own tracks for years, kept every other new bloke out of the sport. Guess where they all turn up? Somewhere else, and jump over these people.
Yep. Next up it is Peter Ryan.
So
his car in the stable.
Well, the nephew, that was Rodney, and of course this is Rodney's nephew. Janie will tell us. 13B Australian mark. What's it at? Is it Simon? Simon or Rodney? At 40. Yeah, Simon's in the 40s. There's 2 in the 40s there. And of course we had Barnett 51 or something like that. So I know we had 3 there. Yeah, Janie can look it up. Bit of homework. Terry Waterman, I love Terry, from Seaton, South Australia. Just gone to a Liberty. Because he said he put some pictures up of his Liberty, and I'm quickly taking photos because I've got to set I've got a Liberty, more Liberty, so I've got to set up all my shift linkages, but I'm sure he's got a 5-lug, I've got a 3-lug, so I'm probably going to go air shift, because apparently that's how you keep the lugs in, because if you don't hold it in gear, you'll pop out, break a lug, and I don't think I want that responsibility. Just I'll pay the $2,500 US for the air shift mechanism, thanks. But Terry's got the original long shifter. I still want to set it up in the car like for post so you could ram through it, but I had to take pictures of Terry's rods and linkages just because mine came out of the ex-Gate Course Kostecki car in Perth, and it had 2 different shifters, but they're all left-hand drive, so you're shifting like over here. No good in a right-hand drive car. All right, Peter Rahayam, Terry Waterman, 2 yellow, now, 13 Bs.
Last time, correct me if I'm wrong, last time we saw Peter at a Jambo, wheel came off.
Yes, that's right, broke the wheel or something. Oh, these guys know how to stay.
Going for the sell on his Peter, but he pulls it back. I don't know how he steered it with the front wheels in the air.
069 on the tree, 110 to the 60-foot, half-track 452, 1,000-foot clutch, 750 there, clapping. Everyone's just high-fiving. The brothers are high-fiving.
Something came off the car at Terry Waterman down there, just before half-track. It's still on the racetrack. I don't know whether it was a window or a Lexan window or something like that, but something came flying off the car. And it went sailing through the air, but...
Yeah, we're just looking on the replay to see if we can see what it is. And, a little bit of shake, a little bit of rattle is going to take every loose thing that you had on the car and get rid of it. There we go. So they're heading to it now.
Looks Looked like it was a sheet of something, but
Yeah.
it didn't look like any sheet. It wasn't yellow. So everything on that car is yellow.
Now it's glass. I think there's the rubber, and that might be the
Yeah.
glass. Does it come up in one? No, it's Lexan. Look at that.
Yeah.
You don't pick up a piece of original Pilkington like that, do you?
No.
So
How often does it stay in one piece when it hits the deck
well,
like that?
Pilkington certainly shatters when you hit the surface, but Lexan won't, and that's a simple thing. But here it is coming back on the return road, folks. Have a look. Give it a round of applause for appreciation. Look at the Bumblebee. Look at this thing. Look at it. This is the future investment into Jamboree. The packs just continue to evolve. They always want, they're always getting new stuff when it's ready. And Rodney, this was just going to be the latest thing. And I'm kind of a little bit, not relieved, but I'm glad they didn't airbrush and try and make it anything else. You know what I mean? I like that they're proud that it's in a Camaro. Because Sam Sedek goes and gets a quadro to put in a Camaro and he's proud. And it's like, well, you know what? It's back to your engine pride, isn't it? So if it's a 13 metre Camaro, let's let the world know about it.
Yeah.
Yes, it's yellow. Let's call it Bumblebee. Let's jump on the back of, Transformers, which is great.
100%.
Maybe it might grow some stripes in the future, but just, again, folks, go down and look at it when the clip comes off. And remember, they're normally built to take Pro Mod style engines, big blocks in them, which we're going to have a bit of that in a sec, by the way.
Oh, yeah, that's what I was just looking
just
at.
to see the little billet pack 13B in there, I need to go down. Someone should send us a photo through the chat.
Barry.
Here he is, Big Bazza Plumpton, the big Kiwi
bad.
builder. And here's the fruiter. Is he still the fruiterer?
Yeah, he's still the fruiter.
He's still the fruiter.
Still the
Campo at one stage, definitely Australia's quickest turbo door car.
Was the world's first over 260 from memory as well.
Yes, and you know what? Back in the day, folks, just when Australian drag racing could have done with the the variety,
Yeah.
they a few interested parties shut out turbos, they shut out nitrous, and Campese was ready to go, as was 6 other blokes to go turbo pro mod.
Yeah.
20 years ago in Australia. Guess what? We're now at this stage in Australia where pro mod lets you do it.
There was a couple of nitrous cars as well back
Honestly,
then.
if we changed the rules 20 years ago, we'd still have Tony DeFelice in here. I told Tony,
Yeah.
I said to Tony one day, I said, if you could run nitrous in Australia in a door car, back then Slammer, remember that class, top door Slammer was a good class.
Never heard of her.
Never heard of her. He goes, I would buy 4 Muses tomorrow. If I could run nitrous, I'd buy 4 Muses tomorrow. And this is one of the richest guys in Victoria saying that.
Yeah.
And remember, he's got Ferraris that he can only race in Italy as another hobby. So to get a guy to go and drop 4 Muses, just because of a rule change,
It's one of those things, though. I often wonder if they did let those cars into Top Door Slammer back in the day, would we have seen the growth in the turbo cars and nitrous cars?
16 car fields, which again.
Would we have seen it? Because it would have been so hard to make those cars competitive with the door car, with the blown cars back then.
Parity would have come around.
And that-
But unfortunately, the Owners Association just basically said no way in the world. And I think we're talking about Fab and Victor and Capiris. They all basically said no way, no turbos, never going to have turbos, never going to have nitrous.
Yeah.
We want the sport to be black belt forever. And guess what? Like Jambo, these cars grow around the establishment. They grow around, they evolve around the establishment and find a new place and where the love is. And look where we are, back where the rest of the world's been for the last 20 years.
Yep.
Because remember, if turbos were allowed in nitrous, we could have had 16-car fields. Remember, the same mob that didn't let turbos in also didn't want 16-car fields.
Well,
Did they? They didn't want that. That sounds
going
like
down a
I
rabbit hole.
don't care. It sounds like restricting growth deliberately. You know what I mean?
I mean, it's
Thinking of yourself instead of the fans. That's what I'm saying. You can be a good racer,
Well,
but think about the fans.
Let's talk about Rob Campese and Barry Plumpton, because Campo is running the 550s with this car. Barry Plumpton is running to the 560s with his nitrous car over there. And you want to talk about a car that is aggressive off the start line.
Here we go. Rodney 642, Barnett 649, Rodney again 649. There we go. So
okay, so we've got 3
13B.
cars in the 40s. So yeah, Barry Plumpton, this thing is super aggressive off the start line. Probably one of the most aggressive door cars we've got in the country.
959 cubes and 5 kits. This is Joel's Garage Gear Outlaw Pro Mod, and you know what? 2 what I call the outlaw cars that weren't allowed in Aussie door car racing 20 years ago.
And also remember, Barry Plumpton won the Winters last year in
what
Pro
a great
Mod. So
I don't even want to talk. I'm going to let the 959 talk. I'm not even going to talk this. I just want to.
It sounds
I know.
so bad.
Listen to this. Listen to this 959. I'm not even going to talk over it. Let's just let some of this eat today, right? Pro Mod Q1. Could be some shake. Oh, Barry Plumpton, 572, 249. Did you hear all that engine, folks? Did you hear all of that engine?
It's like a steam train coming down the mountain, isn't it, this thing?
951 to the 60. Half track was like a 72 or something.
249 mile an hour as well. Almost 250.
Oh,
that thing is
come on,
just
folks.
next level. Had the flames coming out the bullhorns.
Yeah. You may be a lot of people we still get, and I don't mind that we get people purists that the V8's doing a Jambo. Dude, honestly, you're not impressed with that
cares?
mechanical. It's EFI nitrous
Yeah,
V8.
that's right.
Let it eat. Hands up who reckons they should let it eat. Yeah, let it eat. Yeah. See, I didn't want to talk, but that does sound awesome out there when it's thundering. At 8,000 RPM, that's all it can do.
It just
right?
goes
So,
the whole way
so
down
forget
there.
your 12,000 RPM rotaries or your 10,000 RPM 2Js. What about 8,000 RPM of 959 cubes with 5 kits? Barry wants to play that way. I'm in Barry's corner.
Man, that is next level.
All right, here we go. Joe Gaucho, because it's Carl Cox Motorsport now. Coxie. Nice steering, another couple of turbo cars. And again, if the rule allowed him 20 years ago, Gauchi would have been in there. Tarabay would have been in there. Remember guys like Johnny Briskus, Campo. There's a lot of guys that were turbo nuts that would have gone straight into door car heads-up racing
Johnny
20
Briskus,
years ago.
what's he up to
They had
these
that split
days?
that split window Corvette with the big block in it. Some guys
That's
are just
right, it was a
turbo.
big block twin turbo,
So
wasn't
don't discriminate against turbo blower nitrous. Don't discriminate and shut people out of classes because of their persuasion. I mean, these days, I've got to change the litter tray of a human that thinks they're a cat. Maybe if I was a carer one day. So you've got to really be tolerant of everyone's persuasions more than ever. And if you're a turbo guy like Joe, or if you're like Frankie, he just loves anything. So he's got the spare car. So he bins King Kong and he's in the pro mod.
Frank Tarabay with the all-star backup girl down there.
Who was that?
Greg Saccarini's
Oh, yeah,
Mauler.
the Maulers out there. It's an A-list. It's an A-list.
It is the A-list of pro mod racing down there in the Rocket Lane.
Big shout out to Coxie again, of course, Carl Cox Motorsport. He wishes he's there, but he's got to go and make that money. He's got to go make that money because, he's got a lot of cars. He had a whole Carl Cox test day here where he ran just about everything he had.
Yeah. Why not?
And then he goes over to Europe and, I'm not going to say you make millions, Carl, but geez, don't you do it well. What a job. I just watch him and go, dude, what a job.
Self-made man.
Full
credit where credit's due.
Absolutely. And he's a drag racing nut. He loves the top bob like we do.
So Joe Gauchi and Frank Tarabay.
Pump City, baby! Better shake, Frank drives through it. Oh, Joe goes for a move at half track. Tarabay back on it. 86, 261. Frankie Tarabay, what a recovery. 10 minutes ago, he bins King Kong, comes out, does a pedal, does a shake. They send him to the finish line. He takes it there. Joe, that thing started to get snaky as the power came in second gear.
Got a little bit of a wiggle up.
Not a lot of rear wing on it, so super slippery. But Frankie Tarabay, what a drive, son. And it was actually Joe 039 on the tree, so he's the one that actually was on the button ready to go. Sorry,
That's
Rusty,
wild.
sorry.
That is wild.
I just call what I see. So does Randy. Yeah, I don't need to breathe.
No, you don't need to breathe. He doesn't need to sleep. He just needs
nitrous oxide carries its own oxygen. Just remember that.
All right, next up it is Paolo Tortorello in this absolutely gorgeous 67 Ford Mustang with the Pro Charger.
Oh, is that what it is? Is it?
I believe it is a Pro Charge car, this one.
Let's have a listen. That'll tell us. Looks good, isn't it?
I'm looking at the big hole.
No, Whizzies.
Oh, no, it's got Whizzies on it. I thought it was a Pro Charge car, this one. My mistake. I apologise.
Well, I mean, we've got, it's basically Big Baz against all the turbo cars in Pro Mod today.
Yes.
So
Barry versus the world. Kiwi versus the world.
If I was holding a little betting book on it, like you could just say right now, Plumpton nitrous to beat all the turbo cars. Mike Hyde's just sent me a message to say he wants to PB this weekend in the nitrous car. So hang on to your hats because I don't know, it could be a Tarabay Plumpton final, but you know what? This Paolo Tortorello, he's getting more lap time in this. So he's going to come out and let it rip. 540 cubes of Chev based big block, you would say, in the Mustang. Beautiful car. CV Performance, again, the best in the business. Is that Paul Mahayat there? I was actually going to wonder where Paulie was going to be this weekend. He was stuck for choice. He could have probably gone to Adelaide, but he's here at Jambo. And Rick is here too. I mean, so it says a lot, speaks a lot about where people's, love and passion lies sometimes. But I thought Paulie might have been driving one of Joe's Celica's, but we haven't seen that. So anyway, here we go. All by himself, solo.
That's nice. 999 to the 60.
Good all round, good all round,
Beautiful.
Good all round. 99, there it is. He's got a 5. 5.99 might be his first by the look of it. Paulo, 5 in the 5 second zone. Not too many people can sit back on Monday again. Or what? I own a 5-second drag
Bloody
car.
oath.
Like that's some big stuff to be able to brag about. 5.99, as you said, 9.99 in the 60.
Yeah.
Masterly tuned, the CNV in their corner. Paul Mahayat there also helping. Hey, it could be Plumpton and it could be Plumpton and Tortorello. Who knows? Now, geez, it's been so exciting. Do you want to come back in for a go, Janie, do you? I'm just waiting for the kettles to boil. Oh, you're waiting for what?
Here's an interesting one.
Let me sip.
Ray Fairfull.
Here he is.
Pro mod.
Hey, you know what? He had his Falcon. He had all that stuff for sale.
Yeah.
Because remember, he had the turbo. I think he started it overhead cam, then he went Barra, then he went Windsor, I think, in the EL. Because he went turbo
the
V8.
EL, wasn't it?
He went turbo 6-banger in the EL, then he went turbo small block, and now, like all that sold, and now he has got... this was him.
Yeah.
I saw him get pushed back with a leak yesterday. This is Ray Fairfull. It is still 400 cubes, so I still think it's that small block.
The small block Ford, yeah.
Oh, what a car, Ray Fairfull. What a car. What a car for Pro Mod. And you know what? I'll even put it in your ear. Radial. Yeah, so thanks, Ray. Put some...
Radial Ray.
Ray. Come on, Ray. Radial's at the bend. Couple of weeks' time. Come on, Ray. That's a nice car.
It really
2012
is.
Mustang, 400 cubes of, you would assume, twin turbo, small block Ford.
And small block Fords have actually got some form with running quick
you can go
indoor cars.
3,000 with them, yeah.
Do you remember when Matt Lyle first brought his car out? The Probe, I think it was.
Yeah, the
Probe. Many years ago.
that Probe.
For like first couple of meetings, it ended up going 630s.
Yeah,
that's probably 15 years ago now.
There is definitely 5-second potential in turbo small block door cars. Absolutely.
Yep.
And if this is all Ford powered Ford, I love it too, because some guys do just stick.
Ray is a Ford in a Ford.
Yeah.
He's a Ford nut.
Well, I love these. He's from Killingworth in New South Wales, and Turbo Smart and Coating King, his sponsors. And welcome to probably almost your ultimate car, Ray. I'd love I don't know where the Falcon ended up. That had some pedigree, that Falcon as well. That was a neat car. I used to love seeing that thing come out, taxi power and everything.
Yep.
So guess what? He's still probing. He's got himself, well, it says TSAA, which means he can run in top sportsman every other day of the
Bloody
week.
quick top sportsman.
Very quick top sportsman. But how about a Pro Mod? Well, let it eat, Ray. This would be probably the lightest, longer wheelbase car. It's just, as we said before, when you buy a Pro stock car, you get all this technology in suspension and componentry, and this is more of that top sportsman style body.
So I've just had a message, apparently. Thank you, Margie. This is Mario Corona's Mustang.
There we go.
Mustang.
I love it.
Yes.
It's like Ancestry.com, but for race cars, isn't it?
Really
I love it. I love genealogy when it comes to race cars.
And everyone knows there's always a history.
Someone will remember it from then. All right, so you've got to spool it up here. Oh, okay, well...
Aggressive.
And again, he's probably trying to tick all the boxes with IHRA as well. So that's just Ray's probably... This is what you can normally do on a race day if you make the right arrangements. Just try and license at the back of the category, and maybe you're the 1 or 2 runs away from getting ticked before you go racing.
You'd think he'd already be licensed, though.
Yeah, well, I think yesterday he might have had some delays that stopped him from getting the car out. The little leak I saw on the stream yesterday, but hats off to him. And that's the stuff that keeps me going after all these years, Rusty, because, I mean, I'm at an age now where it's like, well, how many more years can I do it? And after an event like this, I go, I've only got another 20 years of doing this.
Yeah, I can do this
because
till
I'm
80.
not sick of it. I am not sick. 1 inch, mate. I am not sick of this 1 inch, this sport, this event. Not sick of it. Any of the stuff that we have in Australia that's going on at tracks around Australia, I'm into it, man. Like we are truly maybe leading the world per head of capita with car culture in general. Meetings, cruises, events.
Everything.
Tracks, not that we're building a million tracks, but the tracks we're using. And we were talking even this week, we've got a political strategy coming up where we might people are starting to ring me up and go, mate, that little idea you floated around 10 years ago, we want to do it now. It's like, all right, well, okay, if you want to do it, I'll help. But you do all the heavy lifting. I'll just keep shooting you the ideas.
I'm an ideas man.
Yeah, I'm an ideas man. Here we go. Peter Simon, he's in the GDR class today, and you know, we lead the world with GDRs as well. These are natural-born killers in their own right, let alone doubling the horsepower.
They just look fat, don't they, these things?
And to put the auto in it, like, you remember Reece McGregor, the quickest GDR in the world at one stage, went to the Liberty. The thing was wild. You had to get the clutch right in the thing, and then the thing's punching out 5 gears, the thing's all over the track. Then to go to things like Power Glides and Turbo 400s in these GDRs has changed the way these cars now can handle all the horsepower and through the four-wheel drive. Just that little bit of extra tunability with only 3 gears and a torque converter. Here we go. Peter Simon, whatever he gets here. But, gee, I don't think I'd want to drive this thing either, Rusty.
No. It takes a special kind of person to get one of these things down the racetrack.
Got Croydon on the back CRD. You can see that power kick in there on the gear change just about. 125 in the 60 was an adequate 60. Half track now, 566 rolling. But as the power came up, it was going to be a beast. Torque steer. I can only imagine the torque steer.
You don't really drive those things. You more kind of ask it to go where you want it to. But it's got a mind of its own. You're never going to try and really wrangle that thing down the racetrack. Just looking at some of the comments.
Here's
on
Barry,
the
big
live
Barry.
stream.
Give him a round of applause. 959 cubes, if you like that. Give him a round of applause over from the Dutch.
Just looking at some of the comments on the live stream, some of the people we've got watching. McClure Motorsports, love some small block love. So the McClure guys over from Perth. Hopefully everything's hopefully everything's all good over there with the whole cyclone situation at the moment as well. So thinking of you guys. Well, they might even be at the bench, actually.
There's Joe and Frankie. Good drive, Frankie. Just a little side note of Barry Plumpton. He's got another car for sale. It's 823 cube Monte Carlo with nitrous. So if you're interested in getting into Pro Mod and you want to go nitrous, he's got a car for sale.
Just a baby 823 cube.
Yeah, little baby. Wasn't big enough. All right, here we go now.
Radial
this class.
Extreme.
Radial Extreme.
Explain Radial Extreme to me.
Yeah, well, there's not much to say other than you can have, heads up Pro Tree.
Whatever you want.
Yeah.
It's got a radial.
Yeah, it's basically... It's trying to get out of the way of all the, I wouldn't say slower, but there's a really good midfield of J275 cars that really fight well. And just a few that were in that 6-second zone, which is like, wow, what do we do with all, they're now 4, 5, 6-second radial cars. So it's become Radial Extreme pretty much. And that's just to... just not so much put a gap between the rest of J275, but just try it out. And two of my spot-on brothers, Andrew Coles, of course, the head honcho at Spot On, and that's the Public Enemy twin-turbo Noonan Hemi Mustang, and Captain Risky, Ryan Holtz. This is one of those ex-Rob Taylor, Grant O'Rourke, Taranas, Villain 2J, Bump City, Radial Tyres, Captain Risky sends it, so does Public Enemy. Half track, 424, 445, 636 to a 685, Colsey. 024 off the button.
Whoa.
Half track, 117 in the 60, and they just feed the Noonan Hemi through the finish line.
636.
Yeah, man. And how's that Tirana? Like
685 is nothing to sneeze at, but 636.
I mean, Ryan, that's an epic car. And again, just go and see them in the flesh. Spot On are a good couple of rows down. They like camping at sort of the back. Here we go. Price of admission stuff right here. Another freak that's been built in Australia a couple of years ago. Done drag and drive with it. Now he is at Jambo, and I've been waiting for days like this to see it cross-pollinate from one form of drag racing to another. Chris Valevsky, Nissan Patrol, TB48 out to 5.2. So it's real sort of sand grabber stuff. Could be on the dunes of Lewa, which is where they go up the hills with the sand draggers. So you could have gone RB, you could have gone what? But this is 5.2 litres of 6-cylinder Nissan. And Chris has gone 854 already today with it. Radial Extreme. Danny Lansdowne, again, another, I call him the workshop manager of Spot On. He's the one on the floor building the dreams every day. He was building this when he built Gordito. He built it with his own two hands, Danny Lansdowne. But this is essentially a 25.3, essentially a Pro Mod and a VL wagon. 2J on board. He still keeps fighting torque converter and transmission issues because that 2J's making some snot. He's asking a lot of it. But Valesky, like Radial tyre, short wheelbase, of course. He's got quick bits normally in his corner because Sticks told me about this car. He goes, you wouldn't believe what I got on the dyno. This is just one of them cars, folks. Just, again, add them up. Price of admission, this is the stuff you come to see. Go and have a look in the pits. You won't believe the damn thing. His problem's going to be keeping the wheels down. Any patrol with any horsepower wants to do wheelies. So let's see how he goes. Can he go across the ground in Radial style? We're going to go to Bump City again. Radial Extreme! Soft now, the patrol, it looks unnatural watching the patrol fly down the track. Danny, 7.06 for the pedal, 7.06, 8.14 for the patrol, 8.14 the patrol. I got hypnotised watching the patrol go down the track.
Just the patrol weigh.
Well, that one will be the lightest one around.
It'd be the lightest patrol in the universe, but it'd still be bloody heavy by race car transport.
I mean, he did drag and drive with that thing, you know. That thing's set up to do that. He came, I think, from a rock crawl off-road thing. And you know what I'm finding everywhere? Guys are coming out of off-roading and rock crawling and finding the sport of drag racing. Because there's now two other Sierras or Suzukis in Brisbane people tag me on, and I've met both these blokes, and they've come out of off-roading and built little Suzukis with
Why not?
Honda K series in them.
And go fast.
Sell out. Paul Spatino and Ahan Setine.
Did you say something? I missed that.
Hey?
Did Ahan crash in that one?
I think he did. Okay, Ahan Setine from Bosley Park, of course, Amazon Power, RK House. Remember he brought us up all the RK stuff. Kebab House, Wetherall Park. I did have a great kebab the other night, by the way. Paul Spatino, the Tirana, 434 cubes, gassed. Gas small block, you would assume. We're in J275 now. And this is, again, the Radial tyre class, quarter mile. And Ahan's one of these guys that this thing can go sixes, you know. It's got all that gas 2J power
and
on
has
board.
gone sixes, hasn't it?
Yeah. It's a wild car. I don't know whether he's done the... Remember Poe had his 2J Supra and he went from... I don't think he had IRS in it for too long. He went to the beam axle.
Yeah.
I think Ahan's... Let's have a look. It looks like he might be beam axle in the car because IRS, at this horsepower level, 2,000 plus.
Yeah.
I don't think the old IRS is going to last too long, but I know that there's other cars out there that still keep that. I think he's gone to the 9-inch in it. But look at that, 8.39 previous run for Paul in the first J275 qualifier. 8.82 for Ahan. You would assume knocked the tyre off it or done something, or early shut-off, because remember, we've had a few early shut-offs already in some qualies, just to check it out, especially if you've had a bit of time out of the car, that sometimes that's the best thing to do. So here we go. I think we are like gassed small block and definitely turbo 2J. Is that a list of vehicles that need to be urgently moved?
We'll get to it after this run.
Yeah, after this run, yep.
We'll get it. We're up to 5 vehicles that we need.
Toyota Prado, Toyota Hilux, Ford Ranger, Honda Civic, and a Great Wall. Well, that'll just dissolve by itself. All right, so here we go. I'll tell you what, it's going to be hard on the tree. He left before the tree, Paul. I was about to give him a rap saying, look how sharp he is, but he just...
7:35.201 for Centenay.
Yeah,
7:35.201.
there it is.
Yeah, so it's starting to get back in that right direction for him.
And safe at 1:33 in the 60. Didn't hassle the little 275 too much. All right. Here we go. Read them out.
Cars that we need moved. We need a white Toyota Prado registration EVH33R. You need to move it. A black Ford Ranger, FBD09N. FBD09N, black Ford Ranger. Move it car.
Move it.
Grey Toyota Hilux. Hang on, I have a grey Toyota Hilux, but not that Rego. DGB132.
Move it.
DGB132. Move it. A black Honda Civic, which we called out before, BGW17A.
Move it.
Move it. And a Great Wall Cannon, FSZ68X.
I don't know what it is, but move it.
Yeah, move it. Or we'll hit it with some salt
We're
water.
starting to see Great Walls, Havels, Cherries, BY. I can't identify cars on the road anymore.
No.
But they're all smiling, especially the electric ones. Alex Whitehead and Steve Farrelly, I don't care. Let's go to Bump City, couple of barras. Let's bump them in. J275, double barrel, bump in. Farrelly, half track. 077 135 133 to the stripe, 747
Nice
192. Alex Whitehead, 814 137. He's from Munter in South Australia, Farrelly from Brizzy. And I saw just quickly Mr. Cam Riley at the top. I didn't quite get what Cam ran in the VK, but so good to see Cam back in the VK.
7:34, I think, off the top of my head.
Here we go. Bailey Simpson and Peter Fugito. Now get this, Peter Fugito in the VN. I love it. It's 6.7 at Gladstone Park, Victoria. Bailey Simpson from Vicky Point in Queensland. The Carkeet team. There's Mrs. Carkeet out the front. I think we got Steve standing back there with the red shoes, of course, Dad. And normally Reese would drive it, but it's Bailey, of course, one of Reese's good mates. So Bailey knows how to, and he's nephew of Justin Simpson. 434 cubes and a bit of nitrous in J275.
I've been testing with Mr. Simpson this morning.
Yeah, well, I mean, he's down there laying some stick down there.
He's putting the sticky down in Adelaide as opposed to up here this time.
Well, you're spoiled for choice on some given weekend.
You
just
really
like Kender and World Time Attack. I can't be at both. So I had to tell Justin that, and he said, go with what you go with, mate.
Whoa, what's happening? Look at an Oak tyre. It was like literally having a line lock-up. Burnout in the on the start line.
Look at him off the tree, Bailey, 035, half track 531, 842. 842 and big zing of the tyres for the VN. Here comes Public Enemy, 630s for Public Enemy.
It was like the trans brake just didn't hold it, but the line lock did.
It was the full thing. Yeah, look at that. Go and have a look at that thing under the bonnet. Here's the patrol. Look, this is price of admission. This is the rolling cavalcade of machinery.
Have they channeled it? Like, is it
yeah,
shorter?
I think it's just a shorty. It's a short wheelbase on its guts, obviously. And, I mean, it is cool. And I remember when Stick showed me that a couple of years ago, I just thought it was cool as hell. Yeah, it just did a little, didn't it? Like a little zing. It did a bump zing and then a launch zing.
It's actually amazing to me that doesn't happen more often.
Yeah.
We don't see it very often.
It's almost like it needs, it's a feather touch. So again, it's just about your line pressure in the auto that should just let it slip in there, but something's happened there. Here we go, Nicholas Constantinou, the CV Performance Commodore. This thing, razz 'em up. It is built to slay. It is a weapon in all accounts, LS power, but again, having trouble getting reverse. I love this thing of Danny Howe from Keysborough. It was last year, unfortunately, first run for Danny in J275. He broke something and oiled the track, and I don't think we saw Danny back. This is one of the first Godzilla swaps that I can remember, and he did a drag and drive with it. And he got this car built just before the Street Machine Drag Challenge, and nearly, I think he got the whole week through with it. Stock, it was a stock. Mate, people are going to correct me. I'm sure at 445 cubes, it's the Godzilla. It's not a Coyote.
Yeah.
So they're about 358 cubes. So 445, 7.3 is that new, when people say it's the new Ford V8, it's the Godzilla. And boy, aren't they, especially Dandy Engines down there in Victoria, they're all over that Godzilla power plant already. And Harrop, another great Australian company, are into the blowers for the Godzillas as well. And Nads from, that Master Tuner, he's got the XA with a Harrop Godzilla engine running 850s on, basically pump fuel. Can't get reverse or something there for Nick. That's a bit of a shame. But how good is it to see guys just wanting to build something different again? Riot Lab, GJ Drivelines HPM and Speed Pro for Danny Howe. Twin turbo, Godzilla powered, essentially drag and drive style car, but here he is on Radial's J275. And this thing, from last time I remember he first got it together, it wasn't anything flash. It's not like that we got billet components in the engine. It's just some good tender loving care on essentially stock infrastructure. They still reckon you can get, like an LS, you can go get your 1,000 on boost easy with the Godzilla. Yeah.
Tender loving care on stock infrastructure. That's the quote of the day.
Yeah.
So
Do you
far.
like that?
Yeah, I like that.
I got 1 million. What's that? Oh, yeah, Dave sent me a message. Okay, let's have a listen to the Godzilla here.
Oh, the wheel stand, it just skimmed the front end. Just skimmed it across the top of the blacktop. A1 518 miles per hour. Is out of it just on half track, but that is a very, very well set up car. It just launches, dangles the front end ever so slightly, perfect weight transfer. That is absolutely gorgeous, that thing.
Yeah, no, it's definitely a great combo, and hats off to Danny for that. Okay, Anthony Mescos now from Werribee, Southern Victoria, the 3.8 litre D-stroke Barrett in the F6 chute, and beside him Andrew Matrevsky, another one of these Tiranas creeping in here, healthy small block, bit of spray on board, J275 with the Radial tyre on the back. Big shout out, actually. I just thought a reminder that Lynn Hamilton, happy 21st yesterday, Lynn. Good to see you watching. Happy 21st. Big fan of the Overtaking Lane live stream. And happy birthday for yesterday. I hope you, well, from what I understand, you spent some of your birthday watching this stream. That's why we're mentioning it again. I hope you're watching it again. Hope you're backing up after a big night on the birthday plonk, if you're into that. What's Mum's favourite slosh? Coffee. There you go, coffee. Well, where did you get all that alcohol appreciation from, Dave? Self-taught. Some things you just can't be taught. All right, zincs the radial, spins the tyre there as well for Anthony. So, and I don't know whether that also maybe means the way he's sort of rolling there slowly, you might have thought that could have broken something, but
he's picking up speed down there now.
But again, just goes to show everyone's combo is a bit different. No one would know everyone's tyre pressure because, again, it doesn't matter car to car. You can't go, what are you running on your 275s? I'm running 16. Oh, okay, I'll use 16. Every car's going to have different tyre pressures. You would not find too many identical. And it's just another one of these combos. Everyone's suspension's different. Someone might have 30-year-old shocks in there. Someone might have shocks they just bought last week.
Yeah.
You know, there's always going to be something in a combo that sometimes either gives you results or it's like, bang, why did I knock the tyre off?
Yeah, it just throws you a curveball.
Radials especially. So why did I knock the tyre off, you know? When the guy before me went down and the guy behind me went down, you know? And that's the great radial mystery that's out there.
Every
on
combination is different. Like, do we even have any same body shape in J275?
Well, I've never seen a 64 Ford Falcon in J275.
Now, I want to know more about this car.
No.
I need to know more about this car because it babied itself off the line this morning and it got to about 330 feet and it was like someone strapped a rocket to its backside. This thing just took off and went.
Chris Lemanis from Preston, Victoria. It is the 64 Ford Falcon Performance Diff Centre, the sponsor. 363 cubes. And again, normally when you turn up with the 64 Falcon, you've probably got a small block Ford in it. You know what I mean? If you're Ford enough to bring a 64 Falcon, you're probably also Ford enough to put a Windsor in it, but Windsor based. If it's got an LS in it, well, again, you know, we all make mistakes. Peter Finanos, that's in the eyes of the Ford people.
I think it's got a couple of whizzers on it too.
Yeah, well, it does. It sounds that way. Peter Finanos from Wallachia in New South Wales, PNP Seville, the 2JZ RX8. So we're going to go Bump City, two different power plants, 275s on the back, J275 Q2.
Are you going to take us to Bump City?
Bump City! Nice and soft on the head, gets the 275 hooked up. Here comes the big Falcon, bringing the power in now. The RX8's already there, 723.
Look at this thing at the other end.
845, 168 mile an hour. That. Welcome to J275. Welcome to Jambo, Chris Lemanis.
So 168 miles an hour should put it in the realms of a mid to low 7-second run, somewhere around there.
Absolutely. All the gas people are happy down there. They're high-fiving. They're very happy. I love it when you see the crew get... You know what I mean? There's only one bloke can drive this thing. Takes a crew of sometimes dozens, and then to see them get the rush out of it as well. Because this is a very selfish sport. When you build a serious car, you can't share it with your friends. But, you know what? Drag and Drive is now the thing that is going to let you build a car that you can... Well, you can't race down the track with your friends, but you can certainly do your transits. You need to do your transits with your friends. Here we go. So, big burnout there for Sharif Tawaf. Metro Racing Pro Trans, the VZ, 427 cubes, you'd assume LS base, and in the water, LS based as well, 388 cubes. Cam Riley from Louth Park, New South Wales, number one qualified with a 723, clicking it early at 166 mile an hour. Now, interesting that Pop 202, they got the hood up, and there's something just, I don't know whether there's this little gremlin that the thing won't boost or turn up against Sharif. So whether that's a push back and come again later, or you find the problem and then quickly do a solo after Sharif. Let's see. Sharif will be on his own by the look of it right now. Don't you hate it? That last 20 seconds where you just need everything to go right. You get the thing fired. You want to do the skid. All you want to do is have no problems for about 2 minutes till you get it into the beams. Oh, just started to get it out. It's about it is about dead hooking that radial. Like radial drag racing setups are different to big tyre. Obviously, big tyre, you try and plant as much of that big fat contact surface as possible. Radials, you want to dead hook the tyre immediately. In other words, keep it glued to the track. And if you have to slip converters and take power out of it, do whatever to keep the tyre hooked up, then start feeding the power later. It is an art form to even watch it done properly. And more often than not, punishes more than rewards. You know what I mean? It tests whether you really want to be on a small tyre. It really does test you.
Yeah, sometimes you look at it and go, maybe a slick's going to be easier.
Maybe I go back to a big... And then you get shamed by every other radial person. Yeah. I'm going back to a big pot. I'm going to a 28.10.5. And even that's not enough for some people. Because technically that seems to be the international standard of almost an approved small tyre as a 28.10.5 slick.
So, next up it is... Mick El-Khoury, and I'm going to say that it is definitely the same Mick El-Khoury as LOL 13B. Looking at the plate on the front of the Nissan Silvia, LOL RB.
Yeah, another one of these 2Js on board. Michael from Maryland's, he's got the business Circulate air conditioning. I wonder what systems he puts in.
Only the best.
Well, I don't know. I can't see a triple diamond on the side there, so he might do one of those other brands.
He's got the door taped up, though. The top of the window taped up.
This is like, what I've seen. So remember there is Gas has done it. There's an RX-7 where it's got a 2J in it. It says LOL 13B. So this is LOL RB.
Same guy.
Yeah. So he's just basically going to do a series of vehicles with not the right engine and put LOL in front.
Then he'll have an FG Falcon with a 2J in it, lol barrel.
He might turn up with a Commodore going LOL 202, and it'll just be a billet 2J in that. So just interesting to see what's happening there for Michael. It's, as we said, right now when you come to the water and for anyone that's ever come to a drag strip and build any car and you want to get to this moment. This is the adrenaline moment. It's like I'm in the water, there's the tree, I'm watching the guy in front of me leave and go down the track, and then you focus then about that moment. That's where the adrenaline's really high. And right then, if you have any grief with the car, it's just a bit stressful, right? Because remember, a lot of these guys, well, for most of them, it's a recreational vehicle and all you want is love from it. You don't want hassle. This is you trying to have fun, and then when your fun gives you grief, well, sometimes, people really do get frustrated. It's a mix of adrenaline and frustration. It's like trying to get to the airport on time. The same frustration. Yeah. So Michael El-Khoury, though, he just wants this thing to stay lit and he just wants some love out of it. Let's see how he goes. 780 at 136 tells me that the thing did get out a bit. Whether or not it was a zing and then a hit out the back, or whether or not it did stay stuck and he shut it off early, didn't see the first run. So here he goes by himself, finishes off J275 Q2. Man, 115 to the 60, half track 462. It's breathing heavy. I don't know whether it's got something out.
The chutes came off.
The chutes come out at 185 mile an hour, 710, no chutes, 185. The chutes come off.
Is he going in? No, looks like he's getting a pull.
Oh, he's coming in. No, he's coming in.
He's going in.
Oh, he's coming in hot. Come on, Mick. Oh, boy, pulls the LOL catch net. There we go. He's just caught the corner, but at not much speed. So the gravel trap's done what it needed to do, but that chute just disintegrated.
It just popped off, didn't
it? Yeah, it's gone. Go down and get him, boys. He's in the dirt. He's in the gravel. And he just gave the net a nudge, nothing major. But, we've got two nets there, one to take a lot of it, and then the second one is the final frontier. But, boy, we've had some shockers down there in the past when you don't get the chutes out. In this case, he had it out. He threw it. But also checking down track, we might have to go for a wander because it did look like it was breathing. But look, more and more cars are doing this, and I think it's more out of common sense than anything. Is the old days, if you've got breathers on the top of your engine, and you can use the term rocker cover or cam box, because that's really where a lot of your engine crankcase ventilation event ends up in the engine, breathing heavily. And by law, in the rules, you've got to catch that into a can, you've got to have it ventilated, you've got to have a certain capacity. And for a long time, that thing sits in the engine bay. But now more and more people are directing, especially boosted cars, they're directing those lines to the back of the car. They're actually sending the puke lines, call them puke lines, they're sending those ventilation lines for the engine to the back wheels. That way, that way. At least if it blows something out, it blows it behind the car. It doesn't blow it from the engine bay to the down to the road, and then of course your back tyres are going to get it.
Yeah.
So now there's a lot of that getting built into a lot of cars. It's not like they
into
made
the atmosphere, so to speak.
Well, it's not like anyone made a rule about it. It's just like common sense kicked in. So why don't we vent these things past the diff?
Yeah.
So if it does puke anything, like if it melts a piston or lifts the head, mind you lift a head, you're putting water
Yeah,
around
you're
at the
putting
block
stuff
anyway.
everywhere anyway.
But I mean, sometimes the nappy that they're supposed to have on the car or big tray is again designed to try and contain that, and every boosted engine's got to have something controlling, collecting anything, because you are stressing these engines out. But a lot of that ventilation is going to behind the car, and I did see that on the S13 then, just it was kind of breathing, and it's like, well, hope nothing got to the track. And then we had other things to worry about after that, i.e. Chute just sitting there limp at the finish line, and a Sylvia going 185 mile an hour and Nelly getting it pulled up. But, folks, you can't tell me you haven't had enough excitement for one morning already.
It's been wild. And when you have a look at all the photos that are already popping up left, right and centre from Jambo of all the wheel stands and all the big burnouts. So we have a look at the replay now on the official Jamboree YouTube channel. You can see the chutes came out and they just popped off.
Bye-bye.
It was like they might have been... It looks like the whole frame has come off.
Oh, has it?
The
There
whole
we go.
bar has.
Yeah, so the whole assembly that props it up.
Whatever it was attached to there. He actually still came in pretty hot with a fair rate of speed. Gravel Trap did a pretty good job, and... just took a little bit of a turn down there. Hopefully not a huge amount of damage. It actually didn't really even move the tyres down there. So
I mean, if that was a setup for drift, you could get that corner easy because they're great drift cars, S13s. But when you've got the front runners on the
I wouldn't
you won't
suggest
turn
giving it a
that
go.
thing. Those anyone that's ever driven a car with 3.5-inch front wheels or 4-inch front 4-inch front tyres, mate, like you trying to ask it the corner, it won't corner. You might as well be steering on licorice pretty much.
We are going to be down for a little while we dig Mick out of the gravel trap down there, and he is a long way into the gravel trap, so it is going to take a little bit of time. We've got to reset the catch net down there as well. So we are going to be down for a little bit, guys. What we might do is take a very quick break here. We're going to reload on the Monsters and the Red Bulls, and we'll be back with plenty more here at the Sydney Jamboree, the Garrett Advancing Motion Jamboree, presented by Fueltech and Tuff Streeters. We'll be back shortly.
Grab that merch right now, folks, while you can. It's all great stuff, new season stuff. Grab into it, 2026 Jambo merch. Grab it while you got the break, and we'll be back with more soon.
What does it mean to be built with Summit? It means you're hitting the autocross, drag strip, road course, trail, dirt, or open road with confidence. Because built with Summit means you're using parts from the top names in performance, priced to make your project affordable. And it's all backed by trusted tech expertise and blazing fast shipping. Summit Racing Equipment. Let's build it together. SummitRacing.com.
Buying for your business? Get trade pricing on the Super Cheap Auto range. Register online or in store today and make your trade super with Super Cheap Auto Trade.
We've always had a few cars. They're all special. The T-Bird,
Oh, that's mine.
the Combi for when we want to get away, the XR8.
It's going to be a classic.
They're all insured with Shannon's,
We've also got Shannon's home and contents cover.
which helps protect our automotive collectibles, tools and memorabilia in the home and garage. If you're motoring enthusiasts like us, it's got to be.
Shannon's.
Shannon's, insurance for motoring enthusiasts. Call 13 46 46 for a quote.
Racing has always been about pushing limits, but the future isn't just horsepower. It's intelligence. Vision FT isn't just software. It's a platform, a new way to see, a new way to control, the future at your fingertips. Built for today's racers, everything that comes next. This is Vision FT. This is Fueltech.
Hey, true, bet that up for the track. Go take it to the top, and that's the truth hurts. If you're ballin' by your motto's insane. Oh yeah, my man. If you're pimpin' your skirts and your ass is fat and say, oh yeah, papi. If you're willing to fight till the fucking the night and say, oh yeah, oh yeah, oh yeah, oh yeah, oh yeah, oh yeah.
What does it mean to be built with Summit? It means you're hitting the autocross, drag strip, road course, trail, dirt, or open road with confidence. Because built with Summit means you're using parts from the top names in performance, priced to make your project affordable. And it's all backed by trusted tech expertise and blazing fast shipping. Summit Racing Equipment. Let's build it together. SummitRacing.com.
Shopping for your business? Then Supercheap Auto Trade is for you. Sign up with your ABN to unlock exclusive trade pricing, time-saving tools, and a dedicated website built to make ordering easy. And here's a game changer. The barcode scanner on our mobile site lets you scan any product and view your trade price. Whatever your trade, make it super with Supercheap Auto Trade.
We've always had a few cars. They're all special. The T-Bird,
Oh, that's mine.
the Combi for when we want to get away, the XR8.
It's going to be a classic.
They're all insured with Shannon's,
We've also got Shannon's home and contents cover.
which helps protect our automotive collectibles, tools and memorabilia in the home and garage. If you're motoring enthusiasts like us, it's got to be.
Shannon's.
Shannon's, insurance for motoring enthusiasts. Call 13 46 46 for a quote.
Fortunate Sylvia driver decided he wanted to take it to Bondi. It's just the wrong beach here at Sydney Dragway. We are in modified 10.5. This is George Nader in the VL Commodore in the Aeroflow lane. Beside him, Jason Scott. This EL Falcon. What a drive for Jason Scott coming up from central to north Queensland. Barra power in the Falcon. Came out earlier, went 8.35, 173 miles an hour. He's our current number 2 qualifier. George Nader, he's our number 3 qualifier at this stage with an 8.60, 158. So Tuff Streeters bringing us a modified 10.5 this weekend here at the Garrett Jamboree. Nader blazes the tyres. Jason Scott had to have a bit of a pedal. He's got the throttle back down though. Good across the finish line in 8.45, 175 miles an hour. So just a slight pedal there, lost about 1/10 of a second. And George Nader, he's just cruising on through 15.52, 65 miles an hour. So we'll rely on that earlier, 8.60 to hold him in number 3 qualifying position. Guy King in the roller is our current number 1 qualifier in Tuff Streeters modified 10.5. We'll bring Dom Perry now forward in the Rocket Industries lane. Well, he's actually reversing, so he's not going forward. In beside him will be Trent Bink in the RB30 VL. Running for Concrete Sleepers Canberra. Don't think Trent had a pass earlier from memory. May have got to the Burnout box and was shut down. Dom Perry laid down an 8.83, 158 miles an hour earlier. Gotta love a 20B in an RX2. And if you haven't already gone for a walk yet, make sure you get on down and have a look at the Tuff Streeters set up just at the base of the stairs. They're a high-octane motor-fueled entertainment brand for rev heads. Sounds like everyone who is here at Sydney Dragway and everyone who is watching online on the Jamboree YouTube page. All right, well, the VL's away this time. Track and well has approached 1,000 foot. Goes on through for an 8.63, 159 miles an hour. So good pass for Trent. Dom goes an 8.73, 163 miles an hour. So he has found 1/10 of a second. Oh, what a scream of a 13B turbo there. The SDR Motorsports RX3 of Adam Nuna, and beside him, Kareem Emraz, the white RX8 in the Rocket Industries lane. 13B both sides of the track here. Neither competitor laying down an ET in Q1. So it's all serious faces down there in modified 10.5. Emraz moving forward. All right, here comes Nuna. Qualifying session number 2, modified 10.5, Tuff Streeters. Let's see what they got. Fortunately for the RX8, he rolled the beams. Oh, he did actually get a 60-foot time, so he should get a incremental across the finish line. It's not going to be the time he wanted. He did have a big waggle of the tail and clipped it off. Adam Nuna. On the tyres, goes on through, just crawls on for a 17.22, 46 miles an hour. And a 21-second pass there for the RX8. Good news is both these guys now have a time on the qualifying list. But that's about where it goes.
Hi, Janie.
Hello, Rusty.
This is going to surprise you. We got stuck talking to people.
What?
I know. Who would have thought about it?
Let me guess, you were with Chris Diggles.
Yeah, who talks to everybody.
He shies away from people, doesn't he?
Well, he tries to tell people that he doesn't like people, but it's not true. It's not true. Every man and his dog wants to talk to the Diggles, the living legend that is the Diggles. But anyway, Patrick Long now taking on Marcus Dillman. from Wamberal in New South Wales is long. Thomastown in Victoria, Marcus Dillman. The Hotwires Gip Race Parts Subaru BRZ. I think it's the only Subaru BRZ that we've got running here this weekend.
Yeah, have not seen any others yet, although, mind you, I was just thinking, I don't think I've seen either of these cars. I must have been having a nap when Street 289 did their Q1.
Has this got a 13B in it?
Dillman,
or has it got the
1.3 Subi motor?
The 1.3 Subaru. I don't know.
I don't know. All I can hear is rotary.
It's hard to tell when there's a rotary in next to it, isn't it?
It very much is.
Long has taken the long way to the finish line, went left and right in 801, 177 miles per hour. Solid pass to him, 853, 163 miles per hour for Dillman. As we see Sandy DiPietro rolling up to line now in the Datsun Ute, and he is going to take on, who have we got? Brent Coles. Colesy. I should have known that.
The spot on performance, 13B powered RX-7. Spot on, like we were talking about a couple of things that happened in the, not in the background, but here at Jamboree. One of them being the Castrol Edge Workshop Wars. Spot on performance, I think they may have a pretty good stake in that trophy this afternoon. It'll be interesting. They've probably got about 5-6 cars here.
I reckon it'll either
represented.
be Spot On, Matooks or Pack. It'll be one of those three, I reckon. Yeah, I think it'd almost have to be. But they've got a lot of cars here.
They certainly do. All immaculately presented. Get down and have a look. They're probably back row bandits. They're sort of down past all the professional guys.
Professional in
inverted commas there.
Nice launch, 132 to the 60. It is Street 289, Sandy DiPietro, way out of shape. It's not where you want to be, over near the centre line. He did that last time. He went right down the centre line and a lot of smoke as he rolls out of the throttle down there, 992.
Yeah, not a fan of that smoke. 887 for Brent, 153 miles an hour in the RX-7, so he's our number 6 qualified. Number 1 at the moment is Zoran Markovsky, followed by Long in that RX-7. Moose Sakina is in 3rd, Dillman in 4th, and Sandy DiPietro, we just saw in the Datto, is currently in 5th. Our track walker is going to jump the fence and do the Sydney Dragway shuffle, as they just checked for any fluid on the racing surface.
So it must have been Moose driving the Hurstville Towing RX-7 and not
Salima.
Not Blowy. Yeah, it all comes together now, even though he wasn't on the entry list.
Pick a driver, any driver.
Yeah, exactly. I mean, there's enough guys that have driven that car over the years, so that's okay. But just a little bit of a look where that smoke came out for Sandy DiPietro. Anytime you have the smoke, there's a reason that the smoke's coming out, so you've got to make sure that there's not anything slippery or wet on the racetrack. It doesn't look like we've got too much. Doesn't look like there's too much going on.
We do have a vehicle coming up the braking area, though, which may signal there is something that needs to be investigated.
Yeah, obviously they must have found something out there, or they must have had reports, because sometimes a lot of the time what can happen is the car will go down around the loop, and it'll stop down there, and the fire crew will come over and say, look, there's stuff coming out of it down here. Make sure you check the track. So that's why, a lot of the time you won't necessarily see anything on the racetrack that indicates that there's stuff, but at the other end there is plenty of fluid on the ground. So they've got to make sure that is all okay before we send anything else down the racetrack. Now, I do want to say a massive thank you to, of course, our Jamboree event partners, the naming rights partner, Garrett Advancing Motion, who is the leading automotive turbocharger provider supplying technology solutions to nearly every major automaker in the world. Their innovative turbo technologies for all applications enhance vehicle performance, fuel economy and drivability, and they cover the full range of engine sizes from sub-1 litre economy 3-cylinder engines to premium and high-performance V8s and V12s. And as we said this morning, they've been on board with Jamboree for 1 million years now. And, look, I don't think they're going anywhere anytime soon, and that's why it is the Garrett Advancing Motion Jamboree. Of course, our presenting partners, Fueltech and Tuff Streeters. Tuff Streeters, a new addition to the roster this weekend, and they're an Australian-born powerhouse in the car scene, built for true rev heads and driven by a passion for all things loud, fast, and unapologetically tough. From elite muscle car giveaways and full-throttle media to a nationwide presence and exclusive member perks, they're all about bringing Aussie car culture to life. Having already put millions of dollars worth of Tuff Street machines into the hands of enthusiasts, Tuff Streeters has built a reputation as one of the fastest growing forces in the game. This isn't just a brand, it's a movement fueling the next generation of horsepower. And we are absolutely thrilled to have Tuff Streeters on board. Their energy and dedication to the car scene will add serious horsepower to this event. So it is Zoran Markovski, who's currently the #1 qualified. Did he have a little oopsie?
He did have a little oopsie.
Oopsie. That's not good.
That is.
And there is the replay of the oopsie. That's it's a little bit more than a gentle nudge into the wall down there. Unfortunately, it's such a shame because it's a gorgeous-looking car. He was on the list as #1 qualified, but I think it was actually a broken or not a valid time because it was a 4-second run. But that is a particularly sad-looking Mazda. Just shows how quickly you can get away from you down there too.
Yeah, it certainly can.
My apologies, I was doing the sponsor read while all the
okay.
excitement was going on.
All good. So it will just be a moment while we get this vehicle pushed back. And yes, I don't think his 4-second pass from earlier today will count. Otherwise, we would definitely be hearing about it from all the way over in Puerto Rico, a 4-second rotary. All right, so they're going to send Eric Sliger. Nevertook Racing, Billet Boss. RX3 started to move around a little bit and just shut it off. Don't know whether something went wrong. There was a little puff of smoke out the back of the RX3. Doesn't matter. He laid down a 973 earlier, 133 miles an hour. Does improve, goes 879 on that pass.
Yeah.
Does show the potential.
I will say Zoran managed to absolutely nail the part of the wall where the timing beams are. If you have a look at where he actually hit the wall, it's pretty much bang on where the timing beams are. So hopefully didn't misalign anything down there. Shouldn't have, theoretically. It is all well protected in concrete and stuff down there. And hopefully, based on what we're looking at, should be able to push the car back without any issues. But not the way Zoran Markovski would have wanted his weekend to end.
No. Might need to get up with the icicle, give the sensor a bit of a wipe over.
Yeah.
Clear the dust.
Just give it a cuddle, a little pat on the top of the head.
Yes.
Yeah. Would have scared the spiders that live in there, though. Definitely.
You guys have spiders, we have wasps.
We've had brown
And
snakes.
ants.
we have brown snakes. We have kangaroos, blue-tongued lizards. We have everything that lives here at the Dragway. I even had a turtle once.
Oh,
'Cause,
nice.
my office that used to be downstairs looked out, and I looked out the window, and there was nothing else going on, and there was just a turtle making his way across the burnout box. And if anyone thinks I'm lying, I do have photographic proof. So, yes. But that is a shame. Just shows how quickly these things can get away from you. Because it wasn't exactly a big smoky burnout that he was doing down there. It just kind of drifted into the wall and then bit.
Yep, skipped him sideways.
So in addition to Tuff Streeters being one of our presenting partners here at the 2026 Sydney Jamboree, we also have Fueltech, which is a company that was founded on a passion for motorsports and a commitment to innovation. They've established themselves as a leading developer and manufacturer of high-performance vehicle control units and automotive electronics. With roots deeply embedded in the racing world, their mission is to provide cutting-edge technology and solutions that empower enthusiasts and professionals alike to push the boundaries of performance and efficiency. And that is Fueltech. If you want a good follow, jump on and follow them on social media and search the hashtag Fueltech everywhere, exclamation point. You do that and you will find plenty of fun stuff on social media. I'll give you the hot tip. Big hello to all of our product partners as well. Summit Racing Equipment, our event support partners, Platinum Racing Products, Heltech Engine Management Systems, dragphotos.com.au and Pack Performance. And of course, all of our bracket sponsors. Factory Extreme, brought to us by this weekend by Precision Turbo and Engine. McKernan Associates presenting a Pro Compact. Outlaw Pro Mod brought to you by Joel's Garage Gear. Radial Extreme brought to you by BRP Race Transmission Coolers. Modified 10.5 presented by Tuff Streeters. All Motor by Mainline Smart Dyno Technology. And Street Compact by Speedflow, Australian-made performance hose fittings. We do have our show and shine going on up there on the eastern side of the grandstand, as well as all the kids' rides as well and face painting. That'll be going on just about all day today. I think they're finishing up at about 2 o'clock. So if you want to do that, jump up there. You've got around about an hour left to go on the kids' rides and the face painting. And also, you can also grab grab your colouring in competition, you've got to hand the colouring in comp into the merchandise stand, the Jamboree merchandise stand, and we'll be calling the winner at around about 3 o'clock this afternoon. So if you do want to get any colouring in comp, I'm going to say you need to move pretty quickly, because there's not a lot of time left. And speaking of the Jamboree merchandise tent, you can go down and grab your event T-shirt before they sell out. It's a fantastic looking artwork. They've also got new hoodies, fashion T-shirts, kids, merch, caps, bucket hats. They've got all sorts of stuff down there. So make sure you go down and check out the Jamboree merchandise stand. Big hello to everyone who's up there with the Shannon Show and Shine, and also the super cheap auto trade Trader Alley. There is so much going on. Traders that we've got down there in the pits right now. So while we've got a little bit of downtime on the racetrack, this is not a bad time to go down and check it out. We've got Garrett Advancing Motion, Fueltech, Tuff Streeters, Shannon's Insurance, Precision Turbo, Super Cheap Auto Trade, Race Winning Brands / Haltech, Platinum Racing Products, Superior Installations, My Car Hobby Shop, Monster Kicks, Mitro Racing, Regal Diecast, Southern Diecast, Lucas Keyrings, Speed for Sale Nitrous Refills, and VP Racing. And I did also see Greg from Simpson Race Products Australia down there as well. So I reckon that's plenty. That's what we've got going on here today. It's going to be an awesome day of entertainment. We're not too far away from jumping back into it.
No,
and in fact,
thank God for FODMATs, eh? How they do the cleanup so quickly
it
these
really
days.
does. It really, technology is an amazing thing, isn't it?
Very cool.
So I don't think we'll be too far from firing up the next car, which will be Chris Fakinos, the Rocket Industries Mazda R100, also racing for DMA, Haltech, High Octane Racing, High Octane Performance Coatings, Turner Smith, and Pro Racing. And it'll be interesting to see what he can throw down. Sun's starting to come out now, so although it's not exactly what you call warm out there at the moment, it's definitely warmer than it was this morning. Pretty good conditions for racing. A little bit of a breeze coming straight back up the racetrack at the moment, but it is swinging around as well, so
Gotta love the womp womp from Chris Fakinos. So, Street 289, qualifying session number 2, back underway. Loving the enthusiasm of the crew, and again, another bit of a wild and woolly burnout there. The SICK 100 certainly is one of the most entertaining R100s we have here. Chris, not scared to keep the throttle in. As Rusty said, comes out of the Matooks Racing Workshop. Also gets support from High Octane Performance Coating, Tuner Smith, and Pro Racing, as well as Rocket Industries. Although interesting to note, he's chosen to go in the Aeroflow lane on this occasion, not the Rocket lane.
yeah, he's got a cast of thousands down there as well. But it's one of those things, when you're running out of the Matooks stable, you tend to get everyone from the Matooks stable.
You get lots of support.
You get a lot of support. It really is, it's a group effort. So on a solo pass here, it is Street 289. I think we probably don't have too many more cars. In fact, I think this is the last one in this session, because I can see Modified Compact coming up next, and it is the wheel stand man, Russell Archer. So Fakinos up first, just waiting for the RPM to build down here with the little R100. And absolutely blows the tyres off it at the hit. Whoa! With a big wheel stand at 200 feet. Had a good look at the concrete wall. Yeah, that's an attention getter, that one.
Just decided to hook up on him, didn't it?
Yeah, maybe a little change undies required. I'm not saying it was full blown, but there was definite panic there at one point. Whoa! That was about as close as you want to get to the concrete without actually hitting it.
Yes.
Yeah, wow. All right, so Russell Archer coming on this. Now, I'm not saying that Russell Archer is going to do a big wheel stand, but I did see An interesting photo earlier on, Jane.
Yeah, from Mazdub Photography, I think it was, posted it up.
And they put it up there, and basically Russell Archer, underneath the car, had put in tape. What was it? How about now?
How about now?
How about now? So obviously he knew something was going to go. He knew this thing was going to wheel stand, so he decided to put a little message under there for somebody. I don't know who. Next up, he will be taking on Genevieve Dodd.
Yeah, Jen, the solo What Up G car here this weekend. Fortunately for Alan, they've been off touring in Thailand doing his son's martial arts. Of course, he's a fighter.
Oh, right.
So unfortunately for Doddsy, he got back a couple of days ago, just wasn't in the right headspace, I guess you could say, to bring his car out. So they're concentrating on Jen's car this weekend, which is fantastic for Jen.
Yeah, right. Okay.
Let's see what Russell Archer's going to do on this occasion.
Yeah, goes
look at
higher.
that.
Goes higher again. I don't think you can say how about now, because that's the second massive wheel stand for the weekend, and I think he might have heard it this time, because when that came down a lot harder this time than it did the first time. 10.58, solid pass for Jen Dodd there. And 10.58, 128 miles per hour, a 10-second pass for Russell Archer.
So I wonder if Russell Archer's goal for this weekend is to take home the Sky's the Limit trophy.
I don't want to put words in his mouth, but I think his aim is to go over backwards at the moment. That's the second time the thing has not just stood up on the bumper, but it's almost unloaded the rear tyres while it's been on the bumper.
Yeah.
I'd love to have one more look at the replay of that. Here we go. Look at it from behind. And straight up and down. That's massive. All right, next up it is Michael Pepe, the 73 Toyota Corolla, taking on the little Evo Lancer, but I can't remember whose name that one was. It'll come to me. Just talk amongst yourselves.
And we knew the name when it did pop up earlier when we found it.
We did find it.
We did.
Because it's the only Mitsubishi. Mohammed Osman.
That's it.
Yep. It's the only Evo 2 that we've got here in the field. So probably has the best chance of actually hooking this thing up to the racetrack, I would suggest.
Tell you what, a bit of a rattle there for the Evo. Watching Pepe go on through in the little roller, and it's going to be a 9.41, 135 miles an hour, so he has improved.
Pass. Yeah, nice pass.
For the Grimace. And Osman had to just... Oh, he's taking the shortcut, so that run will not count for Muhammad. And we'll pull him off the racing surface as we continue through with Modified Compact. And again, this Toyota Hilux down there, he was another one of our competitors who decided to reach for the skies in Q1. Massive pickup of the wheels there earlier. Let's see if he's tamed it down a little bit, Jimmy Pexon. Runs for CMB Performance Management in Haltech. He has settled that Hilux down. Steve McGurr in the RX-7. No dramas for him earlier in 8.55. Throws the chutes, goes on 8.57, 155 miles an hour. And for Pexon, a 9.18, 145. So Luki Soldatic is our #1 qualifier at the moment in Modified Compact. He will be out a little bit later as we bring forward Ben Clark in the VL. RB30 turbocharger on board. In beside him, Scott Cousins in the Gas Racing Datsun 1200. And it's amazing how well the 2J fits into the bonnet of this 1200. If you get the opportunity while you're walking around, go and have a look at it. It is a beautiful machine. Clark just waiting patiently for Cousins to move forward. All right, Clark bumps in. Tree goes down. Pick up at the wheels there for Clark. Bit of spin for Cousins. Clark's driving it all the way through. Pops up with a 944, 141 miles an hour, so improves on that 956 earlier. Cousins goes 933, 180, so really starting to get that Datsun sorted. Wheel stand man of the day, Russell Archer, just making his way up now in front of the grandstand. Let's see what he'll do in Q3. Really tame it down, really come out and have some more fun. But for now, we've got Jake Matheson, the Extreme Fabworks Datsun 1200 Ute. In the Aeroflow lane beside him will be Erten Ozar, the RX3. Ah, disappointment there for Matheson with the Datsun being pushed back. Oza will take this one on a solo, running for Antelonian Grill. Takes his time to wind the boost up. Nice solid launch there for Oza. And it'll come up with an 861, 161 miles an hour. So he's fairly consistent, staying in number 4 qualifier with an 856. As I said, Soldatic is number 1, followed by Connor Fakinos and McGurr in number 3. On the qualifying list for Modified Compact.
We haven't seen Lukey Soldatic out for this session yet, have we?
No, we have not.
I wonder if he's in the lanes or in the tunnel. I haven't seen him, but that thing was on an absolute mission earlier on in the day, that's for sure. Probably one of the most interesting cars that we've got rolling up to the line now is Adam Tompkin. The 2016 Volkswagen Golf. Looks more almost like a circuit car than a drag car, this thing. Robbie Butler, no problems for him from Toowoomba.
No, he did get pushed back in the first qualifier. Runs on through, though, for a 924, 151 miles an hour, so nice and solid.
He's taking his time down here, and our starter's going, okay, you got the green light.
Are you good?
You need to go now.
And unfortunately, he is just reversing back as Tompkin.
Yeah, that's a bit of a strange one.
So depositing a little bit of fluid onto the start line for Tompkin.
Also taking the very long way back. Kind of went to the left and then to the right, and we're just trying to clear off the start line down here. Love the big diffuser hanging out the back of this thing as well.
Well, he may have difficulty reversing it. I mean, I don't think it's got a reversing camera on there for him.
And why not? I thought they came standard on 2016 Volkswagen Golfs.
I heard that he took it out because it drained too much power.
Oh, is that what it was?
Yeah, that's it.
Right. So Martin Whelan is lined up in the Ford Falcon. And he's going to take on Petros Christophilopoulos in the Aeroflow lane now. The 69 Mazda R100, SICK 100 Racing, PPT Plumbing. Very nice car, this one. Very nicely presented. Fat 10A is the number plate. And the Falcon from Black Track Performance. Also Gatto Repairs, Nova Pit Stop. Currently the number 19 qualifier with a probably less than optimal 22-second pass, 22.69. So a little bit of room for improvement left for Martin Whelan. For Christophilopoulos, 886, 151 miles per hour leaves him currently in the number 5 qualifying spot. But again, I think there's still room for improvement here. Good wheel stand. Carries it Gets near the centre line, doesn't quite touch it. 7.94, that's a big improvement for Martin Whelan. 9.15 doesn't improve for Petros Christophilopoulos, but still a solid pass considering the wheel standers. 7.94 at 176. That is enough for the number 1 spot over Luki Soldatic by only 0.003 of a second. So, yeah, just got tied at the top of the qualifying list in modified compact. Now, can Luki Soldatic pick some up here? Can he improve and get that number 1 spot back? He only missed it by 3,000 so far.
Yeah, I wouldn't be surprised if he does. I mean, 196 mile an hour, we saw him come out in the first round, but from memory, I don't think it wasn't the best of starts. Is that right?
Yeah, it was a little bit soft off the start line, a little bit squirrely as well. I mean, the funny thing about this car when you look at it, it really does make it clear when they say a front-wheel drive car, it really pulls the car down the racetrack, whereas a rear-wheel drive car pushes the car down the racetrack. When you look at the width of the front end on this thing, just to fit the tyre underneath it for Lucas Soldatic, it's not going to be on this run. He's definitely not going to improve on this run. Tell you what, Randall Graham might, though.
Yeah,
I reckon. Pretty good pass. 8.37 does pick up a bunch, but it was popping and banging and wasn't very happy down there towards the top end of the racetrack. So an 8.37. That'll slot him into the field in the number 4 spot. So even with that really early shut-off, in fact, it's the lowest mile per hour out of any of the cars that we've got in the top 10 at 135, but still 8.37 is in the field. Next up, got the little Datsun Ute of Anthony Saab. Datsun 1200.
So all eyes on Saab. 974 was his first pass, 142 miles an hour.
Interesting if you have a look at the back of this car, they've actually welded the tailgate shut. So it's all, the body's all smoothed off and rolled under, and it's actually a nice little detail on a race car, because realistically you don't need the ute to fold down.
No.
And a 960 at 142 miles per hour.
All right, we can see Daniel Ruggier down there, the Anydoor and Gates RX3. Just waiting to see what's happening with Connor Fakinos. Ruggier is ready to go. Connor, I think, is going to be pushed back, unfortunately. So all eyes on Rotor Geek. Running for all epoxy solutions. Nice pick up of the wheels there for Dan. Goes to half track in 5.6 seconds, crosses the quarter mile with an 8.91, 148 miles an hour.
That's a big improvement. Considering earlier on he dropped something on the racetrack that took us forever to clean up, that's a much better improvement for Daniel Ruggier. We've got the most eclectic group of cars here today. It just, one after another, they just keep on rolling out. It is Matthew Guffog with the 67 Datsun 1000 wagon, of which I don't think there's that many around, full stop. Datsun 1000 wagons. They're pretty unusual. He's going to take on Sean Majlak in the 1980 Toyota Corolla.
And yes, we did just get a little bit noisier as we moved into all motor.
I was going to say that the pitch has gone up a little bit. Oh, look at him manually shifting that Datto. You can just see the back of the car jumping around on every gear shift, popping the clutch. That's what you want to see. Pretty good side-by-side race, this one, 12.56 to a 12.92. It really did get loud. I feel like I have to yell.
Yes. Especially over Paul Matheson's 1300 wagon.
That thing sings, doesn't it?
It is beautiful.
I haven't seen that car for a long time.
No, it didn't race. It didn't campaign to the Jamboree Series last year. Instead, decided to give the car a bit of loving, bit of a makeover there.
Bit of love.
So it's come back out looking fantastic.
I really like the late 80s, early 90s style graphics on it too.
Yeah.
It suits the car. It really suits the car. Big 13 beats, the number plate.
Taz Gregoriou is number 6 qualifier at the moment with a 12.77, but all eyes on the wagon as it goes on through for a 10.79, 123 miles an hour. So Paul has found about nearly 3/10 of a second there. Taz Gregoriou at 12.57 at 111 will keep him in 6th.
So it's not a huge field in All Motor this weekend, but still a very solid field. Elias Melky, the RX2, taking on Jason Stoodley, the carrier to Daisy Hill in Queensland, the 81 Ford Cortina. Sounds like a nice place, Daisy Hill. Is it nice?
Yeah, it's not too bad.
Sounds like a nice place. Sounds like where Bluey'd live.
Well, there's a koala centre there.
Oh, is there?
Yes.
Oh, okay. There
So
you go.
next time you're up Queensland way, you'll have to go visit the koalas and
Probably
Daisy
for
Hill.
Jambo in August. Why not? Why not?
Now, Stoodley's a super tough competitor no matter what he's racing. A 0.41 reaction time. We'll see how consistent he goes. An 11.94 already on the boards. Goes 11.93 with
Yeah.
a 2. So
He's always quick and he's always consistent, and that's a pretty deadly combination.
Yep.
Especially when you're that good on the Christmas tree as well.
Yep.
So, yes, I'd say he will definitely be one to watch in the later rounds this afternoon. Next up, it is James Fakinos, the 74 Mazda 1300 with the 13B in it. Fac Junior. No, I'm not being rude. That's the number plate. You can really hear it as they climb into the revs, eh?
Yeah.
Like they're really doughy down low, but once they start climbing into the revs and getting up into the rev range, they start singing. 1392, 105 miles per hour, but a fair bit of room for improvement there, I would suggest.
we had 9 All Motor entries on the entry list. We've currently got 8 competitors qualified. So waiting to see if we have one more vehicle coming forward.
Do we have one more?
I don't know.
Do we have one?
I can't see below
I kind of
me.
want to stand up and have a look, but I know I'm not going to be able to see anything because everyone's now staying out of the sun. Oh, we got 2 Burnout cars coming out. Do we? Ooh. Let's wait in here. I'm sure we're going to wait for these cars to come back along the return road. Now, don't forget as well, we do have the Castrol Edge Workshop Challenge during eliminations today. It's the Castrol Edge Workshop Challenge is designed to create a workshop team competition at Jamboree events between all the first-class race workshops who are at the top level of the sport compact drag racing. These workshops are the backbone of our sport and are involved with building or maintaining many of the race cars that you see here today for all of our races. The competition's been created in such a way that it's fair for all workshops to participate regardless of the size, and they'll all have a chance to win the prestigious Workshop Challenge Billet J winner, plus $500 prize money to the winner. The Castrol Edge Workshop Challenge will include all nominated workshop competitors from the categories of Modified Compact Street 289, Modified 105, J275, Pro Compact, Pro Turbo, Factory, Extreme as well, and it's all thanks to Castrol Edge.
Well, at 10.18 there, 132 miles an hour for our competitor in the Aeroflow lane. In the Rocket Industries lane, it was a 10.77 at 137 miles. Now, those guys were in our all-motor bracket, but I believe that would not be the case, seeing one of them would have had a turbocharger on at least. So I believe we should be in street compact. This will be their second qualifier. Just having some CompuLink moments here. As we bring Michael Crouch forward in the Hyundai's made the trek down from Queensland.
Ooh. There was a lot of pops and bangs out of that then.
It sounds like someone may have missed a gear or something.
Yeah. There was a box full of neutrals there. Still goes 11.74 even with the big pause
Yep.
at half track.
And Thomas Saris, yeah, like you said, 614. Sorry, what did you say?
How good is a Celica? Like, they're a great-looking little car. They really are. So...
Especially this model.
Yeah, this model, it's like there's something about them. They just look sleek, a little bit racier than like your RX2s and RX3s and that sort of thing. They just look a little bit sleeker,
Yep.
for lack of a better word.
So this is Stephen Johnson making his way down in the Celica. I believe he's won a Jamboree billet trophy a time or two.
Yeah. And 10.61 for him, 11.30 at 98 miles per hour for the car in the Aeroflow lane. But just having a look at it down there was a lot of smoke out of the car as it went through the finish line.
Yeah, that was Dom Finianos in the RX3.
Yeah, I think they're going to have a pretty good look at it
one.
down there. You can really tell when you look at this model Celica they're trialling out now. They really do look like a baby fastback Mustang, don't they?
They do.
Like, it's quite uncanny when you have a look at it. Even down to the sort of rectangular tail lights. So, street compact. Yeah, this is street compact.
Yep.
Janie's on it.
I know what I'm doing.
Good job, Janie. How much do you love DOS computers?
Oh, my God.
All right, so problems. He's rolled the beams down there, has our friend in the Celica.
That would be Craig English.
Good on you, Craig.
No, that was not good. That's
Well,
not
no.
what we want to see. In the Sora, we've got Cameron Gardner now. He's away. Not a great reaction time, a 1:38. But he will give us a good quarter mile time of a 10:29, 132 miles an hour. And for the Celica at 11:23 at 94 miles.
It's funny, 11 seconds is still a bloody quick street car. Like, it really is. And I think you kind of get spoiled these days when you see how many quick cars we've got. But if you've got an 11-second street car, you know that you've got an 11-second street car. Like, they can be a very, very quick thing, that's for sure. Next up, it is the Cressida down there in the Rocket Industries lane, up against the VK, I think it is, in the Aerof lane. Don't have any details on these ones. I'm going to leave that to you because you've got the search function in your computer. Control F helps.
I've got it. Bradley Halliburton in the Cressida and Ethan Hurst in the VL Turbo. So the VL Turbo will cross the finish line first with an 11.97, 112 miles an hour. And for the Cressida, no time recorded.
Yeah, don't know why there was no time recorded. Did he leave before the Christmas tree was activated?
I believe so. I did see the big cherry on the tree there
Might
with
have
no
rolled
other lights.
Rolled the beams.
That good old roll of the beams trick. Doesn't work anytime. Paul Nardella now moving forward the Series 8 RX-7. And in beside him, furiously looking as no details for the RX-2. Capella, whichever one you want to call it. Waiting. Oh,
Waiting.
Fortunately, he's being pushed back.
Yeah, it's a shame. The RX-7's lined up down there, ready to go, though.
He certainly is. Andy Slyman just being pushed back, unfortunately. So it's all eyes on the FD. Nardella will cross the finish line, goes on through for a 13.94, 101 miles an hour. As we bring the Sora forward now. And this will be Ilija Bendveski. You can jump on with me, Dave.
There we go. Yeah, so I gave you the choice. It's nice that you picked us there. I know Rusty's trying to enjoy his loaded fries, and I've finished mine. So how is it, sis? How's it going?
Fantastic.
Except that you're under the weather there. You got a bit of flu or something, have you?
No, I'm just doing my best Darren Lockyer impression.
Oh, you're all Ben Hunt. Just that rugby league. Shot too many chops to the throat.
To the
boys.
throat.
Yeah. No, well, it still sounds pretty good. Sis. But
We're getting there.
beautiful this afternoon here at Jamboree. Thanks for turning up, folks. And I know we've got a few more creeping out here in the Arvo as their schedules start to clear, because, someone's going to have to win these billet J's again today, Joe. And that's never set in stone. We're seeing things like wheelies, pedal jobs, bingling, breakage,
Lots.
attrition. It's all going to happen between now and the end of the day. And look, I do kind of think that at one stage, I do still feel the urge to crack a few nerfies out there if we do get the chance. So I do believe my racket still might be around here somewhere, so we'll have to have a look. I have a funny feeling that there might be a bit of burnout not too far away here. We've got a few people heading down the front there for a bird's eye view, which if you are heading down the front to take in a bit of burnout stuff, we will then probably kindly advise you to go and sit a few rows back, because that's kind of what we normally do. But yeah, don't be right down the front if we get some skid cars out there shortly. We will ask you to go back a few rows, please. Just a few rows back if you can, because that burnout pad, geez, hasn't it seen some carnage since... Look, as much as the drag strip's been open for how long now? How many years? The drag strip, how long now, Rusty? 2004, there we go. So what's that, 22 years? And of course the pad has been something that was incorporated into it, not probably initially, but you know what? The Australian performing art, known as Burnout, has swept the world, folks. Of course, Cletus does it. Cletus came over, of course, and ran at Summernats one year. Into the blue seats. Okay, people, if you can go back up to the blue seats, can you see where the blue seats are? That's as far back as you need to be there, people. Thank you. They're all listening. Janie. Because we're going to send a couple of skid cars through there in a sec. But
You've got your best teacher voice on.
It's parent, it's uncle, it's authority figure. It's just telling people, come on, people, back to the blue. The people sitting in front of the blue seats, can you please put your bums in the blue seats?
Just shuffle back a little bit.
Maybe there's some colourblind people there, and it's like, well, that looks blue
Yellow
to me.
is blue. Maybe it identifies as blue.
Well, if that looks blue, then Big Bird was blue then in Sesame Street,
Absolutely.
if you remember that.
Yeah.
But yeah, it's good to be back in Sydney to see. Well, again, really, I think I only get here once a year now, and it's just such a good venue. It's done well for 22 years young, and this pad. The burnout culture in Australia, again, it's its own microculture / counterculture. And, in theory, if you look back at it, you can actually probably win more money in the burnout comp than any other form of Australian motorsport. It's actually, mate, the day the FIA actually goes, yes, I think we should approve burnouts as a motorsport. Then we'll know that Australian burnout scene has finally arrived. But I rate it more as a performing art. It's a mechanical performing art. It's almost like air guitar. It's like some people, the crowd loves it for the smoke. I love it for the RPM. I love it for car control. There's a lot of things I love about it. And I'm a diehard drag guy, but I do appreciate good skids. And especially the way that in Australia, and a little event, you might have heard of it, Summernats, the way that they... basically that was the big comp you'd go and do every year. But now, of course, we've got other promoters doing different things. Of course, Brashanats, Gazanats, Fridays, they've got them all. Just the terminology, tip in and, well, that's the only terminology.
I'm thinking what other terminology is there?
That's the best thing about it. It's just such a simple performing art. The finger, the international finger in the air. And I want to see anyone else out there know how to do the finger in the air. Show us.
Show us your best
burnout finger. Where's your best burnout finger out there? Get it up, mate. He's going to see you. Get your finger up there. I think the king is going to have a run here first, but here comes the day. He's going to send the Dado down there behind. He's got to go down and come back. That's just another amazing car. Burnout specials. Honestly, if there was not such a thing as burnout competitions in Australia, we'd have so many more people probably in drag racing, because there's so many blown and injected burnout cars in Australia. You figure sometimes you go, we must have 300 blown and injected burnout cars in this country minimum. And then thinking, well, what if they never had burnouts? They'd be supercharged outlaw cars or... But they're
Tough super sedans.
They're bona fide skid cars. They're built these days specifically for purpose, and some people just like skid cars. And if you do watch the video, Street Machine does a great recap of Summernats, and I watched that recap, and we were just watching the Burnout qualifying, and just everything blown and injected. And it's just, this country we live in. We're a blown and injected nation. Honestly, if supercars years ago decided to put hats and blowers on them, I'd be still probably interested, unless you know who's lifting at the end of Conrod.
Well, you know what, Diggs? I really love that enthusiasm of the crowd. But we need you guys back behind those blue seats before we start. We will not start until you are all back higher than those blue seats.
Those fellas down the front, there's a reason why you're the only people down there. It's because we've all sort of been saying, can we get back to at least to where the blue seats are? Because there could be, as we know, it's burnouts, it's tyres at high RPM, there's rubber, there's...
Oh, that's the new security company, Drag Photos down there moving them on. Well done, Dave.
Dave, Drag Photo Security down there. But yeah, that's where we need you to be, folks. And just remember that, and any time we bring the skid cars out, if you do find yourself down there for a bit of drag racing later, just when the burnout cars come, that's where we need you up there around the blue seats before we send a couple of cars just on demo. This is just an example, a little bit of cross culture where we are bringing the burnout scene out there. And yes, I saw this fella. He's been waiting a while to do this skid. I know we've had a couple of little, and this is what happens when we're trying to run a drag racing schedule. We can't do both of them at once. So what we are doing is, this is a little bit of a fill-in before the next round of some of our pro categories to come to the lane. So at the moment, our lanes are starting to sort of gently fill up with the next round of looks like Factory Extreme and Pro Turbo and the like. But yeah, this is the time that we can send a couple of skid cars out, and we will. So the K, I think it is, the HK is going to have the first skid. And this is more, these other people down here. Oh, that one person at the front. So the person, thank you. He barely got his bum down and he's gone. Up you go. Thank you.
Everyone give him a round of applause.
It's almost like it's almost like he knew he shouldn't sit there, and he got one cheek on there and then realised that we're calling him out. So just in that area in front of the burnout pad, we do need you back at that level. Thank you very much. That's the thing holding us up. Oh, he lights it up straight away here. And mate, this is pretty much a show car in and out. Like when you have a look at it up close, it's a show car. But here it is, going to thrash it.
Yes, I will admit, when it drove over the burnout pad, I thought it was just a tow car and was going to pick up. I didn't realise it was one of the burnout cars.
Yeah, I didn't know it was a burnout car. And limiter. There's the finger. Where's the fingers? Give us the limiter finger there, people. There it is. That's not the middle one, by the way. It's the pointy one. Pointy one in the air. Bit of limiter. Everyone loves it. Got the hand out the window. I do love it. It's an interactive performance. It's a performing art, an
it's a dance of cars.
Automotive, mechanical performing art. It does involve skill. It's a musical instrument because RPM is a musical instrument. The smoke, very visual. The interaction between the artist and the crowd.
It's almost like ballet.
The performing artist, nice skid, nice finish. Give a round of applause. That's not a bad performing art. Bravo. If we had international Olympic judges, 8.5, 9.0.
What would you give it, Diggs?
I'd give it 9.0 all the way across the board there. Good effort. He actually made an effort. And I like guys that got an idea before they go in what they're trying to do. You've got to ad-lib a little bit on the way, as you know, because sometimes your car's not going to go ultimately where you can swing it in. But I like a nice finish where it's like, here's the end of the pad. Let's finish it near the end of the pad, and the show is over.
I think you just need to have that little pop at the end as you go off the pad.
Well, ultimately, the ones that gets everyone excited is when you're there on the limiter and you go bang, bang, and you pop two tyres and then the thing bursts into flames. That's ideal.
That's the ultimate ending.
That's like ballet mixed with heavy metal, pretty much. Yeah. That's a performing art that gets pretty visceral and very, very loud, especially the blowing one here. Dirty D. Here we go. Dirty D ready to go. The Datsun 1200 blown and injected. We've got the rotator going on track at the moment, taking up all our noise as we apply the rubber to the racing surface. But Dirty D's about to come out and rip a skid for us. Make sure everyone stays back up near the blue seats, please. Don't just creep down if you've just turned up. But Dirty D just about ready to let it rip. We're just getting the five. We get Well, actually, Dirty D's got to wait for a sec because the Kinger has dropped a little bit. One would assume it can be a bit of cool and overflow if the thing's getting hot out there. So we're just doing that little bit of a wipe up with the rice hull ash, and they'll clean it up. I think Dirty D is Dirty Datsun, yeah. Dirty Digs, yeah. Well, I mean, maybe, I suppose, if we're in the right mood. But it's just cleaning up that water. Now, it's interesting, of course, Rusty and I, were able to sneak out and get some lunch/breakfast. Have you done such a thing?
No, I had to do workshop wars.
You had to do workshop wars. It sounds like, that was a chore.
No, that was great. I love going around talking to the teams.
So they couldn't get... Well, so what, they're not cooking in there yet? Normally, of course, it's a big food court down in the pits.
Yeah.
No one's cooking?
No, not at that time.
Not yet?
It was early.
Wait till quali. Normally, all those crews, there's always a dedicated crew member that's kind of the barbecue guy. And I know normally, Vic gets the barbecue job and, some crews have got the dedicated caterer. But, he's laid a fair bit out there on the burnout pad.
I don't think it'd be water either if they're cleaning it up with the kitty water.
Well, you're right. Yeah, with water, they can normally... The mop will do a fair bit, but it depends on what mop you use. If you had a mop that's been used to rubbing up, rubbing oil, and it's normally dipped in thinners, it's not going to pick
oil
up
and
any
water.
water,
Don't
is
mix.
it?
No.
But there's a couple of revolutions there where you can see you spun the car in or whatever it was that they're just picking it up. So we don't want to send Dirty D into all that slippery stuff. Cause,
this is like artwork with
it's now a massive drawing now, whatever this thing. It's like a 3D Mr. Squiggle thing. But as we were walking across the staging lanes, I mean, it took us 10 minutes to get to the food because so many people in the staging lanes talking to Anthony McTalk and telling me a Thief's car is an absolute beast, the new car, 200 pounds lighter than the blue car.
Wow.
And out here, did you see the run? He left the line. It was a sub 160. It was a .960. He pedalled it. And I said to Anthony, so where did he pedal? We'll talk about after this run. Here we go. Hang on. Dirty D, tip it in. Come on, Pokes. Put your hands, your fingers in the air. See ya. RPM. Real short wheelbase car is going to get plenty of doughy action. Where is he? Give him a round of applause. Where's the Dirty D gone? He's in there somewhere, and that's the other problem. Sometimes you get all that smoke up, you don't know where you are, and the last thing you want to do is bin it. Give him a round of applause. What a tough little car. The little Datsun 1200, the Dirty D. I'm sure you wouldn't have to ask him too much to come out and do it again. Tiny bit of flame under it here, guys. A little bit of fire out the front. I know sometimes these things can blow the dipstick out of the tube sometimes or whatever. So in comes the fire extinguisher. The boys are on it. Plenty of drama in the one little performance there, but wow. Dirty D all under control. And we're onto it right now. Sniper Cam's in there checking it all out. And yeah, that's a whole lot of engine in that little Datto, but you see ProFlow. We see the name ProFlow on a lot of tough stuff with blowers sticking out of it especially, but whatever it is, I hopefully think we've got it under control. But that is, show quality stuff. This is pretty much typical of an Australian elite burnout car because, it's still a great sport for anyone that wants to come in with anything they've got, but then you have the elite cars that turn up, and a lot of them have developed personalities over the years by just purely their license plates, Don't ask me to name 10 of them, but, you legal.
Was it Fear one?
UC Smoke, Fear. Yeah, Fear was another one there. What was the other one there that I know came up the other week? Spastic is one of them as well. Cranked and all sorts of names. There's a million burnout names out there. Of course, Lynchy. Well, Lynchy sort of goes without saying. It's just Lynchy. But of course, Gary Myers back in the day. I think GRM01. I think it was his personalised plate on the original one. So all those guys have etched their name into Australian motoring folklore. Mick Brasher, again. For people that don't know these names, it's again, they just forged their way through burnout comps by being good and being standout and performing and getting the crowd's acknowledgement. And you need to be a showman. I think the most spectacular thing I ever saw in a burnout was down here at Sydney Dragway. I think it was the big Power Cruise event. We had Lutzy here, over the road and Doc here and everything like that. Brasher was skidding you legal out there, right? Are you legal? And somewhere along the line, He's whoa.
I know. Hello, Spider.
Somewhere along the line, I don't know how he did it, but he swapped feet. He swapped feet.
He swapped
And I didn't know he swapped feet because you know why.
How do you swap feet?
Well, he swapped feet. So right foot for the accelerator, right? So he's somewhere in the skid. He swapped feet because you know what? He comes out of the skid and he's got the right leg out the window and he's kicking the skid and he's got the right foot dangling his leg out the door, like the window of the door of the Corolla. And that's when you think, well, mate, where did you swap feet to kick your leg out the window, Brasher, you lunatic? But that's the sort of guy Mick Brasher is, and that's a showman for you. So that's like, you know, Victor Bray was known as one of the true showmen of drag racing from his big burnouts.
Yep.
So he kind of put burnouts on the map before it became a
thing.
A sport outside just what you did to get your tyres warm on a drag event, you know. Drag racing. Burnout is a ritual that we all do, and that's where burnouts came from drag racing, to turn it into, well, there's a pad, go out there and skid as much as you can, as much smoke as you can, get the crowd all involved, try and be a showman. And now we've got that generation, and I'm not going to say new generation, because Mick Brasher's not 21, Gary Myers not 21, you know, they're all getting older, but just...
But their kids are coming into it, though, as well. You've got to remember...
There's the crowd on the big screen. If you can see yourself there, show us the burnout. What's the burnout finger? Do the burnout finger for, yeah, that's it. That's the way. That's the way. That's almost a national salute, isn't it? Like, you know, like everyone's got their national salute. I'm happy to do that. there he is. Look at it. You're a good-looking rooster. Look at him. He's a good-looking rooster.
Dance off.
I mean, I wish I looked that good in my 70s, mate. I really did. Yeah, he's a great-looking bloke, eh? Most men over 55 look like this, you know, when he stands up. Yeah, there he is. That's the way. That's the way. Oh, they're good people. They're good people. Jeez, if I had a racket and some balls, I'd crack it over to you fans sometime today, I'm sure.
Yeah, they deserve a T-shirt.
If I need to go down there with the limited energy reserves that I have left from driving here last night.
Would you like another Red Bull?
I'm waiting until the next round of Pro to do that. So, but yeah, talking about the burnout legends that we've just talked about. Yeah, Brasher that night when he came doing a skid here and the right foot's out the window, so wow, he's pedaling that with the left foot, and somewhere in the skid he swapped feet and did it that way. True performers indeed. And the burnout ritual, why not? Why not here at Jambo have it as a little bit of a side bit of entertainment while we do that prep? We're at that stage that, yeah, look, we've got a camera in behind us here that's showing us the cars there, so I can see the Queen Street R35. I can see Afif McHale. I can see Marcus Pepe. I can see Jordan Spencer. So we've got Pro Turbo Factory Extreme coming up shortly. Now, back to this quick story. So this is what you find out when you're walking from one spot to another. Get this. So I talked to Anthony Batuk, and I said to Afif, so Afif, did he pedal that? What does it show on the data logger? Did he pedal it? And he goes, the 60 foot was 0.9. He pedaled it at 0.5. He pedalled it at 0.5. Before the 60, he had a pedal. Because apparently last night when he tested it, it actually went hard right on a launch. So he was kind of getting himself ready to react the same way. So on that run when it went, like, still ran a 5, 9.9 something 60 foot, Anthony said, yeah, the throttle trace shows, like, big pedal at 0.5. So after you leave, you pedal half a second into the run because you feel a bit of shake, and you get to the 60 and 0.9. It's like, man, that's either reflex or a bit of muscle memory where you're just reacting to what the car did the last run. Because honestly, I wouldn't want to drive one of those things, as we saw this morning with Frankie. Like, things can go wrong so quickly out there. So how's that? Afif, 200 pounds lighter, this car, pedals it at 0.5 on the last run and still goes 0.9 to 60. And Anthony made the little claim, and again, he won't mind me saying it, if the conditions are right, he said that thing will go a 60. Like, nice. if everything going well, and again, we're not putting the weight of the world on him, but Anthony's not lying when he knows. I mean, it's a 70 car already, so, you know, it can do a 60, no doubt about it, and that'll still put it in probably, you know, the top 20 quickest import cars in the world just with that. So this is the sort of car we've got here, folks, in droves at Jambo. As you know, we're all sport for choice. It's happened over the years. It's evolved to what it is. How good was last year? Was it remember our big Jamboree? Remember our Jamboree recap package that we had last year. How good was that? I mean, remember when that first
A
played?
Jamboree legends, such as yourself.
Oh, well, I think the word icon is the word, not legend.
Jamboree icons, that's
there's a
it.
difference between a legend and icon. Legends are what people talk about later. Icons just sort of, statues and stuff.
Yeah.
I don't need a bronze statue. I got my billet J. I'm happy with that. The wife's not. Takes up a lot of room on the mantelpiece. It's not quite the... here we are trying to zhuzh the house up and make it look, real cosmopolitan and, beautiful,
nice.
Chic residential. And you go, what's that? Well, it's a billet J. It's a billet J on the family mantelpiece. So... but it's evolved. That recap that we did last year, that was an amazing package. Remember, that was the countdown that we counted back and came forward. I was crying like a baby at the end of that because I thought, wow, we have come so far with what this event has started at to where it is now. We just have. And again, for you folks, for your hard-earned to come here and see them in person, especially for our people watching the live stream, well, everyone around the world that appreciates these things, truly do realise we are blessed with so many elite cars from factory extreme to street compact and everything in between. And every time we turn up at a Jambo, it just feels like another gift. It's a gift for us for the day because we get to see these amazing cars go fast. But look at we've got him on screen now. There is Jay Sadek trying to calm his nerves. That first run today, it just blew the tyres off it. This thing is a 630 car. It's the quickest auto rotary in the world as well. They're really leading the way as far as that's concerned. Is there a difference between maybe running quicker and putting a clutch in it? Probably, but he races so well with the auto. He's got it sorted. I mean, I remember when the RX3 came out and he learned in the RX3 and the auto and all the issues that had as far as bumping in, getting it up on boost in time. And, you got to race these cars ultimately against opponents, and that means getting the thing in a certain amount of time. And all that's tried and tested in nearly every combo, and it takes a while to get it to that. And that car's now the ultimate weapon, one of the ultimate. And there's another one on screen now. Here's Gina Bullions. There's Billy Nabin there. Looking ageless. Look at him. Most men over 55 look like this. And there's Billy, still as young as ever, still got that swagger.
Fit and handsome, as he always has been.
He's talking to Burnsy there. So look, so we've got some rotary royalty, we've got some chassis royalty, and there's even there was even Con just over there at the side there, Con Elf. So just A-list everywhere. I love walking through seeing as people go A-list everywhere. Now, they may not think they're A-list, but I think they're A-list.
They are, yeah.
And honestly, if you were to come around with us, Janie or Rusty or whatever, and we walk through the pits, if you were to come on personal tour, we'd show all these A-listers. We think they are because they're at the top of this event. They're top of the sport.
They are the superstars of our sport.
And on a world scale, you've got to be proud of that we can deliver this quality of race vehicle or street vehicle at events like Jambo, and also acknowledge, please, forever, that this is probably the reason why the scene's so vibrant, because events like Jamboree have been where people have aspired. And it's not just aspired, you've got to go from aspiration to inspiration. Now, aspiration you can dream about all day. Inspiration's the actual thing that puts the rocket up you and goes, now let's go, right? And I'm still trying to put together the world's most simple little all-motor car, and I'm not even finished. I can't even get a damn thing finished. But I did go to the all-motor car people before, gave them a rev. I said, right, I need big burnouts from you, and I'm letting you know in the future, I'm coming for you. Bit of smack talk
Laying
in the
down
middle.
a gauntlet, love it.
Yeah, okay, all rotors, here we go. Bat Sport and Pack, Gina Bullions, Jay Sadek, Gina. We can almost say the First Lady of Australian sort of sport compact. I mean, Kelly was in there, though, of course. Kelly.
Queen Kelly
with the Dado back in the day. Kind of nearly the First Lady of sport compact race. But, hey, I'd say even Roxy Thomas. If you're watching, Roxy, you're one of our First Ladies of Jambo.
Naomi Vandertok, she's another one.
Naomi Vandertok, like honestly, all those people watching a live stream, you think of a few more First Ladies of Jambo, put them on the message line for us. Because they're all out there, and I do remember. Yeah, Roxy still. I think she was Street Series champion in Powder Puff again. Yeah, Queen of Powder Puff at Willowbank forever.
Absolute legend.
So I mean, another great First Lady of Jambo. Okay, now Jay, got to get this thing warm. Got to get it boosted. The auto. Got to get that trans temperature warm. You see him trying to warm it up. Now remember, Gina's done the burnout. Jay's got to. Like, if he's got to try and get this combo to the line at the same time as Gina, I think he's got to just... he's either going to wait for Gina now, and maybe that's his plan, but he can't be starting to skid now when Gina's ready to go to stage. That's a long time for Gina to wait now.
Peter Raham giving words of wisdom down there.
But don't you know that little tiny clock in your head? My little clock is saying, right, Gina's done a burnout. She's back in forward gear. She's trying to find the beams. Jay hasn't done a burnout. My little alarm is saying, like, solo Gina, solo Jay. That's just what I'm
Sammy
thinking.
brings out the guns and starts pushing Jay back a little. Oh, just back to the burnout box.
Now, Billy's ready. Like, Billy's not blowing up just yet, but start line's saying, hurry up, Jay. You don't have much time. But if he goes to... Yeah, no, you've got to keep it under... Okay, now, there we go. A bit of go to woe, right? A bit of go to woe. Because he normally loves to do a bigger burnout than that. But, look, as I said, you know as good as I. If you've watched enough drag racing in the past, it's ideal both cars do their burnout procedure very close to each other, not have a 90-second delay between one to the other. And the little alarm clock started to ring for me, thinking, Jay, just, I don't know, say solo. Look, I'd say solo if they agreed. Listen, let him solo and let Gina go.
Let Gina go.
But they basically, start line was going, come on, Jay, you've left the lady wait too long. So hopefully Gina, the clutch leg.
All the patience in the world.
Remember, she's got the clutch in there, so she's got a bit to do now. Jay's got to try and, I think, just get into stage and let him just go when he's ready and let Gina go. There we go. That's better for Gina. First, second. I saw a pedal from her. Oh, again, it just knocks the tyre off a little bit out. 113 in the 60. Gina goes 104 in the 60. She's on the cards. That's the best for her today. 944 went 104 in the 60, and it looked like it was on its way. Moved a little bit in second, I think. Gina felt that, and again, that reflex kicks in. You saw the little puff of smoke. She lifts off the throttle. Sometimes the gearbox is neutralised, and she wasn't going to get back on it. Jay, same deal. Just sat there, waited, got the boost up, lets the button go, and there it is. All that horsepower knocks the tyre off it again. Yeah, right. So, it's going to be anyone's race here today. There's one piston. Well, there's a couple. What am I saying? There's more than one piston car in here because we've got a Fief coming up shortly. We've got Rob Marjan here right now. Marcus Pepe in the water. Number one qualifier, Zeus 592. Está lista. Felicidades está. Sorry, the good rotary burnout brings out the might as well be in Salinas listening to the rotors over there, of course. Big shout out to everyone watching in Puerto Rico.
We did have someone on the live feed earlier, Chris, I don't know if you heard us, but they were asking if this track was in Puerto Rico.
Did they really?
Well, I'd say that just comes down to the quality of the racing and the cars.
If you're randomly scrolling, oh, seriously, it's Puerto Rico. No, mate, it's Australia, mate.
Australia.
We'll show you Barra in a couple of shots.
Australia.
We'll show you some Barra soon. You know what country we're in. Mind you, Barras are worldwide now as well. I'm proud of that. I'm a bit Sam Kekovich when it comes to the mighty Barra. Rob Marjan, what can we say? Just the best of the best, this car. Craig Burns build, SCF. Now, that is not a Pro Mod R35 body. I believe this is still our standard 35 dimensions, this car. Marcus Pepe, the RX-8. I even forget what a standard RX-8 looks like these days.
Yes.
And we got 10 different drag bodies for RX-8s pretty much. Marjan got the clutch in the car now, a 4-disc. I think he said 7.5 inch diameter, which I honestly still thought, you know, they can nearly have a door slammer clutch in these things. They could nearly have a 10 inch in it. But it's a 4-disc, 7.5 inch. And he's getting used to it. He just rolled the beams there. So he's going to get some data. He's going to give it up. They're both giving it up. 103 in the 60 for Marcus. But yeah, it was Rob learning now with about air gaps in the clutch is that there was RPM up and then there's that creep. And again, whether or not they'll check the data log in regards to that. Obviously, you know, when you're setting a clutch up, they talk about air gap. It's about how much can you disengage the clutch while you rev it and whether or not, again, reflex for him. You know, sometimes you go looking for the pickup point in a clutch, but so not enough air gap there, and the thing rolled forward, and then you can look back and say, oh, how much line lock pressure did you have on the brakes, all that stuff. So, but hey, he's lost that run. The 592 means he's still number one and got one hand on the top qualifier, Jay, so far, but there's a few in the field here yet to show full potential to the stripe, namely Well, here he is. Is he back? It is he?
He is.
He's
Oh, my gosh.
back. Frankie, how about this, folks? You've got to give him a round of applause when he toes back after this run.
No fear, Frankie. Oh, my gosh.
He put this in the wall, and Sam Mintanis. So guess what the problem is with that car, Sam Mintanis? I'll tell you after the burnout. I can tell you now, actually. Zero CO2 pressure in the lines, which apparently controls the shift.
Yep.
And probably boost control. So I initially, when he said it had no CO2 pressure, I instantly thought boost control. Yeah, Frankie, that's it, he's back. It might have just popped back. You know, it might have just all popped
What a
back.
man.
Can we get we can't quite get that side of it.
No,
We'll
it's on
see
the
if we
other
can on
side.
Sniper Cam. But so Anthony said that the reason why Sam picked it up, zero CO2 pressure in that car. So basically, I thought that was boost control, but he said it also about getting it into first gear and not having any gear. So it's all about the shifting mechanism of the CO2. And look, I'm probably speaking out of school, but Anthony said, you know, they claimed that they filled the bottle and they had it. There we go. We're looking for this side. That they actually filled the bottle,
Did
had
you
it in the
get the
car.
photo?
But
There we go.
What a beautiful job. But you can't even tell. Can't even tell. Yeah, there we go.
Zoom in, get up nice and close.
Yeah, you can't even tell. That's really just
Buffed out.
that'll
No
buff out.
drama.
That'll buff out. Yeah, apparently the CO2, they filled it up in the pits, but apparently they turned it all on and livened the whole setup. Yeah, that's not a bad job, boys. You've done all right there. You really have. And obviously, lucky enough, it was cosmetic on the clip, and obviously nothing underneath you could assume needed...
No, so I'm not the only one with scratches on my nose.
Yeah, it's pretty good. It's pretty good. We've got it covered from every angle. So yeah, they filled the CO2. Their biggest, Anthony said, the biggest issue was they turned the thing on in the pits and then towed and weighted and did everything. And of course, those things can leak out.
Yep.
So you kind of, if anyone wants to pursue this in the future, if you do have a CO2 for your shifting on your gearbox, leave it off until you're basically ready to go to the water and do a burnout. Don't turn your CO2 on in the pits and expect all that CO2 to be in it by the time you get to the line. Tick, never happen again. So that was why. It wasn't going to get first gear. It wasn't. And again, sometimes you've got two bottles in the car, one for boost control, one for shifting. I personally probably would want to have a couple of different ones. That way you're not relying. If one goes, you can't shift, you've got no power. So here we go. This time it should go. It's a full tilt RB on board, of course. It took's in that corner. And out there now, Frank Tarabay, he's got, of course, 2J on board, the King Kong ex-Mastermind car, ex-Lizzie Music car. 5-second performer, no doubt about it. It's got Vic Alf's walking back there now, C&V, Tarabay Brothers, you name it. And let's see how they go this time. Factory Extreme, second and last quali for them before we go into 3 rounds of Chicago Shootout. Who will win the Billet Jays in all of our classes tonight? I like it. 100, 115, half track 410. Frankie out the back, 645. It'll do. 029 off the light. So that's his average reaction time. 021, 029 for Frank. 645, 190. Not all the power, but that's a percentage. And Sam gets down 769. It was like a 115, 60. It wasn't anything brilliant, but he's gone A to B.
But he's got a number on the board now, 126 miles an hour. So no, he was off it way early. As was Tarabay, 190 mile an hour.
And, you know, Frankie can take that from there, and Nelly...
He's got something to work with.
Well, he can nearly run the whole field with even low sixes, safe low sixes, can probably run a field any day. But, you know, it's a long way between Q2 and E3 tonight. So here he is, 200 pounds lighter. It's now a Lexus. Could have identified as a Camaro, but now is a Lexus. Great airbrushing. I always love it. And it's not the first time ever anyone in the world's taken another brand of car and identified it as something else. I love it. I actually love it.
I think that's good.
And Afif getting the hang of it each run from there. But yeah, as you may not have known, and when there's a lot of private test days here, you probably wouldn't know. But yeah, he did crash the blue one. I don't know to what extent, but obviously whether this was already planned or whether it was like, you know what, I think I'll just grab another one.
Another one off the shelf.
And,
you know?
and this thing, 200 pounds lighter, maybe a little newer, well, brand new to us anyway, but just everything in it, as we said. as much as it's got Matook Racing on the side, this is the 2J 4A. And isn't it funny, we've got Anthony milling around, but then VL God is in the staging lanes ready to go. He did say something about why he did the rolling burnout. I don't think he had the line lock. Something didn't quite work, so that's why he had to do a rolling burnout. I said, keep doing that. I love the old rolling burnout. They call that they used to call that the funny car burnout. You know, you come through with a bit of speed and light them up. So here we go, on his own. Be interesting to see what he may be able to get out of it. All yours, Afif. As we said, he did that pedal half a second into the launch last time. After he let the clutch go, half a second later, he already had a pedal. And that thing, then he actually drove it a fair bit out. So let's just see what he can let eat here. I mean, Afif, like, you know, when you go and have a bingle and something like this, and then you go and build a new car, and it's like back on the horse, eh? This is fully back on the horse. Little pedal, 966, a little wiggle, half track, 399. Oh, that's
634.
That's the easiest 634 I've ever seen. 966 in the 60, little pedal a little bit further out. But yeah, again, like it goes for a wiggle as he bangs a few more gears in it. But I mean, we talk about how slippery these cars are, and I wonder about their stability at higher speed.
Yep.
And you just got to be careful. You don't want to disrespect these things. And not saying if he disrespected the blue one, but it bit him, you know, it bit him. Oh, Jerry, don't go changing.
Long Boost Performance Parts, Pro Turbo Time, Jerry Keel, Jordan Spencer, Keel with the 20B rotary.
They both need to improve. Look, Jordan's close to the sweet spot with the car, and as he's already said, I mean, you know, it's pretty much a very mild in comparison to now the billet barras that are going around the place. That you know, it's a barra build. Actually, we're talking about this the other day. Dion Amato, of course, Dion had the barra in the Avenger Pro Stock car. So Jordan Spencer, in his way, has kind of gone the same way. You know, barra in a door car, but not an Avenger. A Cutlass, absolutely love it. And I'm sure it's got lots of fans in the pits to see this beautiful 99 Olds Cutlass 4-litre barra beside him, Darren or Jerry. Okay, yeah, well that's an item worth noting in regards to number of crew. 7's a nice number. 7's enough. I think 7's enough. So again, attention in the pits for all crew, and this will go for racing especially. You can't have more than 7 on the line with a car, and that's very fair. So during racing tonight, you just be careful, folks, all the crew. Keep a number. It's like how many people can fit into a subway during COVID, you know what I mean? You can only have so many.
So many.
Okay, problems for the barrel gate. They'll put the kiss of death on him. Yeah, Jerry, first, second, third, 104, 60 foot, 443. Going to be a good one for the 20B. That'll do. 697, 194. Gets it down the racetrack. I don't know what happened to George then, but just while we got the chance right now, because it's a very loud 20B, is all of our crew on the start line. Every team's responsible for capping their crew. You know how you're safe?
That's right.
Take 3 out with you and you won't get disqualified. Take 8 out and you'll be disqualified. Take 7 out, that is the maximum. So if we identify that you have, and that means hangers on, like honestly, crew is crew. Yep. People checking wheelie bar, people guiding into stage, people checking underneath. So there's 3, there's 4. You don't need more than 7. We figure them out.
And each car should have specific crew assigned to that car.
Someone's given us a magic number, finally, 7, right? So tonight, Sydney Dragway officials will be watching, race control will be watching. If any crew, attention in the pits, any crew racing tonight, if you bring to the line more than 7, that run will be disqualified. It doesn't mean you're fully disqualified from the event, but you're definitely going to get a black mark against your name, and you'll go, why didn't I win that race? It's, well, mate, you had 11 people there. So how about just be safe, bring 4? You know what I mean? Yeah, well, we don't do that, but yeah, you know, let that, maybe do 1 as a warning, but yeah, But, yeah, so that's the rule, and I'm glad that a number 7's been decided. So,
And
so
the crew will have the race car number
Gotcha,
they are associated
gotcha.
with on their armband. So if
Gotcha.
you're not associated with that car, that
Mate.
number will not be on your armband. You'll be removed from the start line.
He's almost foot braking it down the foot. He's foot braking it. Yeah, I think he said, I don't think he said his trans brake stuff, but his line lock was stuff. Here we go. Put our hands together for Frankie Tarabay on the way back. What a recovery. First run into the wall, second run gets it down the track, and there's the repair job on it. And back in the saddle. And remember, 2 reaction times, 021 and 029 from Frank. So reflexes. And it is back and ready to take on everyone in Fat Shoe Extreme for 3 rounds tonight. Again, as we said, he's done it in Brizzy Jambo with the car. I mean, it becomes a rate of attrition. I do think the auto cars, there is less chance that the auto cars can suffer that sort of breakage and attrition. Anyone with a clutch and a clutchless gearbox is always a risk. And everything in between. Here comes Sam with this car. Again, folks, as I said, world-class presentation, world-class engineering, Australian vehicles in Australian workshops, and this is just where we are in 2026, Janie. Every year you wonder, when are we plateauing? When are we actually going to hit its limit? And then you look at me and go, man, we ain't hitting the limit.
There's more.
Every year, even if we get 3% extra everything every year, we can still go for a long time. All right, Eddie's going to bump in against Anthony. Bit of bump city here. 2J against RB in Pro Turbo. VL God, Eddie Hawak.
Here comes the Thief up the return road as well. Making moves with the new car.
Just go in, boys. Come on, it's just quality. Just go in. There we go. See, Eddie cuts the light. Anthony gets... Oh, no, not this time. Didn't want to light the wick up on VL God, and it's going to be Eddie 717 for now. That'll do. I mean, he's gone 630s in this car, so just getting down. But the VL God, uncharacteristic, not leaving in anger. Afif gets the Lexus pushed back there after watching. And, yeah, Anthony Hill, whatever little thing... Again, he knows every nut and bolt on that car. He knows it. So the old faithful, he'll be back in there. Actually, we were talking about that before, weren't we? Iconic vehicles that take us back to today. And we did say VL God. I saw Grimace down there, of course, the little Corolla.
How hot is it looking?
And that is an OG. Okay, attention in the pits, attention in the pits. People are trying to leave in the pits near the food truck, and there is a green Gemini coupe.
Fat FJ.
Is that what it's called?
Yep.
Fat FJ. So I would assume FJ powered.
FJ20.
I would assume a FJ 20 powered Gemini coupe. Can you please move it? Apparently we've got to try and move something through that area. Your beautiful Gemini coupe. Here's Anthony back in the streetcar real quick. Driving it back, whatever the problem was. All right, Benny Slaughter. Now this, I don't want to go too early here with a prediction, but I mean he's got some experience, Benny. He's
been around the block a few times.
He's been around the block. That first run for him today was epic. The launch, the clutch, I think that whole baseline was perfect. But again, everyone just taking their way down the way they know. Janie, are you doing the show presentations?
I think Rusty is, isn't he?
Rusty?
I've got
Is that the show and shine? Must be the show and shine. No, I think you're doing the show and shine. Yeah.
Renee just said you. I asked her before.
Somewhere over the rainbow. Oh, there we go.
I asked the question earlier.
Okay, well, it's in writing. Hey?
All right.
I see it in writing.
I will watch it. I asked the question earlier.
No, well, I see it in writing. I mean,
Benny Slaughter.
I could dissolve the whole thing and go and do it myself. All right, Benny. Oh, not this time. Yeah, wow, it really hit hard the first run, and now this time it's almost like it wasn't enough. Almost like it wasn't enough for Benny, and look, he's going to be stuck with the 723, number 3 qualifier in Pro Turbo, but that'll do. All right, so into McKern Pro Compact, second session for them. And I'm going for the yellow rotary out of this one. Nilsson Popperwell from Rosewater. He had a little miss in the engine last run, like the thing sort of was not a miss. That's all it was. I think that's all it was. So he didn't get a representative run. Pete Raham as well, 750, number 1 qualifier, early clutch. That was pretty aggressive car off the line, but Old Faithful had handled it. A 750 early click at 133 mile an hour. I mean, it is 6-second potential, no doubt about it. It is still technically like, a 3-quarter style car too. Like it's still got original sort of the old family pack RX3 been around a while. I think Rodney drove this thing for a while as well, but now little Pete, and he's not little anymore, he's solid Pete. Again, I think he said he was 10 or whatever when he first built his first rotary. So I've got a photo somewhere of Rocky showing him when he's little and cute, not like he is now. He's no longer cute, Pete. You're no longer cute. Technically, I'll go on record, Pete. You're no longer cute. I mean, you're beautiful, but you're no longer cute. All right, Pete Rahay and Nilsson Popperwell. Pro Compact, thanks to McKern and Associates, Q2. Shake, rattle and roll, Popperwell, 125, 60-foot half track, they're both back on it, pretend it's a race, and it's not, it's quali, 67 and a 63. Between the two of them, they both got a bit of a race together there. I like that. That's what we're going to see in 3 rounds tonight, is actually a bit of a pedal and a fight to take a win light. So they knew they needed something. They knew they needed something to make the run stick, and that'll do. 750 stays there for Raham, 768 for Popperwell, number 2. That could all change in a matter of moments. Jurgen Piscopo now and Uncle Rodney. Of course, Peter's uncle, of course, Rocky and George's brother. Rodney the youngest, but the tallest of the 3 Raham brothers. Grab as many gears as you want, Rodney. Got 7 of them. Just go bang, 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 4th, 5th, whatever. Again, folks, price of admission, go and look at the new Bumblebee down in the pits. They'll take that Camaro front clip off, and here's this billet 13, but there's not much to them. But go and have a look at the engineering, have a look at the layout, and tell me what it looks like, because I haven't even seen it yet. You know what I mean? I need to see that before the end of the day. If anyone's already got photos of it, put it through all the messages or whatever and see if we can't get a bit of a look at it. But billet pack 13B, 7-speed Liberty, and as we've said before, I think the boys got 2 of the first 10 7-speeds out of Liberty. So I do believe the flagship, the RX-9, was going to have one of them as well. But it just almost seems a natural place to put it in a state-of-the-art Camaro door car. Jurgen Piscopo, well, he's just fighting with a little Dado 1200. You know what I mean?
He's just punching. He's
punching all right for a little 13B 1200 Dado. Still a nice little car, wheelbase not on its side, but that's Dado 1200s for you. There's 6-second cars everywhere in the world, Dado 1200s. So here we go, Pro Compact Q2. Little softer on the 60, 106, goes to the gears, 6, 7 gears, half track, 416, early shoot, 662 will do it. It's 175 at half track, 416 at half track, 022 off the tree. Jurgen goes 734, number 1 and number 2 on that run. Yeah, wow, just bang, 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 bang through the gears. Early shoot, 662, 175 at half track there. That's a good checkout run for the boys. I can't advise anyone, but I say leave that clutch set up as it is. That is going to do it the rest of the day. You don't need 960s with that, because you know what happened the first run. It kind of was a little too aggro, and it doesn't matter whether it's a 13B or a 6,000 horsepower Pro mod, as those tyres are going to tell you when they've had enough.
That's true.
And that clutch is the magic for those cars that need a clutch. That setup, that baseline setup is essential to, once you get it, that's what's called a baseline. That's where you start from. That's
is that what it means?
Yeah, I think so.
Right.
I know that's somewhere in tennis, somewhere on the court, there's a baseline in tennis.
Oh, does it come from tennis? Well,
no,
you know, being
baseline.
Diggles.
Yeah, well, baseline. Carl Cox knows about baselines, but that's BASS line.
True.
This is baseline, as in, what would you use as a starting benchmark, maybe?
A starting point.
A starting
off point. Why do they call it the starting off point then?
No, well, benchmark sounds better. And again, does it start with a mark on a bench? And they said, well, it's from there.
Baseline.
Maybe they did. Baseline. Well, benchmark.
benchmark
No,
baseline.
too many words. Terry Waterman, let's move on.
We
Terry
shouldn't be
Waterman,
allowed together, Diggles, you know that.
3 hours sleep, Rusty. Terry Waterman from Seaton, South Australia.
You let me know if you're fading.
No,
'cause
I'm not going
There's
there.
monsters in there.
No, well, actually, I might put a second kid in it shortly. You know what? When I see Big Baz come out, that's when I'm going to grab the Red Bull.
He's coming.
Yeah.
He's coming through the tunnel right now.
Big Barry. All right, I'll be getting the second kid on shortly. So here we go,
Terry Waterman just...
Some shenanigans in the clutch here, maybe.
Yeah, it seems to be the clutch is either in or out. There's no in between.
Yeah, again, as I said, these things are... When you got a cranky clutch in these things, your left leg better be ready for it. I bet you that thing twitches in his sleep, old Terry's clutch leg, I reckon. He'll be there at night, twing, twing, twing. Wake up, I had these strange muscular twitches in my left leg. It's your clutch leg, Terry.
At least he's got the window back in it as well. It looks like it's taped in there. It's not happy going through the gears down there.
No, it's not a happy camper after the leave, and something's just holding that thing back, whether it's ignition or whatever. And look, 10.04's going to get him in there. 3 rounds of racing tonight means that, look, you might be sitting ducking round 1. You also might be Stephen Bradbury. That's the best thing about drag racing is you can just be there. As long as you're there.
You've got to be there.
You've got to be there. It's either Brilliance or Bradbury and anything in between. That's what I find in drag racing.
But it's the same end result. That's the thing.
It is. You just got to turn up and do it. And the Pro Compact field... and like all of our fields, they're short, sharp and exciting. And every time they come out, they command your attention. All right, Pro Mod time, second round of Pro Mod qualifying. And this one, of course, Outlaw Pro Mod brought to us by Joel's Garage Gear, leading Australian supplier of car hoists, workshop equipment and garage storage solutions, known for quality products, expert advice. There's so many Joel's Garage Gear. So much garage gear out there from Joel's. I am going to be getting myself a Joel's hoist.
Oh,
I've just got to try and get the boss convinced that I can put it in his shed. Because I'm already pushing.
Bolts, isn't it?
I know it is, and I want a single phase one too. That way it's not too hard. But I'm just trying to broach the subject gently with my boss and say, you know how you've let me bring 2 cars and 11 engines here? So could I put a hoist in there?
Here's the sales pitch, right?
Go on.
You can consolidate the space that you're using by having...
Well, I can. I could stack could stack 2 cars in the same space.
Exactly.
That's a great idea. Yeah.
There you go. I'm a thinking man.
You know what I'll do to start with? I'll ask him to go halves, and then when he knocks that back, I'll say, well, I'll pay for it. Oh, okay. So I reckon I should just go in and say, I think you should pay for the hoist. Yeah, let's go halves.
Now, next up, it is PJ Totterello taking on Joe Gauci. Joe took a long time to come up to the Burnout box there, so I'm not sure if there was any dramas with getting the thing fired up there. He's been taking the somewhat casual approach this weekend. 684, very early shut-off. Thing launched okay, but didn't really get to the finish line under any kind of power. PJ, on the other hand, 5-second wonder, this Mustang. 5.99 with an 8 in the first round of qualifying, 239 miles per hour. Still had a bit left in it as well, I would say. Speed probably down a little bit on where you would expect it to be. So 5.99, certainly moving in the right direction, but it's a tough-looking car, isn't it?
Isn't it funny to look at 2 different Mustang Pro Mod shapes? Me personally, I do believe Parlo's a superior shape because I love the bigger deck and more downforce.
Yes.
Ask Joe about downforce, and he'll say that he wish he had some.
Yeah.
And that's the difference between a car getting loose at half track and a car that's planted.
Yep.
As I do believe, I think a superior body for door cars is wide. Bump City, baby!
Whoa!
No, Electromotion's come out on something's triggered Joe's shoots there. 5.99 again.
Yeah, that thing's a bracket car, but for Joe Gauci, that thing it went off like a bomb. Keep your eye on the replay. Have a look because it was right where the camera was, and there was a big flash of flame out of both sides and up over the windscreen as well.
Yeah, well, that's the Electromotion then because that's connected to the burst panel. So, that's not good for it to have that little thing happen. And whether or not it is, sometimes a slightly older burst panel, whether or not it's pre-stressed and designed to, well, they are normally designed to, shred and open if there's a manifold backfire scenario. Not saying that was it, but, if the thing is, leaving the line and does, I don't know, in a moment just sort of burst, it'll trigger what they call an electromotion safety system, which will deploy the parachutes automatically. They are normally designed electromotion sensors at the finish line to do the same thing, get the chutes out, but they are wired into things like burst panels. So if the car does explode a burst panel, that's kind of meaning you're popping the donk, and maybe you should have your chutes come out for you if you don't get to them. So I think that's the premature call I'm calling on about Joe's run there. But both came out at 102 and the 60, and that's now two 590s from Totterello. And yes, I do like that rear deck. I'm a big fan of cars that can put the big deck on the back and get that downforce happening early. As much as these beautiful slippery pro mods that are out there, how well they work, when they're loose, you're trying to drive them and there's no downforce. Like, too many times you see them get, if the driver's not quick enough, like, you know, you can save it, but, you know, it's too many times you also see the things have a tendency to want to go over and flip themselves, and it's just one of those things. I'm not an aerodynamicist, but I do know when you see guys like John Zapier with like a block of flats on the back of a HQ, and that thing can be sideways at 400 foot doing nearly 200 mile an hour, and things not loose other than he's able to drive the car a lot more. Rusty going for some official duties. He's had to put the uniform on and everything. All right, hang on. Can you get me a Red Bull? I've got to put a kid in it, mate. Oh, no. Oh, okay, I'll go the Monster. All right, give us a Monster. No, I'll have one. Yeah, they're yours. Oh, thank you. Thank you. I'll leave the coins on the fridge. All right, look, that's 2 kits. I'll put 2 kits in it.
Can you just remind Shannon at 3:10?
Okay. Frankie Tarabay matching Barry Plumpton there, and the big Kiwi flag proudly waving out of the back there. He's from Massey in New Zealand. Focus Construction Group NZ. He's a builder, and he's in the construction game, much like, of course, our other Kiwi Factory Extreme friend Rod Harvey, builder, and got the construction company. Must be doing pretty well, because 959 cubes of Pat Busey ain't no LS, is it? That's a fair, decent commitment. 959 cubes. I think we crunched the numbers before. It's like 17 litres or something, I think. For those people that want to know the literage. 15 and a bit litres there. Divide by 06102 the cubes and you should get it. Frank Tarabay, I think, twin turbo Hemi on board beside him from Belmore. Fresh off a run in King Kong, now back in the pro mod. 586 and 261, number 2 qualified. Barry Plumpton, 572, number 1 qualified, 259. Same deal here. I'm just going to let the 959 go here. We're going to hear Turbo Hemi against 959. And again, not a black belt inside here today. So the power adders that for years weren't allowed to unleash in heads-up tin top racing for years, but here they are. Guys obviously choose to race the power adder they love. Barry's probably nitrous to the end. Whoa, Frankie goes near the wall. Half track 388, 375, 569 to a 575. That's some pro mod action for you right there, folks, in qualifying. The class of the field, those two. Here's the replay. Have a look at this. He's a little sideways stage there, Barry. Frankie goes for a walk near half track and steers it back. I've never doubted the driving ability of Frank Tarabay ever, and drove that thing away, but a 69 to a 75. And I where are we?
Where are you? All lost. You're all tangled.
And I did vow to let the 959 talk, but when Frankie's going for a move, Darryl Eastlake comes out of nowhere. Oh! Can I swap chairs? This is a low chair. I will be having leg cramps before we know it.
Take that one.
No, I like this one, actually.
Oh, okay, go with that one. You don't like the wheels?
No.
No. Oh, offended. Rob Campese. How good is this Mustang of Rob Campese's?
It is good, and he's been, like, if you want to go back in memory, I remember the Cortina, Be Warned.
Be
that was
Warned
a pro
with the
street.
big snails. And
people
so
out
good.
there, the young people, you may not know, it was a class called Pro Street Blowen. It was the Pro Street Days, the Australian Pro Street Association, and the streetcar shootouts before that. Campo turned up with a twin-turbo Windsor, all out of the bonnet of the Cortina. He's been a turbo guy for probably all his life. And this is the ultimate evolution.
He was probably
of that.
one of the races that actually led the way for this sort of
for
development.
turbo door slammers. He then had the other Mustang Super Sedan, and he's probably a car like that actually changed the rules in Super Sedan, kind of helped bring top sportsmen along.
Yeah.
Because we had 9-second cars getting chased by 6-second cars, and people said that's kind of dangerous having a car come past you at 260. You know, it might be doing 136 in the line beside you. You come past at 130 mile an hour faster. And not that I think he lobbied Campo to go door slam, but because the door was slammed shut on that whole idea early. So Campo still wanted a turbo car, so he just built it, and that's what I love.
Built it, found a home at Jamboree.
Well, nearly every guy that wanted to build a turbo pro mod built them anyway. Just had nowhere to race other than like Jambo or anywhere else, you know. They put 10.5s on it or whatever. But Campo's always just been a turbo guy. This is the, you know, I'd like to say he'd like to think he's probably on the last big car he needs, Campo. He's probably spent a few dollars over the years. Had a really trick Mike Moran engine in this, and I think he went back to a Brad 5 and has never looked back. He just needs a good run A to B here.
All right, show and shine presentation should be happening right about now. So if you were in the show and shine, make sure you head on up. What's Campo got? A 1:03 short time.
Not shifting gears down the end by the sound of it all. Lots of smoke out the end. 103 in the 60, half track 427 at 164 mile an hour, but we've got a bit of smoke trailing him down from there. One of the cameras picked up, you know, the RPM as he went past, you know, Turbo Hemi gets a real sweet scream up around 9. And whether or not the thing went to shift and it didn't shift or whatever, and then all that extra RPM caused that extra bit of windage. Sometimes that's all it needs, that bit of heavy breathing for too long. But we just hope everything's saved up there and not too much to write home about. Mike Hyde sent me some pictures of the 959 pistons in a 959. So they're 5-inch. Hang on, 5-inch bore. See the Hemi piston compared to the 959. Oh, yeah, they're big. Yeah, they're big.
They're big.
Yeah, everything in that engine is big.
Size does matter.
Thank you, Janie. That's true. That's true.
What about the pistons?
Yeah, they're massive, and when you. Someone might be able to, you know what, if Rob Chaplin's watching Chappie, of course, he's in Radial racing, he's got a Musi. Him and Barry are like Musi brothers, although, you know, Chappie's on a 275. Chappie's is 971 cubes. So he might be able to tell me what his bore and stroke is in the 971. It's basically a 959 that's gone and had a freshen. And he's got a new Camaro Radial car coming up too, Chappie, in the future. Trying to take the Australian nitrous Radial record back off the Henley boys from Mount Gambier. That dropped that down at the bend there, I think, last year or the year before. But, yeah, there's a few guys loving the big Musis. And Mike Hyde just showed me some big pictures of the pistons in there. That's another car, folks. As I said to you, like, this is the best thing about your admission ticket today is that you get to roam, and I recommend you do roam. If you want to sit here and watch racing all day, I'm that sort of guy too, by the way. I'm not a walk around. See you, Cright. See you, boys.
Yes.
See you. I'm not one of those... I can't walk everywhere. I would rather sit and watch everything come to me. But, of course, Jambo, it's different. We've got show and shines. We've got cars in pits that are just there. You know, they're probably friends of some of the races. So you need to go physically down and tread a few thousand feet, tread a few thousand steps today. You're not doing your admission ticket justice by just sitting here watching. Yes, of course, I'm the same. I would just sit here and watch racing all day. It's like winning nationals, Jane. I sit in the stands and just watch it all come to me. But here at Jambo, you need to go and see the show and shine. Go and see what 959 cubes of Pat Musi looks like, just so you can say, now I've seen it. Now I've seen one of the largest sort of gasoline-burning race engines that only drag racing uses. It's not like you'll ever see that in any other form of the sport, of motorsport, other than drag racing. Another call for our show and shine presentations. Up the top at the Shannon's display. So you know where we normally have a show and shine up the top there. Just another call. So any of our entrants that were in that show and shine, you need to get up in that area because the presentations will be awarded shortly. And we do, there we go, there it is all up there. Rusty's ready to go. So that presentation's happening for the show and shine. So get yourself up there for that if you want to see who wins what. And yeah, sometimes someone takes 3 or 4, you know, just because the car's so good. Isn't it? Like you see the quality.
And there's plenty of quality on
Well,
it.
I haven't walked up there either because right now I'm on full energy consumption just because, 3 hours sleep since yesterday. Drive to Sydney, but this is keeping me going, mate. The adrenaline, the horsepower keeps it going. Mind you, if there was a tennis racket and some balls, that'd keep me going there too. So we can't do too many things all in the one go right now. So the show and shine prezzies is happening up there. Maybe there is a little bit down there. We're looking for some of Campo stuff. There's a mop happening out there, probably a couple of 100 foot. There's a bit of spray, which is good to see, just a little bit of extra prep going down near the start line. And maybe there is a little bit down the end. Obviously, we're waiting for the next session of everything to come through, or Q3 for a lot of our categories. So they'll be coming to the lane shortly. At the moment, nothing in the lanes, nothing more coming down the track immediately right now in the next couple of minutes. That show and shine presentation happening up there at the Shannon Show and Shine area. It's great to have them on board. We also got to thank presenting partners today, not only Garrett Advancing Motion for again kicking off our 2026 Jamboree partnership. Garrett Advancing Motion, of course, supplying technology solutions to nearly every major automaker in the world. They enhance vehicle performance, fuel economy and drivability. Cover the full range of engine sizes from sub 1 litre to 3-cylinder engines to premium high-performance V8s and V12s. Garrett's always got a great display. Go down and suss them out. Our presenting partners as well got great displays too. Fueltech and Tuff Streeters. Great presenting sponsors for 2026 Jamboree. Hashtag Fueltech everywhere. Fueltech has established itself as a leading developer and manufacturer of high-performance vehicle control units and automotive electronics. Roots are deeply embedded in the racing world. And I think even initially Anderson Dick, of course, the founder of Fueltech in Brazil, was drag racing nut, essentially. Saw the Fast and Furious movie, saw Paul Walker pull up the old laptop to do whatever he did to, unfortunately the floor fell out in the eclipse when he raced, but nothing to do with the ECU. But that's basically, that influenced Anderson to go and do an electronics engineering course, founded Fueltech, and look where he is now. The story of Anderson and Fueltech is amazing. Brazilian born and bred, so Brazilian proud. Big shout out to all their Brazilian drag racing fans watching Jambo. It's Fueltech everywhere. We've got Fueltech on quite a lot of cars. Anderson was one of the first ones to go, well, why do I need a laptop to change my tune? Why don't I make the screen where, like the actual screen, everything, where you tune it, where you do your gauges and all of that. So Anderson's one of the first to really pioneer what used to be a couple of different products, whether the industry was always set up to go, well, you know what, here's one unit to control the ECU, you have to buy a dash to suit it, and then you need a laptop to tune it. So basically what the old ECU setups used to be was our main ECU unit, then the dashboard that went with it, and then the laptop that you had to plug in to pull everything out and change it all on a laptop. So then, he was one of the first to really sort of come across well, why can't it all be in one box and why can't we just do it all on one screen? And that's kind of where Fueltech sort of started with that whole idea. And of course, a lot of other people have started to take that up and do it themselves. But Fueltech, they realise that there's quite a few customers in Australia using their products. We've got so many great ECU manufacturers all the way around the world. We've got our own Aussie ones as well, but Fueltech, great supporters here at Jambo. Tuff Streeters, of course, too. The Australian-born powerhouse in the car scene. Actually, we'll give Big Barry a bit of a rap as he comes past.
Our friend from across the ditch.
Rusty, can you give us a 1-2 test on the mic there for the show and shine? Give us a 1-2. He's going to try and grab the mic here in a sec. Round of applause for Big Baz. 959 cubes. Thanks, Baz.
Can everyone hear me? Yes or no?
Yes, we can.
Is it easier without the microphone or with the microphone? Doesn't make a difference? Yeah, all right. We'll run with that.
We can hear you.
All right. First of all, I want to say a massive thank you to everybody from Shannon's. The guys from Shannon's over here, they've been supporting the gym.
All right, so we've lost the one we could hear him on, we can't hear him, but he's doing the prezi there. So whether or not whether Rusty hears us there or not, but he's doing that presentation over there for our great show and shine right now. We've got that on the live screen. We're doing our little bit of prep here on the start line. So that show and shine is on for now.
So So Maddie had a VL
There we go.
Commodore today. Big congratulations to Maddie. So top coupe today, entrant number 13, Kingsley Lewis. Congratulations, mate. Thank you. Time for top wagon, van or ute. Entrant number 33, Peter Osinho. Peter Osinho. Nope, okay, we'll come back to Peter. Oh, he's here? Peter Osinho. Mazda wagon. Yep. Okay, time for top paint now. It is entrant number 48, Paul, and I apologise if I butcher this, Paul Borschden with the Nissan R32 GTR. Congratulations, Paul. No, Paul's not here at the moment, so that's okay. We'll get back to him. Top interior now for the Sydney Garrett Jamboree is entrant number 31, Dallas Bright with the Mazda R100. Top bodywork now. It is entrant number 8, Sam George with the Mazda RX-3. Congratulations, Sam. Top rotary engine bay now, and we've got a lot of trophies to hand out. That's why I'm rolling through them pretty quickly. Top rotary engine bay. It is entrant number 10, Basir Hassani, the Mazda RX-3. Top piston. There we go. Congratulations, mate. Time for the top Mazda in the Sydney Jamboree. It is entrant number 14, Patrick Long, Mazda R100. Patrick Long. All right, we'll make sure. I think he might be racing shortly, so we'll come back to him. Top Nissan or Datsun now. Entrant number 32, the Datsun 1000 of Tyler Coles. Top Toyota now, and it is the Toyota Corolla. Entrant number 22, Jason Lowe. Jason Lowe. Congratulations. Time now for the best wheels. Entrant number 4, the Nissan 200SX, Dale Coughlin. Tuff Stance Award now. This is always a good one. It is entrant number 47, the Ford Mustang of Jonathan Damascus. Jonathan Damascus. Nope, not coming yet. Okay. Top Engineered Award now. It is the Mazda RX-4, entrant number 28, Tony Armu. The Top High Tech Award now, and it is the VX Commodore. I'll wait for this car to go down the racetrack. It is the entrant number 24, the VX Commodore of Dave and Mel Ramsden. Top High Tech Award. There we go. Big round of applause, guys. Put your hands together. Whoa. Well done, mate. I didn't think you'd be able to afford it, but good job. All right, it is the Promoter's Choice Award now. Mazda 808, entrant number 35, Harry Award. Harry Award. Okay, now it's time for the big three, the top three overall. Third place today in the Jamboree Shannon Show and Shine. Entrant number 13, Kingsley Lewis with the Mazda R100. Third place overall. Put your hands together, guys. Second place overall, it is entrant number 18, the VL Commodore of Maddie Mitro. Oh, she went? Well, Maddie, if you want to come back and grab your trophy, definitely. Okay, and it's time for the big one, the king of the Jamboree Show and Shine. Put your hands together. Mazda R100, entrant number 31, Dallas Bride. Once again, a massive thank you to Shannon's and everybody who supported the Shannon Show and Shine here at the Garrett Advancing Motion Sydney Jamboree, presented by Fueltech and Tuff. Streeters, back to you guys in the box.
All right, so look, if Rusty comes back from our Show and Shine Prezi that we can hear him, we'll go straight back up to him. So there's some good Shannon Show and Shine Prezis happening at the moment. Poor Ray, something's happened there for Ray Fairfield again. As we said, trying to fit in at the end of the Pro Mod field to hopefully get, you know, another test pass / licensing pass for the car. Look, new car gremlins, you would have to say, Janie.
New car blues.
But new car blues, but what a beautiful deal. And, you know, that's no cheap investment there, Ray. But, you know, we saw so much of Ray Fairfield over the years with the EL.
Yeah. And knowing Ray, he will perfect the car. He will come back. He will be...
Yeah, from 6-banger to small block, and now I guess that small block is in there, and I think he just wanted a bit more car under him, I suppose. Lighter, you would assume, all that sort of thing. So whatever happened there, new car blues. I wonder if he can slot in just to come in at the end of the 3 rounds. So the Australian performing art of Burnouts is again going to give us a couple of examples coming up shortly. So
it means we need to move back behind the blue line.
Well, just a pre-warning for anyone sitting right down the front. When you do see the Burnout cars come out, we'll ask you to go up as high as where the blue seats are. Can you see the blue seats over your shoulder there? That's kind of the height we need everyone to go up. So how many rows is that? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 rows back in case, you know, the skid cars throw a bit of steel belt out or whatever. So that's going to happen shortly. I think our Burnouts are coming out for a bit. Our quali sessions are just about done. We are scheduled for round 1. This is the theory. Scheduling right now, and again, all of this can be penciled in only because, you know, this is a movable feast, events like this.
We are flexible.
The race schedule program, in other words, round 1 of racing starts in 14 minutes. That's what we've just been told. So about 14 minutes, there'll be calls from race control to the pits to start calling round 1 of a few of our categories. For those people sitting in the stands just taking it all in, thanks for your patience. But you know what, a couple of Burnout cars out here shortly will give us something else to look at. But just ponder this, folks. That Jambo merch for 2026, get into it. It's red hot. Some great stuff down there. Remember, October, again, let me check, make sure it's true. October 17. So everyone get their phones out. Go to your, you know, I'm using this more than ever now, Jane, this newfangled stuff called, you know, calendar, right? Go to October 17. I think it's October 17. Jambo at Heathcote. So Victorian Motorsport Park, of course, new owners, the Symbolics and Symbolics Ricker deal down there. So basically, Victorian Motorsport Park. You would not, if you haven't been there for a long time, let me tell you, when Johnny Ricker showed me photos of some of the progress, he's literally, not going to say they put a bomb under the whole place, they literally dug up, pushed over, pulled out.
All the dirt.
Now remember, I know there's 116 acres there, right? Because Lance used to take me around on the quad bike. It was almost like we were doing an outback adventure. We're going flat out through the bush in the quad bikes. He had all sorts of stuff. There were dams there. He had crab pots in there. He could catch lobsters and stuff in there. There was a lot of things on that property. He showed me the old dirt drag. There was a dirt drag track there in the 70s. There was some tractor pull there in the early days. Like there's all this historical stuff that's on that land anyway. But what better reincarnation for Victorian drag racing then to get this fresh injection in, the new partnership, the new ownership, and to call it Victoria Motorsport Park. And we are taking Jambo there October 17. It's going to be off its head. We know we're going to get a lot of Victorian entrants there. We're going to get, of course, you know what, we'll get a few Queenslanders. I know we're going to get a few Queenslanders down. We're going to get quite a few New South Welshmen. South Aussies, I'm sure, will come up for that as well. It could look, I'm not going to say it's going to eclipse Brizzy. It's hard to ever eclipse a Brizzy Jambo, but all of the numbers are there. We just know how strong that whole scene has been bubbling, waiting for this to just now get a bit of clarity and go, well, guess what? When you turn up at the venue next time, if you've ever been at Heathcote and you turn up next time, be prepared to be shocked because it is almost like a clean sheet deal there, right? The amount of concrete is already put down, the pit areas, the grading. I can't believe the old tower I used to call in apparently is now gone, and there's a new 2-story one getting built there.
Amazing.
And so new timing tower, new timing system. Some of the existing sheds that were there got knocked down, so obviously they get condemned. So let's get rid of them. And so basically a whole new clean sheet. They're redoing the whole area for the burnouts, and they're going to do a drift track. So they're actually going to do proper little short drift track there and everything like that. So Victoria Motorsport Park's probably the right name for it. You could call it Victorian Dragway, but it's going to be a motorsports park. It means more than one motorsport. Yeah, primarily drag racing because, you know,
They are drag races.
The Sabolics family and the Ricker family, they're drag racers through and through.
Yep.
So, yes, drag racing's got a pretty big part of that. But they acknowledge the Burnout, because the Burnout crew that used to go to Heathcote was still pretty strong out there. So they'll still have somewhere to go and do all their skids. The drift people, that's the next thing they're trying to get out there. So it's got all the makings of a modern-day freedom factory in regional Victoria. And do yourself a favour, folks. Get your annual leave. Get your phone out now. Grab the calendar. Click on it. October 17. It's already in mine. And it's Jamboree at Victorian Motorsport Park. Now, look, if you took a plane to Tullamarine, you get out, you literally go left under the railway bridge to Sunbury. You can take the back way. You can take the highway, not as scenic. You go the back way through Sunbury. Regional Victoria towns, they're very charming. The countryside's beautiful, and I drive that every time just as a nice chill. It's probably an hour and 20-ish to do it that way out from the airport, but it's very scenic. And you just go town to town, and then next thing you know, you're in the little town of Heathcote, and then you go through there towards Bendigo, and then there's the sign about 2 k's off the highway, and then there's the Holy Grail. Anytime that you can go through the bush and then find a track, to me, it's always so exciting. And that's going to be where Jambo is in Victoria this year. And I think between now and then, it looks like they're making great headways on that. So you'll be going to nearly a brand new track. Now, I don't think they'd have to do too much like racing surface-wise. I mean, it's also got one of the longest braking areas in Australia as well, by the way. It's got quite the runoff. Yeah, okay, attention. Okay, everybody, all our spectators, time to move up. Time to move up, please, to the blue level. Anyway, that's in front of the Burnout. Actually, a lot of them already done that. Aren't they nice? Here we go. So not quite the same dado as before. And I go, is it the same guys, or is this a pattern developing? We breed Datsun 1200 utes out in the paddocks, don't we, JD? It's almost like you leave one out there to rust for too long, next thing you know, 4 pop up. You know what I mean? So here we go. Bit of blowing dado. Is he going to go down the end and come in and do a tip-in? I think he is. Okay, so let's check this one out here for your viewing and listening pleasure. Oh, this is the FUK DAT and his mate. Okay, so is it two? Oh, and the Capri. So this might be the Dis and the Dat. I mean, elite burnout cars. Even though, mind you, it's not Ash Cameron, is it? It's got a parachute on the back. Like a burnout car with the parachutes kind of tell me it was a race car. That would be fair. That'd be funny. So again, another demonstration of the great Australian motoring performing art called the Burnout. Sponsored by ABC Classic FM. Coming up is a mechanical symphony of blown and injected small block in a Datsun 1200 orchestra. The Datsun 1200, or I think they B210, I think they were called back in the day. Iconic in Australia, Great little runabouts. I think Better Brakes was, a brake company used to deliver all your brake parts. They all had a fleet of them, or Checkpoint was the other company. Little Dado 1200 delivery utes. That's all they ever were. Before people started hotting them up, Dado 1200 utes were just the little shop runabouts. You want to swap microphones again there, Rusty? You do, don't you? That means we're swapping chairs. All right. No, I find the more I sit on a chair with wheels, I tend to use my legs to push myself around, and then the old leg cramps kick in, and then I'm on the floor like a drooling idiot.
Or at least earlier than you'd usually do.
Then I normally am. Yeah, good. Well done. Good call. So here we are, the mechanical symphony, the performing art of the great Australian Burnout.
Not to be confused with the Drag Racing Burnout Federation.
No.
This is under a different set of rules.
That's right, it is. It is, Rusty. I'm Chester Winfield from ABC Classic. People, please, up as far as the blue seats, please. No one closer, please. That's about the limit where you are there.
There's a couple of young blokes that are about 2 rows too far forward.
Come on, boys, just go up 2 more rows. 2 more rows.
There you go.
Just for your safety, not ours.
Yeah. And now here's the big one. We're actually going to leave Steve on the burnout pad down there, and they're going to have to do burnouts around him.
The human slalom, do you think? Yes. No, you could never do that. You know where I've seen a little bit of that? They call it, I think, what do they call it in car spinning? Have you seen car spinning in Africa?
Is that where they get out and change a wheel?
Well, they come out. They've got a guy swinging out of a clapped out old BMW as they're doing big doughies.
Yeah.
And then the commentators go, "Oh, look at him! He's out the window. Look at that! Look at the fantastic! He's out. He's And I just think, wow, man, where's the risk assessment over there? But then again, if it's an African nation, I suppose you run the gauntlet every day.
Yeah, have you seen the one that's got the little wind down jack, and he's doing donuts, and he locks the steering wheel down,
and then he changes
he's
the
got
wheel.
a little, and
that's nuts.
And he winds it up, and the thing's just doing donuts around him. And he winds it down and it jacks it up and takes the wheel off and walks around with it and then puts it back on and jumps through the window. And, yeah, that's pretty good to watch.
Rusty, I'm incredibly impressed with your description of that. All right, here we go. FUK DAT. Here we go. Tipping Tom.
Pretty...
Oh, I know. What's he doing? He's just cruising through. What?
It's a cruise.
Come on, mate. I wanted to see a tippy there.
I don't know what happened.
Is the Capri going first? I don't know. Kelly's he might have to just get a couple of things like, something silly like an armband or, there'll be something he needs to do. Oh, no, blower straps. There we go. So Chris O'Barry's on it. There we go. Yeah, because that's something that's a beautiful setup, the old FUK DAT. So two-tone, the cream and the brown, the beige, the white, the off-white, the ivory and the cream. But, yes, there we go. So that'll be something that'll catch you every time.
Oh, here we go. We're going for the tip.
Plenty of revolutions there, but yeah, the Dado we can't let go without blower straps. So that is the rule of the raceway. And you don't want to pop the blower and, crowd gets a complimentary 871 or something, So
good souvenir though.
Oh, I'd have one. Yeah. Oh, where's he gone? Is he okay? Didn't hit anything. That's a beautiful car. I hope he didn't get anything.
No, he didn't hit anything. I think he might have just fueled up down there and...
They can do that. They can. A nice big lazy blown and injected methanol setup. Unless you're burning it with a bit of load. Here we go. I mean, it's doing it easy. Not a lot of overdrive in it either. Nice car. They are a pitch and pair, the Dado and the Capri. Where is he?
Ooh. Might overshot the runway a little bit here.
Yeah, it's so hard when sometimes the wind blows the way it does, and then all of a sudden where you need to go, the smoke that you just made is in the way, and the last thing you want to do is bend these nice cars like that. So the Capri, beautiful job, and that's the reason why we had to... and again, that was real quick on that. Thank you, Chris O, for texting me real quick as to explaining why the Dado couldn't run, because, yeah, look, there are rules here at the drag strip. More, I always thought, for the raceway, for the drag strip, other than maybe the burnout pad. But obviously there's probably rules in the burnout world too, that you need blower restraint straps.
It is something that's sort of happened over the last couple of years when it comes to the burnout cars. there's a lot more regulations around the safety side of things in terms of fire suits, in terms of, you know, closed face helmets and things like that as well. So, you know, it's not necessarily a bad thing. Anything with more safety, especially when you consider some of the fires that we've seen in burnout cars over the years, and transmission fires and fuel fires, and it's not out of the realms of possibility that they do some strange things. So,
well, you know, and when history showed in the past, and all you got to do is get onto YouTube and watch some of the early 1970s drag racing from the States, is that they were learning. Like, everything's been learning until something, you know, goes wrong. And there's old footage on Diamond P where Tom McEwen literally on the hit launches the blower off the car. Like, it's a nitro funny car, launches the blower, and the only thing stopping that thing going anywhere was the fuel line and the throttle cable. So,
strong throttle cable.
So, again, just out of precaution, we don't want that Dado to launch the blower in case it did it, you know. But no nitro in the tank, only methanol, pretty soft. There's a very, 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 very thin chance that it could possibly do that, but we don't take that risk. We'd rather you have the blower restraints on it, and we honestly thought the guy would have done it.
So, he's lining up down here, and I think he might be lining up to put another burnout on down here. So, you know, we'll never say no to another burnout.
Kelly just confirmed that it was indeed about the straps, the blower straps.
Blower restraints.
Needing them, yes, needing them as a safety thing, definitely. So, yeah, the last thing we need is people catching a blower in the lane. So, yeah, just for the moment, yeah, still keep yourself up at the blue level of chairs there, because I think our Capri mate's going to have another crack here. He's still got some tyre left.
You're going to send it from this end?
Well, I mean, I wouldn't mind.
I would.
I wouldn't mind. Or you would mind? Or you
I'd
you
send
don't mind?
it. I'd send it. Lick the stamp, send it.
I mean, it's, you know, got the carbon hat on and everything like that. I mean, it's a lazy setup. You can hear it. Some of these elite burnout cars now, and again, like, I don't know whether these guys actually compete like our elite cars. They're more of the show. You can book the show and get both these cars, you know, as a bit of a feature. But I don't think they actually are actively competing. I don't think I've seen them in any of the latest comps anyway. But it just goes to show you don't necessarily have to be, you know, building a car to compete in. You can do a car as an exhibition vehicle like we have, and we've had them here before. But they have had different paint before. Remember, they were both silver there for a bit. So
yeah,
geez, whoever their hookup is for a paint guy, like, I wish I had that many hookups in for a paint. You know,
they go all right.
And beautiful as a pigeon pair. But yeah, the little Dado, whether he had straps or not, they're probably fast going to grab some right now. But Steve's doing a bit of direction, bit of traffic control, bit of lollipop, and the 5 guys nearly in position. Every spectator, just a couple of people down, these kids down the front. You're almost still too far down the front, these couple of kids there in the white shirts there. Kiddies, yeah, just go up.
Shuffle back a bit, guys.
Go about 4 more rows back, guys. Yeah, that'll be just in case. Here we go. Whoa, 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 green. I didn't know he had yellow tyres. Oh, he's going in the tip, and here we go. Yeah, he's going to do a spicier one for us here. And again, same deal. It's like, how much front end grip do you have on these cars? And you know, it's a performing art. Get your fingers up, folks. Where is he? He's in there again somewhere. Did it do the same thing, just cop a gutful? Or,
yeah, I know it's just on the swing around, and it just gets a bit of a gutful.
And I know this thing slurps a fair bit of methanol, so, I mean, after that first skid, he could have been 20, 30 litres down. If he's got a 40-litre tank, he's in trouble here. But, yeah, it looks like fun. Wouldn't you love to have a bit of a cut down here in this? You know what, I like in this sport, a little bit like drifting, that you could build something and start competing. Nice deal. Finishes it off. Nice bit of smoke. Put your hands together. A little bit more smoke in the face, folks, before we start racing. We are scheduled to start towing them up here near 3 o'clock, and we're nearly on that right now. So, second skid, definitely better than the first one, and he gave it a little bit more intent.
So, from the Romanian judge?
Yes, 8.5. 8.5.
And the Ukrainian judge?
8.2.
And the Russian judge?
He's already left.
Oh, he's already gone.
Yeah, yeah, the Russian judge.
Yeah, he's on his way to the Middle East.
Contains certain amount of lack of vision and special awareness. However, RPM smoke good, so 8.
8.
8.
Okay, for an average score of 8 points.
I mean, you shouldn't be getting those 3 countries to be voting on burnouts anyway. But I love it. It's
I'm
like
just saying,
diving
they know a lot about,
It's good competing anyway. It's good. And yeah, as I said, folks. And it was interesting, a couple of weeks ago, I did an event in WA, and just listening to Mad Mike, of course, our pro drifter, the Red Bull pro drifter from New Zealand, and listening to some of his story, and just, again, he's such a good advocate for the sport of drifting, and as he said, you can start with anything, and as he said, he had to put in rear-wheel drive, because that's true, you're not starting the sport of drifting with a front-wheel drive car unless we're going to start inventing a new sport, flinging rear ends of cars around.
I don't know. Did you ever chuck a couple of Macca's trays under the rear end of a...
Yeah, well, that'd be the other thing, is to really try maybe a Macca's tray formula and start some front-wheel drive
drifting. Generic, insert generic fast food restaurant tray here. Not necessarily Macca's.
But he made a good point to say you can literally start with any car that you can find rear-wheel drive. And now I want someone out there to give us on the comments, what do you reckon are the top 3 most affordable rear-wheel drive cars you could buy right now second-hand that you could use at a Jambo or at a drift pump or whatever?
It pains me to say probably an AU Falcon.
Yes, because that's the one I used a couple of weeks ago, is that, the cheapest thing you could probably get's a Falcon.
Yep.
Commies are getting a bit hard to get because commies are just valuing higher than the Falcons at the moment. Anything Japanese, like you try and get a Corolla, like forget about it, like even if you want to get a Gemini, forget about it. Like any of those smaller cars, any S series, forget about it. Any Sylvie, because now they're ridiculous money. So what do you find as a cheap rear-wheel drive car? Yes, maybe Falcons, but Mike made a good point that you can start that way, learn how to do it, and it doesn't stop you going out there. Now, you may not win any comps, but you still can enter and go out and try and master your technique, and that's what he did. And I do think that Burnouts is another way here at Sydney Dragway and various places around Australia where you can go that way. And again, rear-wheel drive, do you notice? You need a rear-wheel drive car to do it. I haven't seen too many front-wheel drive cars win any burnout comps just yet. But it is another way that you can go out there and practice your craft doing it. And we want to continue to say in a controlled environment, i.e. an A-grade circuit or drag track like that. Here you go. Someone said Nissan. So Terry Dale reckons Nissan GTS Skyline.
The cheapest rear-wheel drive you can find, right?
Nissan GTS Skyline, not one of the cheapest rear-wheel drive cars you could possibly buy. I do think Falcon, I don't know what the second rear-wheel drive car would be that's cheap these days. Not really. Falcon 1, Falcon 2, Falcon 3.
Yeah, I was going to say there's daylight.
I reckon
second.
if you had 10 grand, you could still come back with 3 Falcons. You know what I mean? You still can.
Maybe an old Hilux or something like that.
Yes, but even those ones are ridiculously priced if they're good. But that is another vehicle you can possibly get slightly cheaper. You know what is cheaper? Your little BD, not your BD50s, but your little Bravos and stuff. They're actually quite cheap. So there's a few ways you could go into a rear-wheel drive car. Could you drift a ute? Probably as well. Probably not. But he made a good point about that.
Could have fun trying.
And burnouts are kind of the same way. You can just go to a controlled environment like here. You can't do it in industrial estates, folks. You honestly can't. I mean, now that Tracy Grimstraw's retired,
who would do that?
You're not upsetting anyone that we haven't seen already in an industrial estate doing it. And up in Queensland, did you hear about what happened there New Year's Eve when they blocked quite a few Gronks? Blocked the Gateway Bridge and then skidded all the way up the Gateway and shot off the fireworks.
Yes, I did see that.
Yeah, that's absolutely frowned upon, as much as people might smile and knowing that they saw that, because it's all about trying to get a viral video and cause controversy. But
it worked.
It did. But the same deal. Like I say to those people that was so brazen and put it this way, a little bit organised to be able to pull all that off. It's like, if only they could use those skills for niceness instead of evil. And I challenge all those people, how about you come and compete in a proper burnout?
Yeah, come and do it properly.
And actually see if you can do it in competition. It's the same when guys used to race each other on the street and you go, well, why don't you take it to the drag strip? Oh, I don't want to break it. Or you don't want to time slip.
Yeah, exactly.
So that was the
you're
old...
not as tough as you think you are.
Well, that was the old-fashioned way.
Someone on the live streams commented little E36 BMWs are starting to get cheaper.
The 36s are cheaper. The E30s are actually holding value, so the E36s are a little bit more common.
Yeah.
Anything Euro rear-wheel drive, probably those older Mercs are probably cheaper. But again, straight away, like you're going to get one of them cheap only because the thing won't work. I mean, the thing won't run.
I was going to say you need it to run,
or you can't wind a window up in it, or you know what I mean. Like they always seem to get massive electrical failures in those European cars that just throws the value right under the bus. So, so European.
So just put a whole new ECU on.
Yeah, well, I think just LS swap it or Barra swap it, really.
LS the world.
Just Barra swap it. And that's, again, probably the easiest, simplest, fastest way to 1,000 horsepower, I think, seen anywhere. I'm actually going to we're doing a build in the next year or so. One of my sons, I bought him an EL wagon, and that's kind of his P-plate car, right?
I like it.
And we're thinking drag and drive in the future. It's a 6-seater, so it's a column shift, so it's a 6-seater. I call it the Maxi Taxi because his name's Max, right? So, and he said, Dad, can I put a barra in this? I said, you absolutely can. But he goes, oh, when can we do it? I said, well, you know, how about you go and...
How about Sunday?
Get a... Yeah, no. How about you get a trade? How about... I'm showing all the little things parents should do for incentives, you know.
Yes.
Go and get a trade or go to singing,
job,
dancing and acting school, save some money, do whatever. So he's got the job. He's at uni now. He's doing a few things. And of course, I'm going to get my brother, Dr. Ben, to probably build it because he's a very good engine builder. And so... And again, it's ironic that he's a marine biologist and he did his PhD on barramundi, so it's kind of a match made in heaven. So you get the barra doctor to build a barra, right? So pretty much...
He should start an engine building business and call it Dr. Barra.
He could, but he's very selective of what he builds. He's learned how to do it. He does pretty well. He put a little K. So for those people that may not remember, years ago, this is my brother, had a Nissan Gazelle, had an FJ20 in it, ran it at Jambo as one of the New Zealand boys because he was living in New Zealand.
He was a Kiwi brew.
So Ray brought him over with... I think it was Zohab and Andre Simon. I think there was a couple of New Zealanders came over then. And Ben brought this thing over. It was legal for back then what they called street compact or street rear-wheel drive. So the original sport compact rules of street rear-wheel drive and street four-wheel drive. So he came over. It was technically legal for that. He got protested because it didn't have door cards and whatever. But anyway, the thing set the quickest times ever for that class with the FJ20. That was an original DNA in the S12s over there, FJ20 in a S12. So anyway, long story short, he sold that car, put that engine ultimately in a dragster N680s and then sort of got out of the sport. He bought that... He went to World Time Attack 2 years ago, got the bug. Guess what? Bought the Gazelle back.
Found it.
Bought the Gazelle off Ashley Bagdanis. Ashley had it. He sold it to Ashley Bagdanis. Brought it back off Ashley. Gone full track suspension on it. So no longer drag suspension. Full track setup. And gone K-Series Honda in it with a 350Z gearbox. So on 15 pound, it made, 440 to the tyres. He took it to Lakeside last Thursday. Yeah. Doing 200 on the straights. This thing's going to be a weapon. But he wants to come out and run some, honestly, stick shift style car. He's going to try and run an 8 with it over the quarter. He's got a billet block coming for it in the future because he wants to make 1,000 horsepower in it, right? But the bug bit him again.
It's just
now
because...
that his sons are at uni studying mechanical engineering, the car's become the father-son loophole that you need to get through mum, right? Yep. So that's what's working. And in the future, I think both boys are going to end up working for SpaceX. So they'll then start to throw some aero on it, and before you know it, that'll be a nice little family project. That still wasn't the cheapest rear-wheel drive car you could possibly buy. But isn't it nice to know that he held on to that? Well, for years he sold it, then he was able to bring it back and he's rebirthed it. Yeah, and he fell back in love with it. So remember, this is a guy that's got a Tesla and he doesn't like internal combustion as much anymore, but he still wants to throw a Honda K-Series together. Yeah. He does build the engines for the old Nissan Bluebird touring cars. So the owners of those cars, he's built the engine in them through his drag racing credentials. So he goes, whenever those guys run those Nissan Bluebirds at circuit tracks, Ben goes there and sort of the engine guy. So he's kind of living the
This has been quite the journey. Listening to your stories about your brother. Builds cool engines, drives a Tesla. Builds cool engines, come back to drive a Tesla.
I mean, his day job's boring. I mean, he had to go to Dubai there a couple of months ago and give the government an honest assessment on their aquaculture industry. And he shows me Google Maps. Here's a 55-kilometre long piece of coastline. That's one prawn farm. one prawn, growing prawns, 55 k's of coastline.
Growing prawns, yeah.
And he's the master. He's the world expert when it comes to fish, like
Prawns.
farming prawns. He knows a good prawn when he sees it.
He
He goes the raw prawn when he needs to, right? But then as a side hobby, he still loves to play with engines. So I said, well, listen, Dr. Ben, I'll give you a barra, build it for my son. You can nearly build one of them on mail order.
Yeah.
You get to 1,000 horsepower on a barra on mail order without
just ordering the bits and pieces. And
you can get your rods, your pistons, your studs, your oil pump. I mean, there's pages on Facebook again about there's barra pages, and if you go through there and a lot of guys know what works with different cars and what works for this and that and the other. So really, if you're looking for something to put in something, Falcons are still cheap. Barras are, as I said, if you can't buy Bitcoin, buy barra. Go out and grab one of them, and we will do that as a family project in the future. We want 1,000 horsepower barra for the EL, and then drive it at Dragon Drives with the son.
That'd be cool.
Yeah, that's the dream in the future. And what lets you dream that is that when you see these events out there already and you go, well, I want to come and be a part of it. The same with Jambo, same for those people out there. How long is it before we get you people sitting there in the stands inspired enough to go, boy, one day, just one day, I want to be on the other side of the fence. I want to be in the lanes, getting suited up, coming down here and running something. And really, as we said, the whole Mad Mike situation before, you can still bring a street-based car and come and run in street compact here. If it's a naturally aspirated car, you could run in all motor. Like there's two classes you could just walk straight into here.
Yeah.
Let alone all your race for reals and everything you have here at Sydney Dragway or at Willowbank, our street meet series or test and tunes. There's nothing holding you back. And even last weekend, get this, friend lives at Narangba Road near Lakeside, all right? That's a heritage listed circuit track.
Is it really heritage listed?
Yes, it is. Yes. So they had the 56 Grand Prix there and all sorts of things. So there's a lot of history with that track. Now, that's 26 minutes from my house.
Nice.
My best mate lives on the Narangba Road, which is the road that anyone that's travelling to Lakeside has to come past his house to go to Lakeside.
So on a Saturday morning, he just goes out and watches the cars.
So I'm out there Saturday helping him do some lawning out the front. And, of course, we had a Rotary revival there last weekend at Lakeside, probably Nelly. It could have been 150 rotors coming past afterwards, and I'm out there whippersnipping, and guess who goes past? What up, G? So Alan Dodd in Mr. R100, another street car that he's got. Yeah. Bryce Miller came past in his RX3. Now, they didn't know I'm the bloke on the whippersnipper, but there they all were. They had a great day out at Lakeside. That's a venue that, again, that harnesses this car culture that's there, and more families every day are going, well, I think I need to get into this because this is a new social life. You know what they did there on the Sunday? An all-Aussie day. So again, the same deal. You can cruise the track. You do a little bit of 8th mile, no prep on the main straight, and you get a few cruise sessions. So we're lucky in that part of the world we've got it. Now down here, of course, we're not as blessed. We don't have lakesides, and we don't have these other tracks.
We used to have Oran Park just over that way. We used to have Amaroo.
Yeah,
not too far in the other
direction.
direction.
And again, these days in Sydney, you're not going to ever get any tracks like that again. But we got the one behind us here, which does the rolls and the course and different opportunities to do it. You got here, as we said, a very full Sydney Dragway calendar if you want to come and run down the track. It is a shame we don't then have another couple of tracks like we do in Queensland, like QR near Willowbank, like Lakeside on the north side. To be able to do this, plus all of our, Joe's Diners and Cruise Times and all the cruises that I know happen down here in Sydney. I watch Mr. GT down here, of course. He gets out there with HP Addiction, covers all the car meets down here. We know they're out there. We know they're all lurking around, and more every week there is another event you can go to that's based on car culture. And when the Jambo event comes to town, well, this is kind of cutting edge world standard stuff that we get a snapshot into what the world is truly like, because again the equivalent in America is World Cup finals. Of course in Puerto Rico, of course they're very, very similar cars to what we run here as well. In fact, more when you add them all up and you have a look at some of the events they have there. Get on there and search Aspirados, like just type in ASPIRADOS and then Gap and then Salinas, SALINAS, so that's Salinas Raceway. Whole events there in Puerto Rico, which are NA only. So you think about as many cars we have in an all motor, multiply it by 30, and you've got every cranky peripheral port 13B. Aspirados, they let you run nitrous, so it's not, you can't have turbos, but you can have nitrous on your rotaries.
And no mosquitoes for a 30-mile radius.
And no mosquitoes for a 30-mile radius. There's a lot of them burn nitro. There's a lot of them that have them on nitrous. So there's 7-second cars.
Is there a reason we haven't seen a nitro rotor out here yet? Is there anything in
There
the
might
rules
be a
that
rule.
says-
There might be an old rule about the fuel. A big shout out to Vic from Fairfield Council. Vic's out here, mate, talking to barras and stuff. There we go. So the cheapest. Someone's saying the cheapest car is the SV6 Ute with no fuel pump. That's probably the cheapest car.
I think you might need the fuel pump though.
Yeah, well, that's still cheaper on Marketplace, isn't it, when it doesn't run? But a big shout out there to Vic. He's a Fairfield Council. He's a Rotary bloke as well. I thought he had a Barra something there in the wings, but the culture's huge. Jambo gives us that cross section, and as I said, if you type in Aspirados, Salinos, and look at all of these NA Rotaries running over there at these events. Just crazy how many there are that we feel we're a part of the same family. Like you look at these crew walking back after a run and you see the people in the grandstands and you go, I could be there. I could literally go there and sit there and these are my people. I can get on with these people. I appreciate it.
Yeah.
Of course, the season in Europe starting up, Santa Pod's opening up again, and Mark One Kieran is the YouTuber that I use for that one because he's at every test and tune, run what you brung, you name it. More and more import cars than ever. A lot of Euro stuff in there as well. He goes to Malta and films it there in Malta. Malta's off its heads. As much as Nissan Patrols are in the United Arab Emirates climbing hills or running sand drags, in Malta it's Ford Escorts. And you know what their top fuel is over there? Literally 4-cylinder dragsters. There's probably 6 to 8 turbo 4-cylinder dragsters, 6-second potential, and a couple of 2JZs running low 6s.
There was actually a genuine top fuel car in Malta at one point
Is that
as well.
right?
Yeah, there was.
No, well, these Radials...
How many racetracks are there in Malta?
Oh, just hell...
Because Malta's not that big a place.
No, it's hella far, I think. It's the one track over there. And when you see them run through the braking area, it's like it's in an industrial estate. There's semis bringing containers out of warehouses, and you go, wow, how do you fit a drag strip, like a quarter-mile drag strip in an industrial estate? Andrew Evans reckons I need a review of the steak burgers down there. Oh, thank you, Andrew. I'll get a steak burger next one.
I can give you a review of the brisket chips. They were pretty good.
Mate, the brisket chips were choice, bro. All right, ladies and gentlemen, I guess that means by the sound of this, as we said, after 3, we were going racing, and this might be round 1. I'm looking to see which class it is.
We did drop a round of qualifying.
Yeah, you know what?
Due to some of the delays.
I nearly half guessed we were going to drop a session. You know, a one-day event, decent entry list, you just think, you know what, something's got to give.
So we've got some fans on the live stream as well, Diggles.
Yeah.
Sinead M3392 tells us to stop dribbling. Well, it'd be pretty boring if we weren't dribbling at the moment.
How has she got a camera in here? Can she see?
Apparently, yeah.
She can see me here.
I didn't actually mention the full message because it's some, fruity language on there that, let's be honest, we'll get taken off. Yeah, I know, it's a bit rude.
She's watching a live stream for free and she's telling us not to.
Tell you what,
she's telling me to stop doing what I'm paid to do.
We should give her her money back. If she's watching the live stream for nothing, we'll give her her money back.
Well, she gets a free signed poster of Diggs then, BYO poster, and then she'll get that autograph if Sinead was to come in. Actually, Sinead, if you're listening to the stream and saying stop dribbling, tell us where you're from. I want to know where you're from. I'm curious.
Yeah.
Yeah, I want to see where geographically you are on the map. Are you in Australia? Are you in the grandstands? I remember the old text line. I created a text line one year where Ray took an idea I had, and same with when I used to hit the balls here. I gave that idea to Kelly. She says you can go with that. Same with Ray. I said I had 240 texts in one day off one phone number.
Yeah.
So Ray gave us the Nokia 5510 or whatever, and we did the text line. Of course, we'd get plenty of people text us and tell us what they thought of us. Janie used to get proposed to. I mean, we could have done a drag racing bachelorette, but she got snatched up so quickly. I mean, Smithy knew what he wanted. He knew what he wanted. Once she was wrestling in the mud there at Power Cruise #1, he knew. It was love it first. Love it first suplex.
If it makes you feel any better, there's a few people jumping in defending us. So, Cypop Gypsy, who watches a lot, he's playing Monster. He reckons it's the Monster's fault.
Dribbling?
Yeah, I'm actually thinking about having one of those Monsters.
Yeah, I needed the second kit.
And someone else has got on there and said, dribble on, boys.
Beautiful.
Dribble on.
And what's that guy's name?
Stefani Gianilla Ludus 509.
Steph, I'm with you, mate. Hang on, put the straw down and pass the plate. Oh, wow. Hello. Hello.
All right, next up
It's definitely an adult channel. All right, here we go. Thank you, Dwayne Wisby, saying great call as usual. How was the drive? 9 hours and a bit.
Tiring.
Guy King, George Nader. Now, Guy had an issue at Canterbury. He nudged the wall at Willowbank. He's got it back. This is a Barra-powered KE20. Barra 4 litre, 703, 204 mile an hour.
Yes.
That's one of the world's fastest KE20s. I know there's a lot of half chassis 13B cars in the 6s, but this is impressive. Fastest Barra-powered Corolla in the world. George Nader. How about Georgie, the RB30, Mount Vernon, New South Wales. We're in modified 10.5. This is a heads-up class. So no handicap here. It's about who gets to the line first. It is Chicago Shootout, though, isn't it?
Oh, he's double bowled. Guy King's gone in and
check
double
it.
bowled
Check
this.
it.
So now he's bringing it up on loose. George Nader trying to hold it as well. Very lazy off the line for the little Corolla.
Here comes the send, half track, 505, 147. The Corolla out the back, 769 off the throttle. Chicago Shootout, 1 from 1 for Guy King. George Nader, 858, got out first, but all that top end from Guy. He's from Valdora in Queensland. 1 for the Barra people. I don't want to keep track of Barra 38, but maybe we can.
Hey,
What?
we've just had a really good suggestion.
What?
So plenty of people saying keep dribbling, boys.
Pencil.
That's the way we like it.
Yep.
But someone suggested that maybe, just maybe, if you know someone who might be in the print game, they might be able to make you some headshots.
Oh, yeah, I think I know someone. Yeah.
Now, I'm just saying, we've got the guys from Overtaking Lane, and they may know somebody. So we might be able to make that happen for the next one.
Okay, here we go.
Right.
I'm keeping tabs. I'm going to try and keep tabs of engines now, right?
Now, we also need to keep track of wheel stands,
Yep.
crew, style,
Then we're in racing now.
and burnout, because we're in racing now,
Okay.
so everything's on the table. All right.
Okay, Dominic Perry, the 20B RX2, got RX2. Adam Nooner, the RX3 13B Turbo Nooner. Geez, he could be in 28.9 sometimes, but here he's a modified 10.5. Whirly bars on. First to the finish line's going to win. 873, 883 there for Dom, bumping it in.
He's deep.
Nooner's got to drop the clutch.
Nooner's gone deep here.
Oh, how did he hold it in there?
I have no idea.
Oh,
Pretty even off
Nooner.
the start line.
Nooner rides this. He's still dancing all over the place. Nooner on the small tyre. 816 at 173 win there for the 13B.
He was so close to the centre line. He was clenched from the 330 mark all the way to the stripe.
There was some pucker going on there.
There was a big pucker factor, that's for sure.
173 mile an hour at the end there. And a win there for Adam Nooner, 1 from 1. All right, we don't get any less intense there. You talk about kicking it off with a bang here racing this afternoon. Jason Scott from Richmond in Queensland up near Mackay. Scott Speed, the EL with a bower. Trent Bink from Mount Nathan in Queensland. RB30 in the Calais. Concrete Sleepers Canberra, and Jason Scott's got Scott Speed. Mate, apparently you go to Scotty's shed up at Richmond. He's got Barra to the roof.
He's got Barra.
He's got Barra to the roof there at up there at Scott Speed. Of course, his partner Haley's got the R34 with the Barra as well, I think in modified compact. But no dial-ins for this one. Modified 10.5 means you've got to have a maximum of a 10.5 on the back. Some people can run a slightly smaller tyre than that, but modified 10.5 brought to us by Tuff Streeters. Barra bump in, RB30 bump in, boys, let's go. 1, 2, 3, go. All things are tight, both of them. They're back on it. Who's pedalled it first? Scotty. He might have it there. Here comes the VL, but it's going to be a win for the Barra again. 861. 861 there for Jason Scott, and a 923 trying to recover there. Trent Beck, 053 off the button for Jason, and 112 off the button there for Trent Beck. A quicker 60, but they both zinged them straight off the hit. Those 10.5s couldn't hook up, and that is a 1 from 1 for Scotty, 1 for 1 for Guy King, 1 from 1 for Nooner.
So Barra's leading the way at the moment.
So far.
Turbo Barra of the world.
Yeah, I'm going to count like literally every category if we know.
We're going to have
them.
one for the roaders here.
Yeah, I know. Well, I've got 113B already, so Kareem Araz is going to get this one anyway. Let's have a listen to 13B. Let's have a listen. Sounds like it. All right. First class just about down. Gets the bye. Oh, okay, there we go. Just rolls it off. Geez, I thought that, again, if that was me, I'm sending that thing absolutely to the moon round one to have a crack at it.
Yeah.
Nothing to lose except, I don't